Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, all you beautiful people. How are you doing today? It is Wednesday. My church is having a Friendsgiving, and I can't wait to go get some good food, y'all. I love it when churches and groups of people get together and cook because I love trying out new recipes. It's awesome. Good morning. You're the first Miss LaPearl. I'm really bad with names, babe, but Lala April. Thank you so much for joining us. Miss June, Miss Honey. Sweet Stephen, it's green, I can't see it. Stephen Langston, good morning, everybody. Sarah and Red Panda Power. One sunny day. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I hope y'all slept well. I hope it is fun. It is fun. But the sad thing is I can't eat that much food, and it's like I want to eat all that food. So I have to take little itty bits of everything. Jesse Charles, thank you so much for joining. For those of you who are new and this is your first time in the channel, welcome. I'm Ada K. I am your courtroom commentator, and I am deaf without these beautiful big bad boys. And so if I pop my hands up and start signing, it's because a deaf person is in the house and I'm interpreting for them. Sometimes I have an interpreter pop in when she can, and she's been super busy. So she's not been able to hop in. Please, y'all, go to our Discord. I always get it wrong. Our Discord. Join our Discord. We have fun over there. We're working on making some new things, doing some new stuff for our members, our YouTube members. You know what, guys? We are serious. We are trying to link. We are working on it. The Discord to the YouTube memberships. So you have more perks and you get to access things that nobody else gets to access. And when you find out what that is, you're going to be happy. You'll be singing the "Oh Happy Days." I am looking for birthdays, and we don't have any today. I was hoping we did because I love doing birthday announcements. But we don't have any birthdays yet. If you have a birthday, please send it to us. We'd love to bless it. Each and every one of you. Good morning, everybody. All right. I came on a few minutes early because I want to dive into this Brian Walshe case. We are going to be watching Brian Walshe's sentencing hearing, and then we'll be going over to the, why can't I think of his name? The guy who unalived his neighbors and left the 2-year-old alive to lay in their blood. That trial. So this morning, Brian Walshe's trial centers on the alleged red room and dismemberment of his wife and in Anna Walshe. And in January of 23, he has I haven't had a single cup nor sip. Oh, okay. Now I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Anna Walshe in January 23, he's allegedly unalived her. J versus Matthew Lands. Thank you. He pled guilty to 2 counts of related charges, misleading the police and improper conveyance of a human body. But continues to contest the first-degree red room charge. So I'm all like, okay, how can you have conveyance of a human body when you didn't red room? Well, but you know who did. That is how. The case is legally complex because Anna's body has never been found, forcing the prosecutors to rely 100% on circumstantial and forensic evidence alone. So in January 1 of 23, Anna Walshe, a 39-year-old suburban American real estate executive, was last seen after New Year's Eve dinner at her Cohasset, it's hard to say, Massachusetts home. January 4th, reported missing by both her employer and Brian. Investigators found that internet searches by Brian to include phrases such as how to dispose of a human body. Trash bags recovered near the mother's apartment contained hatchets, hacksaw, cleaning supplies, and items stained with Anna's DNA. The surveillance footage shows Brian purchased cleaning products and visited the dumpsters. So during the pretrial developments, Walshe was already on home confinement for federal art fraud, charged at the time of Anna's disappearance. So nobody's talking about that. He was already on house arrest on charges of federal art fraud charges. So he already was in deep doo-doo. I wonder what happened to those charges. We'll find out. November 25, judge ruled him competent to stand trial after psychic evaluation. November 18th of 25, Walshe pled guilty to misleading the police and disposing of Anna's body, but not to the murder. First-degree murder contested, misleading the police investigation, guilty plea, and proper conveyance of a human body, guilty plea. So, first of all, no body murder prosecution. That's what I'll call this, the no body murder prosecution. Without a body, prosecutors cannot establish cause of death, the mechanism of death, and this weakens direct proof of homicide. However, they rely strictly on circumstantial evidence, digital searches, forensic DNA, and Brian's inconsistent statements in court. They have upheld the conviction, no body case when the evidence is overwhelming in Massachusetts. The impact of guilty pleas by admitting that the disposing of Anna's body and misleading investigators, Walshe concedes knowledge of her death. Let's think about that for a minute. Put that on your brain for a minute. He concedes that he knows about her death. This undermines any defense suggestions involuntary disappearance. However, the plea is not a part of a deal. The murder charge remains intact. The defense may argue that the disposal does not prove murder, but panic or concealment. The mens rea or intent, the prosecutors must prove premeditation. Internet searches about the body disposal strongly suggest planning. The defense may counter that search with hypothetical, not evidence of intent. Competency and venue, Walshe was ruled competent after a psychiatric review. He was held in a psychiatric hospital and put under review, and the judge has deemed him competent. The defense motions to move trial outside of Norfolk County were denied, meaning the jury selection proceeds today, potentially problematic given media saturation. The burden of proof of the Commonwealth must prove guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Without a body, the defense will emphasize reasonable doubt, arguing alternative explanations for Anna's disappearance. So, can circumstantial evidence alone sustain a first-degree murder conviction? Yes, it can. Does Walshe's guilty plea to a body disposal effectively admit to a homicide, or can it be separated legally? Yes, it can. How will a jury's perception of no body case influence deliberations? Brian Walshe's trial is a textbook no body murder case, testing the limits of circumstantial evidence. His guilty plea strengthens the prosecution's narrative, but do not estimate the defense's ability to argue reasonable doubt. The case hinges on whether the jury views the forensic and digital evidence trial as a conclusion of proof, premeditated murder, and despite the absence of Anna's remains. I kind of did something fun here. I couldn't sleep last night, like any other night. And hold on, I want to Google something. I want to see what's going on with the Brian Walshe's art case. So the Brian Walshe art case involved a scheme to sell counterfeit Andy Warhol paintings, for which he was sentenced to 32 months in federal prison back in 2024. Walshe offered 2 authentic Andy Warhol Shadow series paintings for sale on eBay. Instead of delivering genuine artwork, he shipped forgeries to the buyer and Los Angeles art dealer. 2011, he began the scheme advertising Warhols online. 2016, the buyer discovered the paintings were fake and pursued legal action. 2018, Walshe was indicted on federal charges of wire fraud. He pled guilty to 1-count wire fraud. February 24, sentenced to 37 months in prison, 3 years of supervised release in order to pay $475,000 in restitution. The scheme to defraud is a misrepresentation. I don't need to go through all that. I decided to write closing arguments for each side. I've been playing, and I wonder what a closing argument for each side would look like. So I let my fingers do the walking, and I did a lot of typing and editing, and let's see how this sounds. It reads one way, but sounds another. So let's do this. This is a hypothetical prosecution closing arguments. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Anna Walshe did not vanish into thin air. She was a mother, a professional, a woman with plans for her future. The evidence shows that her husband, Brian Walshe, ended those plans. On January 1st, Brian searched the internet for how to dispose of a body and how long before a body starts to smell. These are not idle curiosities. They are blueprint of intent. The trash bags recovered contained a hacksaw, a hatchet, cleaning supplies, all stained in Anna's DNA. Instead of reporting Anna missing immediately, Brian misled investigators, buying time to conceal his crime. His guilty plea is misleading police, and disposing of her body is admission that he knew she was dead. The defense will tell you this is circumstantial, but circumstantial evidence is the backbone of justice in cases where the defendant has tried to erase the truth. The law does not require a body to convict. It requires proof beyond reasonable doubt. And the Commonwealth has provided that. Brian Walshe actions were deliberate, calculated, and cruel. He murdered Anna Walshe, and justice demands you hold him accountable. Now here's the defense's closing arguments as I see them. Members of the jury, the Commonwealth asks you to convict a man of murder without a body, without cause of death, and without direct proof that Anna Walshe is deceased. That is not justice, it's speculation. No body, no cause of death. The prosecution cannot tell you how Anna died, when she died, or even prove consistently that she is dead. Alternative explanations are that Anna was a professional with international ties. She could have just left voluntarily, and Brian's disposal of items may reflect panic, fear, and the attempt to cover up an embarrassing moment, not murder. Circumstantial evidence shows that the internet searches proved curiosity, not homicide. DNA on items proves contact, not killing. The law requires proof beyond reasonable doubt. Doubt exists here in abundance. The prosecutor's case is built on the inference stacked upon inference. You cannot convict a man of first-degree murder on speculation. Brian Walshe has admitted mistakes, misleading police, disposing of evidence, but that does not make him a murderer. The burden is on the Commonwealth, and they have not met it. Okay, that was my fun last night. I hope y'all enjoyed. Allergies are running. June, do we know what time that Matthew Land's case is going to start? Because right now, I am staring at a camera hold screen. And that. So we are going to try and find a link. Just bear with us. It's nothing moi can do about it. Oh, he is live. Matthew Land. So we're going to go over to Matthew Land's this morning while we are awaiting the other trial to begin. We're going to be over at Matthew Land's. It's going to be a bouncing back and forth. Let's see if we have any sound today. Oh, yes, we do. This court chief.
Anything that we need to put on the record procedurally or concerning any issues that you all would like to make a part of the record.
Procedurally, I have an idea that probably we'll finish the state's side of the case today.
Okay.
If we do that, I would like to be able to have overnight to discuss with my client whether he's going to testify.
Okay.
So if we, whenever they finish, stop for the day.
That's fine. This state.
That's no problem, Your Honor. I actually think we'll probably be close to 5 o'clock anyway,
Okay.
so it shouldn't be an issue at all.
Okay. That's fine. And as we can discuss scheduling throughout the day and see where we are with everything that we need to do. All right. Is there anything else that we need to put on the record or you all would like to discuss with the court?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
All right. This state, you may call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Charles Needham.
Do you raise your right hand, please? You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, would you please have a seat for me and once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, my first name is Charles, C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Last name is Needham, N-E-E-D-H-A-M.
All right, thank you. Attorney Horowitz, you may proceed.
All right, good morning. Good morning. How are you employed?
I currently work for the City of Lawrenceville Police Department.
In what capacity?
I'm the sergeant of the training unit.
And how long have you been with Lawrenceville Police Department?
I started in March 17th, 2023.
Now, prior to Lawrenceville, did you have any previous law enforcement experience?
Yes, I started in Sandy Springs Police in 2016.
Now, as you worked through Sandy Springs, in what capacity did you work with Sandy Springs?
I started as an officer on patrol, went to our traffic unit, and then was a detective prior to leaving Sandy Springs Police.
Now, have you been post-certified, I guess, since 2016?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 19th, 2021. Were you on duty with the Sandy Springs Police Department that morning?
I was.
And were you in the capacity of a detective at that time?
I was.
Now, were you dispatched to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes,
Is that in Sandy Springs?
it is.
Now, why were you dispatched there?
So a call had come out of a burglary in progress. I had just arrived in the office that morning, and I was listening to our radio traffic and notified our supervision that I was going to go ahead and go down there as one of the only detectives in the office. And that was when I self-dispatched to that location.
Now, around what time did that call come out?
About 8:50 in the morning.
And around what time did you arrive to that scene?
I arrived at 9:10, and while I was walking out of the office is when the shots fired call came out. Prior to that,
Now, did you actually make it to that scene?
I did.
Now, when you arrived, what did you observe?
So when I got on scene, there were several officers attempting to control the defendant in the front yard. He had at least 2 gunshot wounds that I could see, one like a graze wound to the neck or back of the head, and one to the upper torso. And when I arrived, when I went into the house, that was where I discovered the crime scene and where Sergeant Walshe had been stabbed and was being treated.
Now, in the front yard, was the defendant getting medical treatment?
So the officers were attempting to get him under control at that time, but he did get medical treatment from them and from the ambulance that arrived shortly after.
Now, was he loaded into that ambulance?
He was.
And where was he transported to?
To North Fulton Hospital, I believe.
Now, was the defendant discharged from the hospital shortly thereafter?
He was.
Now, after being discharged from the hospital, where was he transported?
He was transported back to the Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Do you know how he was transported back?
Yes, it was one of our crime suppression officers, rather, had transported him back. I can't remember the exact line.
So it's just a patrol car?
Yes,
And was he in handcuffs at that time when he was being transported back?
he was.
Now, where is the Sandy Springs headquarters located?
7840 Roswell Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia.
For what
County?
I apologize. For what purpose was he brought back to headquarters?
So that we could attempt to do an interview with him.
Now, approximately what time was he brought back to the headquarters from the hospital?
About 5 p.m. that same day.
And when he was brought back into the headquarters, was he still in handcuffs?
He was.
Now, when he arrived to headquarters, was he allowed to use the restroom?
He was.
And did he?
He did.
Was he offered food and water?
Yes.
And was he provided with food or water?
Yes.
Now, were you able to have an interview with him?
I was.
Around what time did you start your interview?
About 5:25 that evening.
Now, what was your purpose in interviewing the defendant?
So I interviewed him alongside Sergeant Johnson, who was over the detectives division at the time, and it was to gain some kind of an understanding of what led to the stabbing and officer-involved shooting, trying to figure out why he was in the house he was in, and to get his side of things so we could help figure out what led us to where we landed.
Now, that being your purpose at that time, did you have any information as to an incident in Cobb County?
I did not.
Now, were you able to conduct an interview with the defendant?
I was.
Now, prior to that interview, was he advised of his Miranda rights?
He was.
And were they read to him?
They were.
Were they read in full to him?
They were.
And did he understand English?
Yes,
Did you have any problems in your communicating with him?
not at all.
Was he asked whether he was under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
He was.
And did he indicate a way?
He indicated that he was not under the influence of anything.
And were you able to gather his highest level of education?
Yes.
And what was that?
That he was currently studying at UGA, something to do with artificial intelligence, I believe.
Now, kind of describe the nature of the interview.
It was a conversational interview. There was no shouting back and forth, persuasion, threats, anything like that. The entire conversation was just a simple back and forth question and answer.
Now, once you read his rights, did he wish to speak with you, Sergeant Johnson?
Yes.
Now, at any time during this interview, did you threaten the defendant?
No.
At any time, did you pull your gun out?
No.
At any point, did he unequivocally invoke any of his rights?
No.
About how long was your interview with the defendant?
It's probably, I think the first go round was at least an hour because we had stepped out for a while to recollect our thoughts after we had learned the Cobb County incident.
Now, prior to that interview, were photographs taken of the defendant?
They were
And for what purpose?
for subject identification and to show his injuries at the time of the interview and his physical condition overall.
I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 676 through 684. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
So these photographs were taken in our interview room at Sandy Springs. This was the room where he was interviewed by me and Sergeant Johnson.
And are these fair and accurate photographs of the defendant prior to your interview?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit, I forgot the number, 676 through 684.
Now, I've had an opportunity to view those, we haven't looked at.
States Exhibit 676 through 684 are admitted.
And may a public judge?
Yes.
Now, in State's Exhibit 676, who do we see in this photograph?
That's the defendant, Mr. Lands.
Now, do you see Mr. Lands in this courtroom today?
I do.
If you'll please point to that individual and describe an article of clothing.
Yes, it's Mr. Lands over here in the bright green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that the detective has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, part of your headquarters, is it customary for interviews to be recorded?
Yes,
Now, are there cameras within this room?
there are.
Where are they?
So there's one on the wall facing toward the table, that would be behind the photographer in this picture. And there's one on the ceiling tucked into one of the corners.
Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
And is that recording a fair and accurate recording of the interview that you had with the defendant that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would move to enter what's marked as State's Exhibit 470 into evidence.
Judge, before we do that,
Watch him come in. He's a little bit on the prideful side, don't you think?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having any to do with the Honorable Justice Diane Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, go on in, give your stance, and you shall be heard. President of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Court's now in session.
2391, the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe. Can I just have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick of the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yas for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good
Good morning, Your
morning.
Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome to all counsel. Can I see counsel at the side of the bench briefly?
Juror 168.
168.
I'd like to ask you a few questions on the facts, be sure that,
Yes.
I understood.
You can proceed.
Thank you.
And that's 470, correct?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I think this interview took place after Mr. Lands had been taken to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know what procedure they did at the hospital on him?
I do not know other than just generally speaking, treating the gunshot wounds. I'm not a medical professional, so I can't speak to what they did.
Do you know what medications they gave him for pain?
I do not know.
Okay, did you ever ask him?
I did not. When Sergeant Johnson advised him of his Miranda rights, that's when he asked him if he was under the influence of any drugs, and he said no.
Did you ever go to the hospital?
I do not know.
Do you know which officers did?
I know that Detective Tom Cox was one of them, and at times, I believe he was a Sergeant Milholland was one of them. I'm not sure of who the others were. I was tied up with everything else at headquarters.
And did you speak with any of them to find out what medications he may have been given at the hospital?
No, I did not.
Did you talk with any of the officers that had gotten information from him?
Let me explain what's going on here. What's happening here? Oh, he's on house arrest, I believe. I don't believe he's sitting in jail. I'll have to verify that. Yeah, I know. I'm having to make some phone calls. For those of you who don't know, I'm graduating. But there are some phone calls I have to make today. I'm accepting accommodation. I'm requesting accommodations for my needing an interpreter for the ceremonies, and I'm having to make some phone calls to set that up. So if you see me talking and I'm not like this, then that means I'm on the phone. I forgot to do the phony thing because I have a, when you hear that, that means I'm on the phone. I forgot to do it. So, anyway, they are going to be going back and forth a lot to being on and off screen while the jurors enter. So we're going to be bouncing between the two trials because I just can't leave it. I gotta see what's going on.
Scene of this, home invasion.
No, all those officers were sequestered shortly after that incident per our department policy and GBI's request due to the officer involved shooting.
And did Mr. Williams appear to know where he was and why he was there?
Yes, he appeared completely coherent during our conversations. There was no signs to me of any kind of impairment or anything like that.
Did anyone tell you that he had said that God had told him to go to that house?
During the interview, he told that to me. I don't recall if anybody had said that beforehand or not.
But you did not see anything yourself that would cause you to pause and questioning him?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Attorney Barry, is there any objection as to
In jail. So
Exhibit 470 as to Mr.
Brian Walshe is currently in jail. He was on house arrest for the fraud. Okay. I haven't had my coffee yet. My brain's not clicking.
as a statement of whether or not it was voluntarily, and knowingly?
After watching the interview, the primary thing I wanted to find out was what medications this officer may have known he was under. I do not see anything in the video that would cause me to believe that he didn't do it freely and voluntarily.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Exhibit 470 is admitted.
Now, just to kind of follow up on a couple of those questions. Now, coming from the hospital, probably on some medication, correct?
Yes.
Now, even though on medication, did you have any difficulties communicating with him?
No, I do not.
And did he seem under the influence when you were speaking with him?
No, he did not.
Now, during this interview, did you ever give him a hope of benefit in speaking with you?
No.
Now, I want to ask about the interview itself and kind of the reporting. Are your interviews in one streamed video?
So the video file is broken down into different segments. That segment is based on file size and interview length. So that's why it gets parsed out into different files.
And so when it gets parsed out, is it a continuous video just in segments?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Judge, if I may publish State's Exhibit 4. What's that?
Yes, and do you all need lights off or?
No.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Judge. All right, for the record, I am starting State's Exhibit 470 at 17:24 and 32 seconds.
Okay, go sit. I'm Sir Johnson, Detective. We're talking with you today. What's your name? Matthew. 2 G's. Scott. C-O-T-T. L-A-N-C. What's your date of birth? 1992. Okay. Where do you live? I live in Athens right now. You live in Athens? What's your address? 435 North Church Street.
Okay, I feel like I need to explain something here. I wish they would embiggen this. Mr. Matthew Scott Lance was injured during the time of his arrest because he was, after stabbing a police officer, he got shot. Apparently, it went that way. It didn't move close enough to the nose to end his life. On November 1921, in Sandy Springs, Georgia, police responded to a burglary in process when they confronted Lance. He stabbed a Sandy Springs police officer in the neck. Another police officer shot Lance during the struggle. Lance was subdued, taken into custody, and later connected to the double homicide of Justin and Amber Hicks in Acworth, Georgia. Lance faces 43 charges across 2 counties, including Regdrum, burglary, aggressive assault, cruelty to children. His trial right now is underway. The injuries confirmed he was shot during the arrest. Reports indicate the officer did survive the stabbing, though details on recovery were not disclosed. Despite being injured, he was taken to jail and remains in custody until today. So, yeah, he got shot. A little too far.
Is this what we were talking about as the video is kind of broken up in segments? Yes. Are they about an hour? Correct. So I'm going to move to the second video of 470. I'll restart. So this is the second video on 470, starting at 17:25 and 50 seconds.
What are you majoring in? Cognitive science, so it's like AI and automated systems. Trying to improve the culture of that industry, making it more efficient, more effective, safer technology. Because it can be, it's very good at collecting data. That's kind of an issue these days, securing data in the communities. It was always like that, competition. Congratulations. How long have you lived there? I moved in at the beginning of August. Would have been around August 7th. I was. And then I also live at my house with my parents too. Where's that? It's in Edward. What's that? It's 600 Delphinium, DLPHIN Boulevard. That is 3012. You live in your parents? Yeah, I have mom, dad, officers, a deceased brother. And we have a little cousin who lives with us too. He's since
Oh, my sisters.
my oldest is 30, so she has 2 kids now. And my oldest is 20, 23.
Yeah, they're
The oldest sister saw her earlier, so she was there.
what's your phone?
678 619 708.
That's your phone. All right, what is, you obviously reading right English language? Under the influence of any alcohol or drugs today?
No.
And, your education was obviously college, so you're out. I want to talk to you about what occurred in there today, but I'm going to read your license. All right, so, before I ask you any questions, you must use your rights, okay? So you have the right to consent, anything you say is to include as evidence against you. You have the right to talk to the lawyer before we ask you any questions and have him or with you during questioning. If you cannot afford the lawyer, will be appointed for you without cost, and he or she will be present at all times during questioning. If you desire to answer questions now that I'm lawyer present, you will so ready to stop answering any time to talk to the lawyer. Do you understand this? Can we proceed forward to talking about what happened earlier?
Is there a way that I could just, I guess, if I get uncomfortable with the answer, it's,
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
So that we could proceed.
Okay. So you, all right, I appreciate that. Let's talk through morning. Where did you start your morning at?
It started in my apartment.
In your apartment, where, and what time was that?
Well, I think I had woken up around 2 o'clock to my mom knocking on my door.
And asked?
Yeah. And I was like, well, what is she doing here? That just didn't make sense.
Okay. So what happened after that? What was your?
She had come to tell me that 2 people had been murdered in the house that is behind ours. And she was, coming to ask me, like, were you involved? And I said, no. I was on the way home anyway. And when all of that happened, I didn't hear any of it. They didn't hear any of it. And I had, I guess, left before it had happened. Because I had been going home. And then I went back to Athens because I was just too tired to go home and needed to come back for classes. So that's what I was doing that night before.
So where were you then?
In Athens and then at my home, and I heard that.
What time was that?
The drive down and the drive back.
Yeah.
So I guess I left Athens around 9 and probably got there 10, 15. And then I was at my house for probably 30 or 40 minutes, and then I left.
Okay.
30 or 40 minutes after 10, 15, so it would have been around 11, I guess. That I had left.
What did you?
It's hard to recollect. It was later than, I guess, 11, 30, 40. So maybe it was 12-ish. Yeah, an hour and a half.
What did you drive?
My car.
Which car is it?
It's a black Tesla.
Okay. So your mom comes up here, and she was involved in this. I haven't heard about anything over a cop. So I guess that's.
It was apparently it was super crazy scene.
Oh, yeah, like what?
I don't.
There's less evidence, so we don't know.
Right, so she said, she was like, the hair thing. Someone just like broke into their house and just murdered them. They're living or something. She said, are there a shit ton of police there? Like, is there anything? Like, no, she's like, no, it just happened. I want to make sure you weren't there. And I was like, okay. I was really, I told her that I had been coming home. That, when I got there, I smoked a cigarette in the backyard. I did look at the people's house. It's light. Because there's a big fence in our backyard, and you see the light. Yeah, and she was asking, like, did you look over at their house, or did you hear anything? And I was like, well, yeah, I looked over there and saw a light on or two when I was smoking a cigarette, and then I tried going back towards the park. And then, it was locked. I was lucky. I was gonna go around the front door and get outside and sleep. It was already pretty late. I was just sitting on the floor. And then I was just sitting up, I got my car and sat there.
You left, and then at 2 o'clock, your mom shows up.
That's the.
Or what happens after that?
She just talking to me about, how she just wants me to focus on school and trying to be a hard worker for her and, trying to stay focused and stay out of trouble, which is what I try to do.
I'm sure that's important to your mom.
Mm-hmm. And my dad, they're very respectful people. They want us, they want their kids to be good people and successful. So they have to instill good values. Which I think they have.
Seems like it. You got a good program like that at UGA.
Right. I mean, I was always a smart kid when I went to UGA. I was in enhanced high school, magnet school, percent. So school was kind of always a pretty easy thing for me to get along with. And kind of like a more introverted person, always I was in school very fun, very good stuff. Usually it's a good thing to help socialize more, be more open.
Learning is enjoyable.
Exactly. Some people just don't really learn their best.
Well, something that's a passion, passion. So, how did you, if you were in Athens, how did you end up back in
Or here, I was actually going home again in my car.
Do you remember where that was?
Yeah, it was over near. It was down 75 near California. Like way past 575, like closer to Athens. I'm not sure the actual road name. But
Did you describe the environment? There was restaurants and gas stations.
It was, it's on the 75 drive back from Athens to Kinston.
Wait, do you take?
I want to say, you guys are Sandy Springs, right?
Yeah.
I want to say,
I got you.
All right, so car breaks down, yes, and what happens?
then I just got, started walking.
Where were you going
And I was just kind of staying alone. I was going to be on the car, I guess.
to? So what happened next?
second honestly, I just walked through that neighborhood.
Okay.
And then I just got so much that that house was something I needed to go to. And then, you know, when I was in there, the dogs were very friendly. And then, you know, the lady started saying, "Who are you? What do you do in my house?" And I was saying, "It's me, Matt." She's like, "Oh, I don't know who you are, blah, blah, blah." I said, "Well, maybe I'm just not in the right house." And then she called her son upstairs, Matthew. And she started calling the police after he came down. Afterwards, I'm just standing there for a while. You know, I was thinking about just there's really no way to describe that kind of interaction. You know, when she called the police and you guys showed up, I went upstairs because that's where I thought I had to go check out. I didn't find anything that I was really looking for.
What were you looking
I wasn't really sure. Just some place that felt I needed to be there. And that's really the story.
What happened once the police got there?
Then I was upstairs. And then, you know, they were kind of in the bottom of the stairs. I just went down because I was just up there.
Were they talking to you?
Yes, they were communicating. I was communicating with them.
And you were?
Yes.
What were they saying to you?
Just something, you know, come downstairs. This isn't your house. It's like the next one over. And I was like, that's not right. It was supposed to be here. But I guess it felt more uncertain. And then I started going down the stairs. You know, I saw the load of police. I don't know how many there were. There was probably 7 or 8 of them. I don't know, I guess it kind of freaks me out.
Are you scared?
Not necessarily. I mean, I thought they might have shot me on site.
So what happens next?
I don't know. Based on what happened, I think I could just call a lawyer for other info, correct?
You know, where anytime. I just wanted to tell the truth, you know, like you've been very truthful with me so far. Just kind of your side and your version of events, because I only had one side.
Just the way I described it is, I just kind of punched this dude with that knife. And then,
You know why?
you know, considering I don't think they were gonna let me be after some event like that. I just thought I was gonna jail or prison instantly. And then once obviously the knife punch was thrown, you know, all the officers started action. That one officer got killed, and then I just got lit very quickly. That's because of miracle, I suppose.
Just what?
A miracle, I suppose. But it wasn't hate or anything. There was love in my body, in my heart. I think I was just looking for something that wasn't there. I don't know.
What made you feel like you needed to be in the house?
I would say a message from God.
Can you tell me about your night? Did you bring it with you? Did you drive it to the house?
It was in my car. Because it's been under my ownership. And it's a fixed limit.
Okay.
I believe it's a courtroom. We'll see. Next time.
Where did you carry it in?
I usually don't get it.
Where did you carry it at?
All I did.
Can you show me that? How big? Was it bigger than that?
The hill's pretty long, but the blade is like overall. Yes. There's some shaders.
Anything else you want to tell me about the incident that you had to do so far?
Yeah. I just don't think what I did was worth it. I think I could have just left that house in peace and been on my way to getting my car back up and running and being at school or with my family like I was going to. So I'm sure I'll be okay.
Anything else you want to talk about? You know, for the sake of honesty and us getting help and making sure.
Right, so I've been talking to mental health specialists that, can affirm that let's see. If my, I guess, the pain is lifted, maybe there's more checkups to do, but just talk through it.
Well, we're going to do that. We're going to make sure they have UCR doctors.
You both feel like you need help. I'm here to get you there.
Yeah, I mean,
Anybody that needs help and wants help,
I do,
deserves to go get it.
though I do feel like I don't need that anything.
Well, just, anything else you want to talk about that you think would be good for us to know, or get up your conscience, or, maybe, that's happened in the last several days, that led up to this incident, or after this incident, that you think would be helpful for people.
I think having faith in God is very important.
So you're a believer, a Christian?
Yes.
And you should.
I think God is very real in his life.
I agree. Do you go to church?
It's kind of more like a seasonal, occasional, go to church or something like that.
It doesn't, that doesn't have an effect on whether you on your level of belief, but, the biggest thing is, to be forgiven for your sins, as a Christian, you have to be honest and repent about what you did.
And I have made a spirit of God. I feel like he loves me so because I do.
You think there's anything that he needs to tell you that you need to talk with us about and tell us about, so that it can clear your conscience?
killing is always, killing, I think killing should be like a self-defense, and then, military elimination defense person. So I believe in the concept of self-defense, and the Castleton in Georgia, that kind of stuff. So, have a responsible gun owner.
You have a gun?
Yes, but I don't have it in my possession.
Where is it?
Respect to the answer.
Yeah, I mean, this is your it's not on you, right?
No.
Is it in a safe place that no one can't shoot it?
It's safe and secure.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, have you ever been in a situation where you had to?
No. I mean, I thought when my mom showed up, she had busted the chain off the lock. I was like, grab my pistol off the ground. But that was it, that's all, sir.
What kind of pistol do you have?
It's a Glock.
Wow.
7.
What caliber? 9? Wow, 17.
All of the 17s.
Because you very well.
That was why I was searching over the locks.
Literally
Whole
Glock.
life, till I was 17.
How long have you got?
The pistol.
Where did that? Oh, I've been there. It's a good place. Do you, are you a specific ammo kind of guy, or?
I shoot like FMJs. And then nothing just good all the points.
Okay. What kind do you keep your gun?
The brass with copper.
Copper jacket.
Yes. The hollow points. They have like different kinds of something. I just know that I was shooting guns. I know that makes good hollow points.
I'm just curious because we don't have anything to do with guns, so why would you want to tell me where your gun is?
I don't know, I think it's just like relevant for the aspect of evidence. I just think it's just in a safe, locked in the house.
Okay, but it's locked up.
Yeah. The parents have.
Okay, because the big thing we just worry about, things like this go down people in other people's houses so many times that people, that a lot of different folks do, and they got guns and they end up just out in the woods somewhere. We just don't want a kid to get it or something like that. That's why we're asking about guns.
Yeah,
It's nothing about you. I just don't want little Johnny to go run through the woods and pick it up. That'd be a little tragedy.
And that'd be pretty heavy in the morning.
Yeah, I think.
Being a Christian, it would.
Killing kids, I mean, come on. Anyway, that's always a tragedy.
Okay. I'm gonna step back. Are you sure there's nothing you wanna? You need a trash can?
Let's see.
Sure there's nothing else you wanna talk about this incident? That would help you ease yourself?
You need more water. I got you.
All just hang out for a minute.
Fresh cup, all right?
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 17:53 and 3 seconds. Now, at this point in your interview, do you start looking into a potential other incident?
Yes.
And were you able to identify a potential situation that needs to be looked into?
Yes. So when we stepped out, when Sergeant Johnson and I stepped out, we spoke to other detectives and our intel analysts who had been watching that interview and were trying to dig up other information. And that's when it became increasingly apparent that there was another incident involved, and the Cobb County incident got brought to light, the recent homicide.
Now, once you kind of identified that potential incident, did you or someone from your agency reach out to Cobb County?
Yes, I believe it was one of our intelligence analysts had reached out to Cobb County to get them in the loop.
And at some point, did they come to the headquarters and interview them?
They did.
Now, just to kind of ask some additional questions as to that interview. Now, was that interview conducted in the same room?
Yes.
And at some point, did detectives from Cobb County come and interview the defendant as he is seated there, as we saw?
Yes.
Now, at some point after kind of going over all of that, did you and Sergeant Johnson come back in and continue your interview?
We did.
So now I'm going to skip to that portion when you come back into the interview, and that's on this one video 3 of State Exhibit 470.
Judge, I may have some questions. It's a new interview. I'd like to ask you questions. Okay.
Concerning the first one, yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. When you restarted this interview, and how long were you out before you came back in?
I'm not exactly sure how long it was that we were out of the room.
15, 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, it wasn't a very long time period. So yeah, within a half an hour.
Okay, within a half hour. Did you reread his Miranda warnings?
No, we did not.
Okay. Even though you had a new situation that you wanted to ask questions about?
That's correct. He had already been advised of those and was still in our custody, so.
Okay. And you saw that he was beginning to get maybe sick there at the end?
Yes.
And did you ask him anything about that, whether he felt like he could continue or anything of that nature?
Other than asking if he needed the trash can kind of right before we left, that was all I recall. And I don't remember if when we restarted, if I brought that up again or not.
All right. And the Cobb County officers, when did they arrive?
I don't know the exact time they arrived. Sometime I'm guessing around 6 p.m. So.
And you were still interviewing?
Yes.
All right. And did they come into the interview room?
They did after we went out and convened with them, and then they came in.
Okay. And was there Miranda warnings read at that point?
I don't recall if they read him an independent Miranda warning or not.
Okay. All right, thank you. Judge, we would object to any continuing playing of the video because we think it's a violation. The fact that they waited 30 minutes before they came back in. This is a new interview, and we feel like they did not read it Miranda warning. Consequently, anything from here on would not be admissible.
You're talking about the interview that continues with Sandy Springs Police Department, or the interview that he's referring to with Cobb County?
A continuation, when they were gone for 30 minutes and then came back in, didn't remind him of his constitutional rights or didn't read the Miranda warning again, then we think that's a violation.
Okay, I'll hear from the state.
So that's just not required. This is a continuation of.
Okay, what is happening here? Let me explain. Not a bad attempt by the defense's attorney. I'll give him that credit. Not a bad attempt. However, that said, he's arguing that because the investigators left the room for more than 30 minutes and came back in, that they did not reread him his Miranda rights. That's not the way it works, boo. Once it's read, once you invoke it or deny the right to have counsel with you, every time they enter and leave the room, they are not required to read those Miranda rights as far as my understanding of the law. Let's see what they say.
Interview that they have already been conducting. So, I mean, it's not a violation. I had already asked the officer at any point, he unequivocally wanted to withdraw and stop speaking. So there's just not a violation. It's just a continuation of the same interview, which is done in almost every case where interviews are conducted. They step out and you come right back in. It is not required for Miranda to be reread to him in 30-minute gap.
Yeah, I would agree if they'd gone out for 5 minutes, take a break or something like that. This is an interview where they are gathering other information about another case. And they waited maybe 30 minutes before they came back in, knowing that they were going to be interviewing about another case, and they did not read Miranda. I think that puts it in a different category.
Objections.
So here I have pulled up the law. I pulled it up. Short answer is no. Investigators in Massachusetts are not automatically required to read Miranda rights after a short break, like 30 minutes, if the suspect has already waived their rights and the interrogation is simply resuming. However, if the circumstances change significantly, such as a new interrogation session hours or days later at a different location with new officers questioning, the courts may expect the warning to be repeated to ensure the waiver remains valid. The Miranda basics. Under Miranda versus Arizona, police must advise the suspect of their rights before custodial interrogation. The right to remain silent, the right to an attorney, and anything said can be used against them. In the Massachusetts application, courts follow federal standards, so by applying, but also apply protections under Article 12 of Massachusetts Declaration of Rights. Once a suspect has been properly advised of voluntary waives their rights, questioning may proceed. Short breaks like 30 minutes, courts generally hold the Miranda warning remains valid if the suspect has already been advised and waived them, unless the evidence of the suspect forgot or is confused. Long breaks or new sessions if question resumes in a substantial delay, hours or days, or if the officer being questioned, or if new officers begin questioning, courts often expect the Miranda warning to be repeated to ensure the waiver is still knowledge and voluntary. It's not going to throw the case out based if they did not. Changes in circumstances, moving to a new location, changing the subject matter of the interrogation, re-entering questioning after suspect invokes the silence of counsel, we would require a fresh warning. In Commonwealth versus Clark, the Supreme Judicial Court emphasized that suspects' rights must be scrupulously honored. If a suspect invokes silence or counsel, police must stop questioning and cannot resume without re-warning the person. In Massachusetts, a 30-minute pause is the same interrogation section, does not require rereading of Miranda rights. So, kudos to you, attorney. Nice try, but not applicable here in your situation. Sorry, boo.
Noted, but I'm gonna overrule the objection. The objection is noted for the record. You may continue.
Thank you, Judge. And so just to go back to
Sure.
Exhibit 470, which has already been admitted to evidence, Disc 2, video 1, starting at 18:04 and 16 seconds.
Good man. Good on water. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I wanted to touch back on the Mac part. And, you know, kind of the message you were getting. You talked about that research, that girl, what was it, Myers?
Yeah.
You know, there obviously good information for us because there's a witness now, I wouldn't solve matters. And you said you're talking to cigarettes.
All I saw was that they had like a Bible, and I guess it's their bathroom. And then it's really awesome that you somebody said like the pencil. That's awesome.
Did you show up for anything?
No, I had like the there, and when I was like thinking about it, I had left days before it happened.
Did you see anything suspicious with that?
No, I can't think of any suspicions.
Hear anything?
No, that's weird.
Why? I wasn't.
I'm also like shooting here. It's just such
Have you ever done it?
when I was a kid, one of our parents' parents just lived there, and we were kind of good friends with the kids. So we were just friends. But then
Do you know who was there at?
no. I mean, she said it was just like a random couple. So
Is there a case of it?
I'm not sure. I think the people that lived there before they were a kid.
I was still.
The old people that stood, I don't know, it was young. I think.
What about the people that live there now?
I guess they're dead now.
Yeah, I guess.
That neighborhood wasn't that bad actually, so it's something like that.
Yeah. You got bad kids?
I don't know. They must have been pretty like recently, I guess. I'm not sure they had to do. I don't know. Yeah. No.
Do that, the whole baby now. And you sit here and we're big passion for kids.
Well, it pains me to know about their parents like that. That's just.
was in there.
In the house. What do you mean? It's over here. Oh, the little kid was in the house and all that happened. From me? Or from?
I mean, I didn't know about that incident, but you started talking about earlier, so I would have read the news article.
That's what you said, it was like that, it's hard. Yeah, apparently that little kid was home for all that. Well, that hurts, I guess. How did they take it? Did they take the,
Do you know?
no, I don't know. I was just gonna ask, did they like take it to the?
I hope so.
The orphan is such a hard thing to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, kids. You said you didn't know in the house. The dude also said that she might have been pregnant.
That's great.
Those really cute kids.
So interested. She would have heard or seen. Everything going on right here is off to the side right now. I mean, all I saw was the lights were on.
How much life was it?
It was, I guess there. It's like a window above the middle of the house. And, you know, my brother was, I think, getting harassed by the whole police through there, through that window, so it was just super great.
They were arrested, but
I believe so.
what they
I don't think they ever really found out.
were they prosecuted for it?
No. Because.
Yeah, things happen, people make mistakes, but it's just important for that little kid, to have something to, some sort of justice, some sort of closure, because, I mean, we were talking about earlier, I think we're all Christians in the room,
I don't know if you think that a will grow up knowing that pain.
I could. But I
Just saying their parents.
yeah, but I think what could help with that pain is closure and honesty and doing the Christian thing, because
Well, unfortunately, I don't have anything to let them know the information about it, because.
you don't have anybody that does.
No. Besides, like, whatever, I guess the local police were there. Besides what they found, I don't know.
Yeah. Have you heard anything what they found in one time? You probably has better knowledge than we do, because all we can read is what's on the news, so what all did she say? How did she?
I don't know, I mean, she must have, I guess, seen the police in the morning or whatever. And she was just like, do you know anything about 2 people being murdered, you know, in the neighbor's house on her? That sounds like, no, that's unbelievable. I'm just saying, and I told her about how, so I'm just say right back to her definition or understanding my car limitations. And that vibe off to me. I just can't have kind of things.
Also, we got news. We can't keep crap from those articles. Did she say how they were killed? Because we can't even get that.
I think she said they were shot.
What do you think?
And I wouldn't know. Yeah. I don't get the feeling that I knew somebody's up to something, you know, when I was looking at that house anyway. I guess they just broke in.
What do you think about the person that did it? What do you think about them? What kind of person do you think they're?
How brutal was it?
I don't really know.
Was it even brutal?
Well, it's not in our jurisdiction, so we don't.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking you're gonna be a great witness, so. I just want
I wouldn't be able to say anything. It was just,
I mean, what's your opinion? What do you think? What kind of person? You think of somebody that made a mistake or had a hunch about something?
maybe it was, I mean, I would say it was a coincidence that it happened on the same night as I showed up. But I didn't hear anything, which is crazy. I mean, or someone could have just been trying to rob and they got scared. I don't know. Just sitting there, I don't know, but it's nuts. But it was broken in the door or something.
Your mom was talking to you about it. Did she hear from anybody who were in the house they were or anything?
No, she didn't really. She might have. I can't really remember what she was saying. I was just trying not to like get too worked up about like that happening. So I was sitting there. I was kind of like, that's a little close to my mind.
What do you think should happen to the person?
I guess it depends, like, with what intention it was even like attempted at. Like, I don't know what they were trying to do, which is always a weird word.
I should think about that kid, you know? That poor kid and what he's going through right now, what he's gonna go through as he grows up. Just weighs on my heart. About the child. You know? You'd rather behind your house.
You would get a case to live with, not having any idea what happened to his parents. It's heartbreaking.
Something like that's just
I could imagine how the world would look like that.
you know, a lot of orphans do it now, which is the best part. You know, they can grow up to be some of the most successful people just wait them on, hope that for that, we're good, for sure. I say prayers for, we pray for the kid and all his sister, and they have so much, yeah. I never used to be super religious, but God really helped me find a lot of strength in myself and others. So I keep them close to my heart.
Yeah, I kind of get this vibe from you, with your religion and God, and kind of our connection here. That there's something there that you want to help bring peace or healing to somebody.
I think the energy might have been off for some reason. And maybe that was where, I guess, just from a sense of me being at home in the backyard and noticing the lights looking a little like wicked, I guess. I was kind of put off by it.
Yeah, I think you were there for a reason,
It's just to notice, I suppose. Yeah,
God was there for a reason, so you could
throw some clarity to myself, I suppose, and be able to say prayer and find some peace with it.
Sometimes we all go through a lot of feel like God goes there for a reason. Everybody's happening.
But I was kind of not a believer when I was younger. I was more of a atheistic science believer.
To allow me to switch to the next.
Record. This is still states exhibit, I believe 470. That's 470. Now this is disc 2, video 1, presuming where the previous video.
I'm sorry, Mr. Horowitz, I have a little difficult.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 470, still but disc 2, video 1, a continuation from the previous video on disc 1, video 3. And
But I was always, knowledgeable of concept of Christianity and its values. So I tell myself, yeah, it means it works. I'm more confident, love her God.
If anything, to repent on how to live your life.
and the God and how we navigate mistakes, It's definitely, because Jesus came back for the sinners, to wash people of their sins so that they can have second chance life.
That's a courageous sinner.
God sent his only son back in a world of filth and sin, so that we could have an afterlife. But through his son, there are things that as Christians we have to do as well. We have to be like Jesus, act like Jesus, abide by his ultimate word.
He is a very intelligent being, and knows love with confidence.
And he was murdered for that.
That's it's just ignorance, I think. The old times. The eternal love that he had to offer. It takes time to love like that. It's hard. And it's worth it, it's sure. So, being in that place in your heart and mind.
Do you know if they love behind you? Were they officers?
I'm not sure. I think, you know, people who live before they're that, but, the dude who originally bought the house, I think was probably pretty Christian. He probably believed, you know, that might have passed on to his children. These new people, I'm not sure.
Did you ever go to the house, the new, like, just sort of meet them, say, hey, how you doing? Maybe.
No, it was kind of like a suspect, like, I didn't just even like involve myself in that house, like, because my brother was so entangled by something that was happening.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that, and the relationship they have?
With all due respect, it was just, I think he was being harassed, and it just kind of,
Did you ever try to help them with that?
yeah, I mean, that's right, I do with my friends and family, try to talk to them, be logical, and listen to their issues, and responsibilities, and feelings. I try to work with them. Maybe see if they can find somewhere.
Yeah, it's really good. Are you still trying to, I know you said your brother passed, I'm very sorry about that. Are you still trying to help clear some stuff up for your brother?
He was a great soul. He was always one of my best friend. It's not a tragedy on the family to be said, especially in such a short manner. It was, I mean, it's been pretty hard for me. That's why I've been talking to, you know, the mental health specialists reliably and with confidence. So I can show them that I'm, you know, not trying to like devolve into something that's important.
Having somebody to confide in is huge.
It really is.
I've been there.
Talking with people about their problems is a really good way to, I think, heal the soul.
Yeah.
Just if you're struggling.
The best way to, I mean, is to get it all out. I'm literally, it'll kill you, both emotionally and physically. You can't keep stuff like that on the conscience. I mean, number one, for your well-being, but number two, for your faith. You can't.
Well, I don't have any way in my conscience about me being there.
If you, hypothetically, if you weren't, would you? If you were there?
I don't know. I've never like killed anybody, so
What about today?
I didn't do that. I was done. With respect. I say prayers,
He's got 3 little kids at home. He's never seen their dad.
More kids.
How do you think they know yet?
yeah, short horse. It depends. I thought I was gonna be taken away, I suppose.
Today? Was there anything that put you kind of in that state of mind where you were out walking around and looking at houses and having, you know, hunches that you needed to enter? Was there something that might have occurred earlier that would put you in that state?
Sometimes we see people that are in a time of crisis, some terrible events happen in their life, and things kind of get inexplicable from there for a little bit.
It really
Seemed like a decent enough dude to me, and did something just go completely awry for you that you just walking around people's houses? Like, it just, that's what doesn't add up, you know? We just,
I I only walked into that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, yeah, so that house.
Yes, I mean, there was a special lunch, I guess, we'll go on, but.
What was he telling you?
This is you. And then, you know, I was. It's just, not talk anymore, because I think I said what I need to say.
Do you want me to let, where do you live?
At work.
Do you, want me to talk with, find out who's handling that case so that you can get their discount? Would you do that?
Do you think that I could provide good information?
I do. I really do. I think that'd be the Christian thing to do.
I suppose I could help if that would alleviate hunger.
I
really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I appreciate sticking with us today. I know a lot of things happened, but your honesty, obviously, that's what sets you free. And that's what gives you peace. So if there's nothing else you want to talk to me about, or tell me about, you know, we'll, but
You guys, yes, sir. I'll say a prayer for you, man. I mean, I'm in due diligence to talk to God about, you know, my neighbors and make sure they're okay.
spend some time talking to him because I think that God will reach out to you and tell you to do better than, you know. That's really cool. Make sure I was there for.
So you know what trust I really like trust. Security and trust.
I think we established that here, that trust security.
I always felt like I tried to promote trustworthiness as a person I'm the same. It's one of the most valuable things.
Well, I'm gonna give you a minute to be alone with God, and hopefully He speaks to you. And
He's significantly blessed my life. I deserve to live in.
I have a hunch that he's gonna talk to you right now when I get out of this room, and I think maybe you'll have something to help us, help somebody, and help that child. I mean, I think that's what he's gonna work for you to help that.
Right, now, you know, we can talk about possibly witnessing for evidence of hearing or just for evidence or just
to help them, find out who did this. So, all right, well, we'll go work on that, and I'll leave you to make sure it's quiet in here so that I was gonna speak to you soon.
Can I get another one?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll be very fresh.
For the record, I'm stopping this video at 18:31 and 33 seconds. Now, Detective, we kind of previously talked about how you spoke with Cobb County, and just for record purposes. Oh, sorry. Small, very small, so I was going to come up here and point. Now, down here on the video, what is the current time? All right, what is the current time of when y'all left the interview room?
That was 6:31 p.m.
Okay, and so then, at some point after 6:31, does Cobb County detectives come and interview Mr. Lands here in the same room?
Yes.
And was that recorded as well?
It was.
And through the same system in segments like we've seen?
Yes.
With your testimony?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask just a couple of questions about the burglary case itself, were you the lead detective in that?
I was.
Now, were you tasked with trying to locate the defendant's vehicle that you heard about in the interview?
Yes.
Now, was his, or let me back up one question. Were you able to identify the type of vehicle that he drove?
Yes.
How were you able to do that?
So through public record searches and through law enforcement databases, I and our intel analysts were able to determine that it was a 2018 Lexus sedan.
And that sedan, was that able to be located?
It was. Once we identified the vehicle, we were able to use those same databases to identify a license plate number. And we used searchable license plate reader systems to get an idea that the vehicle was somewhere in the location of Northside Drive and New Northside Drive.
Now, was that car specifically found?
It was.
And where was it specifically found?
And outside of 5665 New Northside Drive.
Now, in relation to the 90 Cameron Glen house, where was that car located?
If you were to follow the roads walking, it would be about 1.5 miles.
Now, is it a shorter distance if you would walk through the woods?
Yes.
Now, once that vehicle was located, what did you do next?
So the officers that located the vehicle impounded it and had it towed to our headquarters, and then I obtained a search warrant through Fulton County Magistrate Court to search that vehicle for any evidence that might link Mr. Lands or the vehicle to our crime here in Fulton County.
And so was the vehicle taken from its location on New Northside Drive to a location?
Yes.
And where is that location?
So at Sandy Springs Police, we had a secured impound cage for processing vehicles behind our detective's office. It was dropped in that cage.
Now, is that the same location where you had interviewed Mr. Lands?
Yes, same building.
All right. Now, were photographs taken of that vehicle?
There were.
Now, as it pertains to this case here, after that point, did you have any other additional involvement?
No, I didn't. I passed off the search warrant to the investigators that executed that, and I passed off the rest of the case to Cobb County. My only involvement was taking out the Fulton County arrest warrants.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Attorney Barry, is there any cross? Session?
Keep going.
Okay, you may proceed.
Did you actually search the vehicle after it was located?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, was that Cobb County that did the search?
I know that Detective Tomlin with Sandy Springs took lead on that. Tomlin, Tomlin. And I believe Cobb County worked hand in hand with him on that, but I wasn't part of it, so I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you given any information about anything that was found, any trace evidence found in the home?
I don't believe so, I don't recall.
No glass shards in the vehicle on the floorboard or anything of that nature that you know of?
Not that I can think of right now, no, sir.
And I think you already indicated you don't know what time exactly the Cobb County Police arrived, correct?
That's right.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Any comments, is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Judge.
Right, and this witness be excused?
Yes, Judge.
Any objection? Right, so I think you're excused.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay, I think it might be a good time for a break for about an hour before to give everybody an opportunity for a break. Let's come back at about 10:45. Sorry, thanks. Stand in recess. Wait, hold on a second, Brian. Let's say 10:30. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. What the hell? I just went through all that for nothing. All right, gremlins, get away. The mic was green. The mic button is green. Why were you guys not hearing it? Damn it. Start again. I'm going to give a dramatic recap of the script of the interrogations of the parents, and then we're going to go through his, okay? The courtroom lights dim slightly as the screen flickers to life. The jurors lean forward, eyes fixed on the grainy police footage. Inside a stark interrogation room, Matthew Lanz's parents sit across from detectives. Their faces are etched with disbelief, fear, and weight of the unthinkable. The father's statement, including the words bullet and done it, leans heavy in the air. Scott Lanz, his voice steady but heavy, delivers the line that silences the room. If the bullet matches, he's done it. As that is said, the jurors shift uneasily in their seats. The word hangs in the air. Prosecutors seize the moment, reminding the jurors that even Lance's own father recognizes the damning power of the forensic evidence. The defense counteracts, saying, the defense challenges the emotional weight. The defense pushes back. This is not proof. It is not proof. It is a father's guilt, not evidence, but the damage is already done. The jurors have heard the parents' resignation. The video fades out. leaving the courtroom tense in silence. Was this the voice of truth or a cry of a father's crushed by speculation? That is the beginning of the parents' interrogation video. I really feel sad because the mother was left vomiting with the thought of her son unaliving somebody. So we have now the Matthew Lance's interrogation itself revealed disturbing details about his mindset, behavior, and evidence investigators confront him with. Unlike the video of his parents, this was Lance's own questioning by police after the Red Room of Justin and Amber Hicks in November 21. The setting and the context. Lance was arrested 2 days after the murders following the violent encounter with police in Sandy Springs. During the questioning, detectives pressed him about the motive on that night, November 17th of 2021, when Hicks was unalived. He was already linked to the crime scene through surveillance videos showing him near the Hicks home between 9:30 and 10:10 p.m. The police confronted Lance with the likelihood that the bullet recovered from the victim would match his weapon. They showed him clips of himself walking around the Hicks's property. Investigators probed his apparent obsession with the Hicks's house, which his parents have mentioned in their own interviews. Lance's response was largely evasive, offering little explanation for why he was near the Hicks home. He denied knowing the victims personally, but admitted to being in the area. His demeanor was described as flat and unemotional, contrasting sharply with the emotional reactions of his parents. At this point, he appeared confused, detached, and the prosecutors argued reflectionist calculation attempt to avoid incrimination. The video was played in the courtroom to show Lance's lack of remorse and evasiveness. Prosecutors highlighted how he avoided the direct answers when confronted with forensic evidence. Combined with his father's statement, if the bullets match, he'd done it, the interrogation underscored the strength of the state's case. Defense strategy is that Lance's attorneys argued that his detached demeanor was not proof of guilt, but a reflective of shock and confusion. They emphasized that he never confessed during interrogation and that the circumstantial evidence could not outweigh the absence of admission. The interrogation itself painted Lance as evasive, detached, and unable to explain incriminating evidence. Prosecutors are using it to show consciousness of guilt, while the defense insists and reflects confusion rather than admission. Together, his parents' interrogation, it forms a powerful narrative, family emotion versus Lance's cold silence. Wow. I'm sorry about that, y'all. We got a little glitchy. I'm going to do a comparison. I'm going to compare the parents with, or I have compared it. I'm going to share it with you. I got to get it up though. Y'all, I hate it when I can't quit yawning, but it's cool this morning. It's overcast. It's one of those days I just want to curl up and go night-night. Okay. So we're going to compare. In one room, we had the father's voice trembles with resignation. In another, the son's silence chills in the air. Together, they form a heartbeat of day 3 in the Lance trial. The parents' interrogation was, God, that camera person. The Stark police interview room, parents seated faces are drawn. The father, oh my gosh, he says it and you can't unring the bell. If the bullet matches, he done it. The father's words, heavy with grief, echo louder than any prosecution's argument. Ow, that hurts. The jurors shift. Prosecutors underline the statement of corroboration to forensic evidence. Lance seated, arms crossed, expressions are flat. Surveillance ballistics show the footage of him near the Hicks home. Press doubt about bullets that may match his weapon. I don't know them, he says in a very detached voice, avoids eye contact, offers no explanation. Where his father gave words, Lance gave silence. Where grief spoke, evasion answered. The contrast and commentary splits like crazy. The father, anguished face. Hold on. This in and out driving me crazy. The anguish on the father's face when he states the bullet matches compared to the blank stares of no answers of his son. The two interrogation, two truths, one emotional collapse, one of cold denial. Together they frame the prosecution's case. The family emotions against the son's silence. And that is where we are. I really felt bad for the parents. I felt horrible for the mother who was vomiting when she found out what her son had done. Yes. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Diane, are you okay? And did you get the information about the school classes? Short break? I don't know if that's a short break. Oh, I think when they come back, I'm going to fix me some oatmeal. I need something warm in my tummy. Okay, I want to go through two different things while we're here. While we're awaiting all of this. Oh, snap it. Come on. You're not going to come up. There we go. Why does things always get glitchy? Okay. So I want to share with you quickly about a story named Anna Kepner. Anna Kepner's body was found under her bed in her stateroom on the Carnival cruise ship. Anna Kepner was on a family vacation aboard the Carnival Horizon at the time of her death. The FBI investigates the death of a teen that occurred in international waters during a family vacation. She was 18 years old and reportedly found dead under her bed in her stateroom cabin aboard the Carnival Horizon cruise early in November. She had that type of energy that just drew you in with her smiles, relatives stated after her death. The police are investigating the death of a teen whose body was found aboard the cruise ship. The high school cheerleader was found dead while traveling on the cruise ship on November 8th. A housekeeper found her remains under the bed in the stateroom. The death of a guest traveling on the Carnival Horizon voyage that returned to Port Miami on Saturday morning, November 8th is being investigated. Cruise line spokesperson told People magazine. Since this ongoing matter under jurisdiction of law enforcement, this is up to the FBI Miami Police Affairs Office to provide further details. This is happening in international waters, so the laws are different. Kipper had been traveling to the Caribbean with her dad, his wife, and three of Kipner's step-siblings when she was discovered dead on the Carnival cruise ships while it was en route back to Miami, where it docked November 8th. The family said that the high schooler told them the night before she died that she was not feeling well, so she went back to her room. It was after her death, the teen's loved one said Kipper was a people person. She loved being around people, and she had the type of energy that drew you in the moment she came in the room. The teen had planned to join the military once she graduated in May, had already done the necessary testing. She was already talking to recruiters and had chosen her career path. She wanted to do something that would help her community, and her family was proud. The investigation remains ongoing at this time. So I kind of want to keep an eye out on that case. That's kind of interesting. Horrible. And here's one more news article I need to read to you guys. I got 3. Police state that 8 people were injured after pepper spray attack on the San Antonio River Walk. By the way, I've done that. I used to give tours on those barges. On the River Walk, there's these barges that you can, boats, whatever you call them, that you can, gosh, y'all, it's one of those mornings I can't stop it. That you can take a little river cruise on, and I used to be in my crown and gown and on special occasions and help give the tours. What is being a peaceful night in San Antonio Riverwalk turned the sour for visitors over the weekend. Several occupants on one of the city's iconic boat rides was pepper sprayed by an individual who became upset while on board, according to preliminary investigation by SAPD. Officers were dispatched to the 500 block of the Riverwalk for an assault reported on Saturday, November 15th, approximately 8:34 p.m. Upon their arrival, they received a jolting account of multiple witnesses about what had transpired on the Go Rio River cruise just 5 minutes before. The Go River cruise accommodates up to 37 passengers that takes them through a colorful journey through the tourist site. Narrative trips typically take about a half an hour and run from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. The endeavor aims to showcase the city's culture, history, architecture, and timeless charm. However, numerous people had their tour interrupted, likely tainting their experience. Yeah, I think. Authorities say that the witnesses claims an unknown female suspect. Why did that stop? I'll finish this and then we'll go into court. An unknown female suspect was on the boat ride and had her phone on loudly. Evidently, the boat operator asked the suspect to turn down the volume. She got very angry. The social media user caught portions of the event on camera. They tell My San Antonio News. TikTok posts on the account, Fatigued in America, showed an individual arguing with another passenger and making remarks such as, "Stop recording me before I slap you. I'll kill your ass." The creator responded to a comment left on one of their clips they recorded saying that the operator had asked the woman to get off the boat because the sound was impacting the people's ability to hear the tour's script. The man next to her said, "Ma'am, the operator's talking to you." She then got off the boat and pepper sprayed 2 families, and one had a baby that was severely affected, and the mother was terrified for her child. Oh, y'all. So I'm going to be watching this. This may go to court. If it does, we'll be watching it quickly. Well, I'll save the other one for the next break. Let's get into court.
Sandy Springs Police Department.
How many years have you been with Sandy Springs Police?
I started in 2016, so just under 10.
And what is your role with Sandy Springs Police?
I currently am assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
As a detective?
Correct.
How many years total have you been in law enforcement?
It's gonna be just under 13 years. I started with Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Wonderful. And you're post certified?
I am.
Excellent. I want to draw your attention to November 19th, 2021. Were you with Sandy Springs Police Department at that time?
I was.
And did you have an occasion to get called out to 90 Cameron Glen Drive in Atlanta?
It's the Sandy Springs address,
yes.
but yes, I was made aware of this, that occurred there.
Okay, and at that time, when you were made aware of that incident, were you in some sort of training?
I was in a training class in Roswell.
Did they ask you to respond to the scene?
That's correct. My supervisor requested me and the detective leave training and respond to the scene due to the nature of the incident.
Once you responded to the scene, where was your attention drawn, or what did you start to do?
I was first responded to headquarters where we received the assignment to go see if we could locate the suspect's vehicle. We were made aware one of our officers had been injured in an incident, and the suspect's vehicle would be parked nearby.
Were you given information as to the make and model of that vehicle?
Yes.
And do you recall what type of vehicle it was?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
That's okay. Where did you start your search for the vehicle?
I believe I started somewhere in the neighborhood where the incident occurred, and I kind of worked my way out.
And why is it that, I guess, explain for the court what type of investigation you held in trying to determine where this car was located?
Sure. At that time, I was assigned to the street crimes unit where we track pattern criminal activity. And we had a rash of burglaries at that time. We were also working. And so I believe more than likely those burglars were used for parking in streets nearby and crossing through woods to get to homes.
So did you think that the incident you were responding to was potentially related to this other string of burglaries that you were working?
Initially, yes.
Obviously, in the end, did it have any relationship whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Nonetheless, because you were working this other string of burglaries, where did you conduct your search?
So I ended up conducting my search along the north side drive, just off Interstate 285. The woods in that neighborhood backed up to that area, and they were pretty decent sized woods, but I believe it was possible that the suspect had gone to the woods to get to those homes.
Thank you.
Is that kind of what you had seen with this other string of burglaries, is walking through woods to a different location to where they would park their vehicles?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as state 675 and previously shown to defense counsel. Have you seen this map previously?
I have.
And did you recognize the map?
I do.
How is it that you recognize the map?
This is the western edge of the city of Sandy Springs.
And does it include both the location in which you found the vehicle as well as the incident location?
It includes them.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that area and those two addresses?
It is.
At this time, state moves to tender state's exhibit 675 into evidence.
Any objection? Okay, state 675 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes.
And that little screen in front of you should be showing the same image here. So what is this highway that we see kind of in the center of the picture?
It's labeled the perimeter, but that's Interstate 285.
And then you mentioned New Northside Drive. What was the exact address of where you ended up locating the suspect vehicle?
It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac that I don't know if you can see. It would have been right next to 5665 New Northside Drive. There's a small cul-de-sac in that area that where the woods, where it starts where the woods begin, and the vehicle is located along that area.
And how close is this 5665 New Northside Drive to the 285?
It's right off the interstate, like, I mean, less than a quarter mile.
Now, if you were to be on foot, are you able to walk more directly from 5665 New Northside Drive to 90 Cameron Glen Drive?
Yes, if you cross through the woods.
Now, we also see that there's this little body of water here. Is that something that you can just kind of hop over?
I believe it's a creek. I don't remember the size of the creek though.
Now, when you found this vehicle, and let me back up. Did the vehicle that you found, did it match the vehicle that you were looking for?
Yes.
Was it the same make, model, and license plate number?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine whether you, whether the vehicle was able to be operated?
No, it was looked like it appeared to be a van that had left there at that point.
And so what did you do?
I requested our tow truck company, which is ATOW, and I just kept watching the vehicle until the tow truck company responded.
Did you enter the vehicle in any way before it was towed?
No.
Once the tow truck arrived on scene, were they able to attach the vehicle to the tow truck?
I believe so, yes.
And where was the car towed?
It was in police headquarters.
Did you follow the tow truck?
I did.
And once the vehicle was then at police headquarters, was it kind of turned over to a different detective for getting a search warrant and searching the vehicle?
That's correct.
From there, after you followed the tow truck to police headquarters, where did you go?
I responded back to police headquarters, obviously with the vehicle, and I was requested in Norfolk to sit with the accused.
And when you say North Fulton, is that a hospital facility?
Yeah, Norfolk is a hospital up in the city of Rossville.
So at that point in time, was Mr. Lambs already at the North Fulton Hospital?
That is correct.
Now, when you're at a hospital, are you even able to get any information as to what drugs someone may be prescribed or given during next day?
No, they don't typically give that information out.
Nonetheless, did you stay at the hospital until he was released?
I did.
Was he released that same day?
He was.
From there, were you part of the transport team that was responsible for Mr. Lambs?
I was.
From the hospital, where did you transport him?
He was transported to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters.
Was that for purposes of an interview?
For an interview and then so we could pick up paperwork to transport to jail.
And then once you were at headquarters, did you stand by at headquarters?
I did.
Were you intimately aware of or watching all of his interviews?
Not that I recall.
Nonetheless, were you asked to just stay there until all of the police interviews were done so that your team could have him transported to the jail?
Yes, we stood by until we were requested to finish the transport to full county.
And who else were you with that day?
Detective Donaldson.
And is that Donelson?
Donelson, that's correct.
So after he was through at headquarters, were you and Donaldson responsible for getting him safely from headquarters to the jail?
That is correct.
And that jail was at Fulton County?
That is Fulton County Jail, correct.
Did you put him into the patrol car?
Yes,
Whose patrol car was he inside of?
he was transported in Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle.
He was transported.
In Detective Donaldson's patrol vehicle?
And was that patrol car equipped with audio and video?
It was.
Alright, is that the patrol car video that you've seen previously?
It is.
And prior to testifying, did you review the entirety of that patrol car video?
I did.
Alright, and are you actually at least heard getting him into that vehicle?
Correct.
Alright, and are you also then at the Fulton jail and assisting getting him out of the vehicle?
Correct.
And the timestamps of that transport, was that all accurate to encompass the entirety of the transport from when you put him into the vehicle until he was taken out of Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
Right, and is that all fair and accurate recording of his time inside Donaldson's vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, state moves to tender states 469 into evidence, which is the in-car video from Detective Donaldson's vehicle depicting Mr. Lambs.
Any objection?
No, no.
States 469 is admitted.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, and we will jump forward to 5 minutes and 48 seconds. And before we get started, any responding voice that we hear, is that Detective Donaldson's voice?
That is correct.
So for the record, we are starting this 5 minutes and 48 seconds into this vehicle. The timestamp on the video is November 20th, 2021, I apologize, at 1:29 a.m.
Family doesn't even know that, we're at. Threatened and, yeah, almost beat to death or whatever on the curb of intimidation. They don't know that I'm okay, I don't think. But I don't know, I'll let them know on the phone, I guess.
I can't hear you. You gotta speak up.
Never mind. Bruh, did you see how close that neck shot was to brainsteming me? Bro, that shit probably should have just happened, on God. I'm just saying, bro, like, even though I know in my heart it was that justified absolution, I still feel pain for knowing that there was a child or whatever in that lady's belly.
You still feel what?
Huh?
What did you say?
I still feel terrible about knowing that there was a baby in that woman's body.
Which woman?
Bro, is that true? Was she pregnant
What
with
are
twins?
you talking about?
I'm just saying, dude, like, was the lady pregnant? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe.
For the record, we're stopping that at 8 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording, the timestamp on the video being 1:32 and 44 seconds. Now, Detective Dwyer, do you recall whether you or Donaldson had any knowledge or intimate details of the Cobb County murders at that point in time?
At that point in time, I do not believe we did. I mean, we may have been aware Cobb County was out of the police department, but I don't think we had any information on why or what it was related to at that point.
All right, now, I want to go back momentarily. During any point in time from the time that you spent with Mr. Lambs at the hospital, the time you spent with him transporting him to headquarters, getting him into Donaldson's vehicle at headquarters, getting him out of the vehicle at the Fulton County Jail, during any of that time period, did you have concerns that he was under the influence, drunk or high, any indicators such as that?
I didn't have any concerns he was under the influence at that point. I mean, I assumed at the hospital he gave him some type of pain medication, but he didn't seem under the influence to me.
Did you notice any sort of inability to walk or stand or falling asleep unexpectedly or anything along those lines?
No, I mean, he had followed instructions. He stood up. I mean, he walked into the jail on his own power. I mean,
didn't stumble. I saw no issue there.
Very good. And do you see Mr. Matthew Lance in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out for the court?
He's sitting at the defendant's table wearing a neon, I think, green jumpsuit with longer hair.
Let the record reflect that he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great. Attorney Barry, you may proceed with cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective.
How are you, sir?
And approximately how far was it from where you found the automobile to the incident location? The home invasion?
Are you talking driving or as the crow flies?
Probably one who was walking. How far would that be?
I couldn't guess how far it was. I'm not very good at math. I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, under a couple miles, though. Under.
And you indicated that there was some damage to the vehicle?
Well, I don't recall if I indicated that or not. In my report, did I?
Yeah, what was wrong with the vehicle that was abandoned?
It just appeared abandoned on the side of a road.
Okay. No damage to it? Didn't know whether it ran out of gas, it was just abandoned?
Not that I recall, I don't recall.
Now, the video that we just saw started at 5:48. Was there any conversation before 5:48?
I was not present in that vehicle. I was following directly behind.
Okay. But you listened to the video, you didn't?
I did.
Was there any conversation that you heard or you gleaned from
I don't
that
recall any
video?
conversation prior to that.
Okay. What about after 8:42? Did you glean any conversations after 8:42?
I believe he questioned once we entered the jail complex, he questioned whether it was jail or prison. And I think that was the extent of the conversations.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions during any of the time he was there?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And did Officer Donaldson, did he ask him any questions either?
I didn't hear him, Detective Donaldson ask any questions.
All right, thank you.
Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, Your Honor,
All
thank
right,
you.
may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Detective Dwyer, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Stay safe. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Detective LeVan Mason.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Have a seat for me. And once seated, if you would please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
First name is Levan, L-E-V as in Victor, A-N. Last name is Mason, M-A-S-O-N.
Thank you. You may proceed, ADA Green.
Detective, how are you employed?
I'm currently with the Cobb County Police Department with the Technology-Based Crimes Unit
How many years have you been with the technology-based crimes unit?
since 2014.
And how many years total have you been law enforcement?
22 and change, I guess.
22 years?
Yes.
Wonderful. And you're post-certified?
Yes.
What are the primary job responsibilities as a detective with the technology-based crimes unit?
Just handling most of what the devices that come to us and just getting digital evidence from, be it phones, computers, video surveillance, just where digital evidence is needed for cases.
Wonderful. What is, since we'll be talking about phone extractions, that's where I want to focus. What is a phone extraction?
It's, well, if we have a cell phone that's brought to us, we use proprietary software and hardware to interface with the phone and make copies basically of the information that's on the phone as it's brought to us.
And is some of that proprietary software Celebrite?
It is.
All right, and is Celebrite approved by industry standards?
Yes.
And what specifically does Celebrite do?
It goes, well, it interfaces with the phone and basically makes a copy of the file system on the phone and packages it in such a way that we can move it from point A to point B, and then we drag it into Celebrite software that decodes, parses everything out, and basically puts it in a format where you can see the categories of everything that's on the phone.
Very good. Have you received any specialized training specifically or certification with Celebrite to be able to use Celebrite for purposes of phone extractions?
Yes, I've been certified with Celebrite since, I want to say 2015, just after joining.
Wonderful. And how many extractions on average do you perform each month?
A month, probably in the teens.
Okay. And then over the course of your career, just a rough estimate of how many phone extractions you've performed?
I would say hundreds, possibly into the thousands, but hundreds definitely.
You kind of alluded to this a little bit, but how many steps are there? If we really just boil it down to layman's terms, how many steps are there in the phone extraction process?
You plug the phone into basically a data port. The software interacts with the phone, runs background algorithms that are proprietary to Celebrite to actually communicate with the phone and copy that data from it. And then after that, the data that's extracted goes into a proprietary file that only Celebrite's software can read. That file goes into their software, and then it parses everything out. So maybe 2 or 3 steps total.
And when that data is parsed out and put into a readable format through Celebrite, are you able to manipulate any of the data within?
No.
Okay, and is it an exact copy of the data that exists on the phone?
Correct.
All right, now, are there times that you're not able to get certain categories of data or what's called a full extraction?
Depending on what type of extraction you get, what type of phone it is, what type of background programming that the Celebrite software actually interacts with the phone and what's able to glean from that phone. That is correct, yes.
Certainly when you have a brand new iPhone, is it harder to get full extractions from it?
Yes.
Now, is there anyone with your same background and certification through Celebrite able to repeat the steps that you conduct and achieve the same results or the same extraction?
Yes.
Now, once you put this into readable format through Celebrite, what do you typically do with the phone extraction?
The phone extraction is usually, well, there's a report generated from it, which is the readable report that you mentioned that usually goes to the investigator or whoever's actually looking into the case so that they can look at the contents of the phone and see what's pertinent to their case. But we store the extraction itself and then generate a report that goes to the investigator so they can use that for the investigation.
Okay, very good. Did you perform 2 phone extractions in this case?
I did.
And the phones that you extracted, did you use Celebrite specifically to perform those extractions?
Yes, for both of them.
Right. And were those the devices that belong to Justin and Amber Hicks?
Yes.
All right, first I'm going to show you state 605 here, which has already been tendered and admitted. Was this Amber Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
All right, and then state 606 again, which has already been tendered. Was this Justin Hicks's device that you extracted?
Yes.
And where did you actually get these devices from?
I responded to the initial scene after the incident was being investigated, and crime scene techs were working the scene, and they actually collected those phones from the scene and turned them directly over to me and transported them back to the office for analysis.
Okay. Was that for purpose of expediting this investigation?
Yes.
All right, did you conduct this same process of plugging it into Celebrite, allowing it to extract the data and then put it into readable format that you previously described for the court?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you go back and look at your phone extractions for both of these devices?
Yes.
All right, and are those phone extractions the phone extractions that you performed on State's Exhibit 605 and 606?
Yes.
All right, and has anything been manipulated or changed?
Okay, I don't know what's happening, but let's see. Okay, he's going out for lunch break. I bet it's 10:30, 11:30 their time. I'll explain what I'm wearing in a minute. I know, right? I'm with you, boo. I know. But I'm going to follow it still just in case. I wonder if his mama's going to blow kisses at him. Not today. They make such a big production of him entering and exiting the courtroom. It's almost like he's the king of the court. So I'm interested to see if mama's there. Y'all, I love oatmeal. On the Riverwalk, it reminded me when we talked about the Riverwalk, there's a store that's a spice and sugar store. And so they have spices and sugars that are flavored. And oh my God, they have an apple cinnamon sugar that is, mwah, and put it in oatmeal. It's freaking heaven in a cup. So while we're doing this, let me take a quick break to let you know what's going on. I kept thinking today was the 18th, Tuesday. It is Wednesday, the 19th. And in my culture, the Native American Day, today is Red Shawl Day. It is observed every year on November 19th to honor the missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirited people, and raise awareness about the disproportionate violence faced by Indigenous communities. Red Shawl Day represents what? During National American Heritage Month on November 19th, it is worn to shine the light on the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and people, MMIW or MMIWP, who were murdered or go missing at a rate far higher than the national average. The red shawl represents strength, resilience, and the voice of Indigenous women. The color red symbolizes lifeblood and calls to attention to the stolen sisters who can no longer speak for themselves. People who are encouraged to wear red shawls, clothing, ribbons to show solidarity and support for the families and the communities affected. Here's some key facts. Indigenous women are 10 times more likely to be red-rummed than the national average. Just between 2011 and 2020, 710 Indigenous people were reported missing in the U.S. Now, I've got to say that because reservations don't report to the U.S. all the time, because reservations are their own entity and legal system in and of itself. That is a very cautious number. 85% of those were juveniles and 75% of those were women. Homicide is the third leading cause of death for American Native and Alaska Native women under 20. The Red Shawl Day is not just symbolic, it calls to action to acknowledge the systemic racism and colonial violence that's contributed to these tragedies, to demand justice and recourse for the Indigenous communities, to honor the memory of those lost and support the survivors and the families. If you wish to participate today, wear red. And if asked anything, please share the MMIW flight. I am proud to be a Native American woman. I'm Irish as well. I am proud for both my heritages. So, with that, this is my Native American shawl. We wear this shawl at powwows and gatherings. We do not enter the circle without it. It is a covering. It is something that we women, Indigenous women, have been doing for centuries. Let me show you all the back of this. It has the missing and murdered Indigenous women. I will not share much detailed information, but I will say this. And it's flickery. As a woman who has survived trafficking, that is a huge part of the MMIW flight. Many of these women are lured off of the reservations with hopes of grandeur and jobs, and whatever else whatever that can be promised them to get them off the reservation. And once off the reservation, they are kidnapped and stolen into trafficking and are murdered. And this doesn't just women, it's also young men as well, but primarily women. So as a survivor, I am one in 0.01% of all the people who in the United States, it doesn't matter what your culture or race is, that are kidnapped into trafficking. And the fact that I have survived, and there are many of us who have, is a sheer miracle. So please, thank you. So please be understanding. Thank you for your understanding. I was going to be in this, I thought tomorrow, but today is the 19th. Not tomorrow. Thank you guys for allowing me to share my culture and heritage with you. It is an honor. We are watching the side goings in court at the moment. Tonight, I will sit in solidarity and play my native flute and have a moment of reflection and gratitude for the fact that I am still here. Yes. Okay, y'all got real quiet. I hope I didn't run you off, but you know what? This is my channel, and I choose to be an advocate. Yep, they're just showing him walking in and out. Oh, he came back in. I missed it. Let's get him back in.
I don't get away with my rules.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, you can say thank you. I teed him up, so he got what you wanted.
Yeah.
I find it interesting how he is paraded in and out. They're actually taking off the ankle shackles. Usually the shackles are left on, and it's just the handcuffs that are removed. Yes, it is, honey. Thank you so very much for the comment. If you ever notice Native American women, they're either wearing a shawl or they have one over their arms. It is a part of their culture. And there is his beloved mummy dearest, who hired an investigator to investigate his wife for having a possible affair. And in that caused a lot of this drama to begin. Is she another Donna Adelson? We'll soon find out. I do have sound on. They do not.
192,
Just
please.
like pink. There we go. We're back over here. I will keep an eye out on everything. My apologies. I'm doing the best that I can with what they are giving us.
I was going to get to that. Can you even manipulate it and change it? No. All right, very good. So at this time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 472 into evidence, which is on the master drive. That is Amber Hicks's phone extraction, as well as State's Exhibit 473, which is on the master drive and is Justin Hicks's phone extraction.
Any objection is to 472? Any objection is to Exhibit 473? Thank you. Exhibit 472 and 473 are admitted.
Now, in this particular case, did you personally go through the contents of those devices and they analyze the data found within?
No.
Was that a term?
Analysis, other than confirming that the phone was the phone that belonged to the person that we believed it belonged to.
Absolutely. Did you find evidence to confirm that it was in fact Amber Hicks's phone and Justin Hicks's phone? Okay. Beyond that, did you provide the phone extractions to Detective Stannard to look at in detail and analyze?
Yes.
Right. Did that pretty much conclude your direct involvement in this case?
Yes.
I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for Detective Mason?
Just one question. Did you do anything else at the scene there on November the 18th?
There was, I did assist with some of the video canvassing with, working different, houses in the area as far as seeing if anybody had any video that was active and pertinent to the case.
And did you do any of the work on that after that were obtained from the various homes?
That, the video evidence that we did have was turned over to one of our other detectives that was basically analyzing that, the video data kind of en masse.
Was that Detective Smith?
Yes.
But your job at that point was collecting them and then giving them.
Identifying who had video and actually getting it to a place where you could actually look at it.
Did you do anything else in relation to that?
There was a couple of other devices that were in the house that, well, it was kind of a search of the house to see if there was anything else pertinent to video that was in the house, but there was nothing else that was found that actually was capturing the video other than just gathering the phones.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Is there any follow-up or redirect?
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection? Thank you. Thank you, may this be excused. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe. Right. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Sergeant Jason Harder.
You raise your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Thank you. Please have a seat for me. And once seated, if you'd please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Jason Harder, Jasonharder.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant, how are you employed?
Cobb County Police Department
And how many years have you been with Cobb County Police Department?
since 2007.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm a sergeant with the technology-based crimes unit.
How many years have you been a sergeant over technology-based crimes?
August 2022.
And did you have previous experience with technology-based crimes?
Yes.
Right. And how many years prior were you a detective with technology-based crimes unit?
July of 2017 till I believe it was March of 2022.
Right, very good. So a number of years, was that 8 years or so, working specifically with technology-based crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now, as a sergeant with technology-based crimes, do you still have the skill set, and are you still responsible for performing things like phone extractions or forensic video acquisition and analysis when needed?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I want to jump right in. We've heard a little bit about Celebrate, but I want to talk to you about Gray Key. What is Gray Key?
Gray Key is an advanced tool that came on the market about 2019 roughly, and it has the capability of performing advanced actions with various devices.
Is it similar in nature to Celebrate in terms of being able to extract data off of a phone?
Yes.
And are there times that you actually use both Gray Key and Celebrate?
Yes.
Can you explain what the purpose would be in using both softwares?
With Gray Key is very specific on what it can acquire at that time, which was a file system. If you wanted to do anything with a SIM card, perform an advanced logical or anything like that, you had to move over to Celebrate to perform those extractions.
I'll jump right into this particular case where you asked to perform a cell phone extraction in this case.
Yes.
Okay, and how many cell phones were you asked to extract?
One.
Okay, and do you remember what type of device it was?
Apple iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 665. Do you recognize State 665?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize State 665?
That is the item number as well as the physical device. Had a cracked screen and same as the photos I took.
I'm sorry.
Same as the photos that I had taken from our report.
And so is 665 the actual physical device that you extracted in this case?
Yes.
All right, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 665 into evidence.
An objection? State 665 is admitted.
And while, just to be clear, did you originally collect this evidence from where it was located?
No.
Okay, was it provided to you for purposes of the phone extraction?
Yes.
And what was your understanding as to the owner of this particular device?
I believe it was the suspect in the case.
Is that Matthew Lands?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, for this particular device, did you have to use both Gray Key and Celebrite?
We use Gray Key for the file system as well as Celebrite, I believe, for the SIM extractions.
And in using both of the software programs, were you able to obtain a relatively complete phone extraction from the device?
Yes, on what we could acquire.
And when you say
On what we could acquire. Sorry.
And when you say on what we could acquire, can you explain that a little bit further for the court?
When we talk about data collection, it's what's available at the time we're able to collect it. There used to be different extraction types where you can get the entire end-to-end data from a device, but that changed around iPhone 4, where it went to you can only get certain data sets from phones due to the developer securities and things that limited the tools that we had. So at that time, we're only able to do a file system.
Now, did you successfully extract the file system?
Yes.
In the file system that you did successfully extract, is all of that content true and accurate copies of what would be on the physical device itself?
Yes.
Prior to testifying, did you have an opportunity to look at the copy of your phone extraction that you performed?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that that is a true and accurate copy of the extraction that you personally handled?
Yes, it was.
At this time, state moves to tender State's Exhibit 471 into evidence, which is defendant Matthew Lands' phone extraction, which is contained on the state's master drive.
Is there any objection to State's 471?
No, Your Honor, that's not.
Thank you. Exhibit 471 is admitted.
Now, do you always personally go through phone extractions, or is it kind of a case-by-case basis?
Case by case.
In this particular case, what did you do after you extracted the data from Matthew Lands' device?
Brought it in a physical analyzer, generated a reader report, and provided that to the requesting detective.
Okay. Was that detective standard in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Attorney Berry, any questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor, no question.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Dr. Party, may step down, sir. Thank you. Have a good day. Stay safe. Yes, of course. All right, this looks like an appropriate time for us to take our lunch break. So we'll go to lunch now and be back at 1 p.m. Okay, so not 1:30, but 1 p.m. we'll be back today. All right, everyone enjoy lunch and I'll see you all at 1 p.m. Court's in recess.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry. That was my daughter on the phone. All I will say is the engagement is off. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I need to say. So I had to take that call. So we are on break. I want to thank everybody for understanding and letting me and your acceptance, and appreciate y'all's tolerance of me honoring my Native American culture today. I need to read something to you. I was going to do this earlier, but we're doing it now. Why did it change? Shoot, it changed. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, that's my son's phone. Oh my God, I couldn't figure out what it was. Couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, let me pause this. I'll share this instead. Give it a big screen. Why am I not able to share the video? Give me a minute, y'all. Here we go.
Tonight, singer David, now a suspect in connection with the death of Celeste Rivas, according to a Los Angeles police source with direct knowledge of the investigation, telling NBC4 Los Angeles. The 15-year-old's decomposed remains were found in September inside a Tesla registered to him at a Los Angeles tow yard. But the girl was reported missing last year, according to authorities. Now, the LAPD source saying David has not been cooperative, adding Rivas' death likely occurred in the spring and that the singer likely had help in dismembering and disposing of the body. Law enforcement sources have said the remains were not intact, and according to the medical examiner, it appeared the girl, who was described as having wavy black hair and weighing about 71 pounds, had been dead inside the Tesla for an extended period of time. The singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, rose to fame on TikTok and was on tour when the body was found this summer. Now, David at the center of this gruesome and devastating investigation. And Rivas's remains were identified through forensics, but we still don't know the circumstances around how she went missing or how she died. Tom?
Oh,
I'm Erica, and I drive the Mustang Mach-E. The idea of not going
on that. So that is something that we will eventually follow. But right now, we got a new case that's hopping. I am in the process of pulling the information. Thanks to my fabulous mod. Thank you so much to my fabulous mods, for you guys are so awesome. So give me a minute, please. So I am pulling up the information. So give me a split second. So thank you all for being patient. You know, when our children are going through something rough, sometimes we do have to just be there for our children. And that is what I had to do. And I thank y'all for understanding, because sometimes we just have to do that. As I've said before, my family does come first. I will drop everything, honey. I will just walk out of here if they call and there's an emergency. Ask June and Angela yesterday. They learned that yesterday. I didn't know what the emergency was, but I knew it was urgent, and she was upset, and I was gone. As well, it should be with anybody and their children. or family. So thank you guys so much for your understanding. We're going to look into a case. It's called the State of Nevada versus Taylor Matthews Johns. Centers on a factual road rage shooting in Henderson, Nevada on November 14th of 25, where Johns, age 22, allegedly fired into another vehicle, killing 11-year-old Brandon Dominguez Charvara. Johns faces open redrum and firearm related felony charges. This has been he has been denied bail, and the case is moving forward in Clark County courts. The case background and incident dates are November 14th of 2025 in Henderson, Nevada, near U.S. Highway 95 at Interstate 11 and 215 Beltway interchange. Brandon Dominguez Charvara is the victim, 11 years old, shot in the head while riding in the back seat of his stepfather's vehicle. The suspect, Taylor Matthews Johns, 22, driving alone in a sedan. What triggered the event? A road rage altercation began when one driver attempted to pass on the freeway's shoulder. Both drivers exchanged words before Johns allegedly fired a single shot at the other vehicle. Nevada's broad murder statute allows prosecutors to pursue first or second degree murder depending on the evidence. Discharging a firearm in an occupied vehicle is a felony charge tied to reckless endangerment. Additional felonies related to unlawful firearm use in the incident. In the court proceedings, John was arrested on November 14th of 25 by the Henderson police. The first appearance was on November 15th via video conference, and Judge Sandra Alred D. Gacamano. All right, we're just going to call it Judge Sandra A.D. denied the bail. Prosecution's position on the case: the state has pursuing first-degree murder charges, emphasizing the deliberate act of firing into an occupied vehicle. The defense: Johns repeatedly told investigators, "I did not know there was a kid in the back seat when he fired." Like, that's an excuse? So the impact on the victim's family: testimony, Brantley mother spoke in court stating that Johns wanted to take someone's life away. The community reaction in Henderson Police Chief Reggie Rader emphasized the tragedy. We lost a life today that we did not have to lose. So the criminal road rage and criminal liability, the legal experts note that when firearms are involved, prosecutors pursue the gravest charges available. This case highlights how many momentary anger can escalate into a homicide under the U.S. law, Nevada law context. Open murder charges have given prosecutors flexible to argue premeditation first degree, reckless disregard second degree. The firearm charge underscores the danger of escalating the confrontation on a public roadway. That is a case. June, I'm liking the case. Let's follow this case. Definitely, we're going to follow this case. Please put a star on that one. June, thank you so much for finding this case. You were fabulous. And you have updated the law. Thank you so much, Boo. Appreciate you so much. Hello. Red Panda Power and Spin Steer. Y'all, welcome in. Appreciate it. Well, thank you for the sympathies. I will have to say, I like this young man. He's a good young man, but he is not ready to be a husband young man. And I am very proud of my daughter for doing what was right, even though it hurts for both of them. Sometimes that's a sign of maturity. You know, even in my relationship that I broke off the engagement this year. I thought it was funny. We both got engaged this year and we both broke engagements this year. Go figure. Like mother, like daughter, daughter like mother. What? Angela? I'm so sorry, Angela. I know this is a difficult time. It shows how close your daughter is to you, Ada, that she can go to you with life's challenges. I will tell you, I have told my children time and time again, for y'all don't know, I had 13 miscarriages in order to give birth to the two. Now I wasn't feverishly doing that on purpose, but that's just the way life worked for me. And with both pregnancies, I was on bed rest the entire time for both pregnancies. Multiple times on both pregnancies, we thought we had lost both pregnancies. So my children are rainbow babies and miracle babies. Pregnancy, I love being pregnant, but it didn't love me. And so, needless to say, I tell my children that I have sacrificed and laid my life on the line multiple times for them to be here. And literally, I mean, there were times where they're saying that it may be me or the kid. And I said, no, me and my child. I hate it when they call him a kid. So, I just keep reminding them that they're miracles and they're here for a reason. And I have told them I will lay my life on the line in a nanosecond again if need be. And I thought it was funny because when Josh started dating her, he's about a year and a half, almost 2 years older than her. And she was in high school. And I looked at him because he had just graduated. And I looked at him and I said, let me tell you something, boo. You see that lead shooter over there by the door? Mm-hmm. You see there's another lead shooter over here? Oh, really? And there's another lead shooter over here. Mm-hmm. I said, lay a hand on her and you will learn what a lead shooter will do. Hurt her and you're going to deal with me. Put the fear of God in him real quick. I didn't threaten to kill him by any means, but I just let him know that you lay a hand on my child, especially that she's a minor at that point. They were together almost 4 years, and he was good to her in a lot of ways. He was wonderful with gifts, and he was wonderful with patience to a point and showing love, but he's not ready to be married. He needs growing up to do, and he still lives at home, which is no shame, but if you're going to be a man of a household, you should at least know how to be a man of a household and not live with mommy and daddy your whole entire life. You need to be brave enough to step out on your own and conquer the world. And that ain't going to happen. So my daughter doesn't watch my lives, but all I can say is I have to say, I've never been prouder of my daughter. As hard as this is, I'm so proud of her for doing what was right, not just for her, but for them. Because sometimes doing what's right for somebody else, even though you want it, no matter how bad you want it, is the better thing to do. And I'm proud of you, Boo. Yeah, the concept and this comment that it made that he didn't know there was anybody else in the car does not make this better. Does not make this excusable. It is deplorable. And one thing I've always, when my daughter and son started driving, I told them, always assume there's an infant in the car of somebody around you. Because if you cause an accident, or if you get in an accident and you are able to get out of that vehicle, the first thing you do is go check on the other vehicle and make sure that there's not a person harmed, or infants or children. Always assume that there's somebody, well, there's somebody in the car. There's the driver, but you know what I mean. So no, I don't believe that not knowing somebody else was in the car is not a legal excuse. It is not, by far not a legal excuse. So the takeaway, John faces life in prison, life-altering changes. He opened Red Room and firearm felonies. Bail was denied, signaling the court's view on John as a danger to community. The case is a high-profile example of road rage escalating to deadly violence with strong prosecutorial, that's a hard word, intent to secure the Red Room conviction. Victims, family, and community are pressing for accountability, while the defense may argue lack of intent to Red Room. Thank you for letting me know. If convicted on first-degree murder in Nevada, Matthew Johns could face life in prison without possibility of parole or life in prison with parole eligibility after 20 years. If the jury finds it second degree, the penalty is 10 years to life with parole eligibility after 10 years. So, this is the way his charges are right now. First degree murder defined as unwillful, deliberate, and premeditated killing or killing committed during a certain felony, robbery, burglary, etc. Death penalty, which is rare, it's not going to be offered. Life imprisonment without parole, life imprisonment with parole after 20 years. We talked about the second degree, defined as a killing without premeditation that caused reckless disregard for human life. 10 years to life in prison, parole eligibility after 10 years. Manslaughter, that's the third lesser included offense. Voluntary manslaughter, heated in the passion rendering, involuntary manslaughter, reckless but not intentional. Penalties are significantly lighter, 1 to 10 years, depending on the circumstances. The timeline on this case is that he was arrested for booking on 14th of November of this year. First appearance was the 15th of November this year. Arraignment was yesterday, 18th, where prosecutors confirmed intent to pursue first-degree murder. Preliminary hearing upcoming. The evidence will be presented to determine if the case proceeds to trial. Trial phase is looking at June. You may want to throw this in the 2026 cases, jury selection and all that. The verdict, sentencing if convicted. We've already talked about that. Here's some key legal consideration. The prosecution's strategy argues that John acted with intent when firing into an occupied vehicle. The defense strategy argues lack of intent to kill a child, possibly pushing for second-degree murder versus or manslaughter. Aggravating factor, the victim was a child, killing in public roadway, which strengthens the prosecution case for first degree. And of course, the case is high profile, has a strong community impact with a strong public demand for accountability. In short, Matthew Taylor Johns faces one red-room charge in Nevada. If convicted first degree, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. There you go, y'all. That be that. Where did he go, Schmo? Oh, I wonder where Joe Schmo is. Let me play with my earring and see if Joe Schmo pops in. Joe Schmo. Calling Joe Schmo. Calling Joe Schmo. Calling Joe Schmo. Ada is playing with her earrings, and usually when I mess with my earrings, Mr. Joe Schmo pops in the house. He does. I kid you not. So let's see how long it takes for him to pop in the house. Yep. It's always interesting. It really is. Good morning, Miss Evans. Welcome and thank you for coming to the show. We are now at lunch. Angela states that, well, in Henderson, Nevada is a touchy area. Angela, I would be interested in covering the case, but I'm not really keen on doing it because you're so close to it. In all honesty, I don't like covering cases that people have a familiar tie to that are watching my lives, unless they give consent, because it is so different. Oh, good. You don't want me to cover it. Okay, good. Because I don't want to. Not unless you say. But yes, there's several of us in this chat who've had family members, including myself, who have been a part of either victim or perpetrator of a crime or falsely charged of a crime. I don't know how we want to put that. I want to show something real quick. Look at that tent on a flatbed. That's the tent that I want. It's an air tent, but the snow, look at the ice. It's actually weighing the tent down. It's a flatbed that opens up. Let me show you. Let me show y'all. I love watching these people. So here they are coming in, and he opens the flatbed up. Let me get it full screen. Hold on. So he opens up the flatbed, and that is the base to the tent. Isn't that cool? This guy has more money than God. I'm so sorry, Angela. Touch is close to home. Be mindful and take care of yourself, boo. Isn't that freaking amazing? We're going to zoom because it will be here for a while. So this is an air tent. This is the tent that I personally want. This is my dream tent. I will not tell you how much that tent costs. But in the winds, it is a very... They are in Turkey. They're Turkish. These are Turks, as you can tell. So anyway, they got to air up the tent and anchor it down. And it's a nice tent. You can divide it into 2 different rooms. So there it is at night on the flatbed. But the problem is the ice is coming down too harsh. And it's, yeah. Now, I wouldn't want to be in that much snow and ice, y'all. I would not. No, ma'am. I would go out there and look at it and go, oh, pretty. Okay, let's go home. Look at him and look at his coat. They love the cold. Everything they do is in snow. Well, they have a few things outside the snow, but the majority of their stuff is snow ridden. Isn't that? Look at him. I'm all like, no, thank you. Get the stove going, warm up the place. And when I say warm up, that place is not above 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Even after all of the heaters and all of that. 40 degrees Fahrenheit is about where they get. But for them, they just truck along, I guess. Okay, see? I would be so covered in everything. But when they go to sleep and wake up the next morning, look at the tent. Look at the roof of the tent, y'all. That is so much ice. It looks like it's about ready to collapse. That's just too much work, boo. It did push in. Look at that. They're there for one night, and then they'll pack it all up. And then they'll go home. Anyway, I thought it was a fun fact. I have to go. I need to go take a quick comfort break. Everybody take a quick comfort break. Grab a fresh cup of coffee. Grab your lunch. It is 11:22 my time. Get yourself rejuvenated. We're going to come back into court in a minute. I will see you in a minute. So I don't think I have shown y'all these. Some of y'all might not have seen it. Some of you may have. My only pair of moccasins I've ever done. Look at these moccasins, y'all. This is real buffalo hide, and it is double soled. So I got the outer and then I got an inner. But these are my moccasins. Now, y'all, I wear these a lot in wintertime. A lot, especially in the house. And I do wear them outside. They can get wet. They're cured. I have to be careful though. The beadwork, I gotta go in, and I beaded it too tight. Some of the beadwork is too tight, so the beads are popping up. So I gotta anchor some more. But these are my mocks. Smell good. Smell like leather. They don't ever smell like bead. They smell like leather. Let's see. Ooh, I'm not a snow person, but I used to love it when I was younger. Yeah, but now, yeah, no way. I love the snow. One of my favorite duty stations was Alaska, and Adak, Alaska. Lots of snow and hiking on these. Oh, brother was stationed in Fort. I bet, Angela. Hey there, Barbara! I6B71. So these are my moccasins. And I do wear them because they're very lightweight, but they can be very warm. But in the summer, they're cool. It's just, they are some of the most amazing footwear. I'm just going to say that. Amazing footwear. And I had a lot of help with these. I did not do these on my own. So I don't know. I need to figure out. I want to make some more. I want to make them a little differently in the design. This design isn't bad, but I do know that I want buffalo skin. Buffalo skin is some of the best moccasin skin you can get, in my humblest of opinions. Super durable, super soft. But not a lot of people do buffalo. I mean, see, it is so soft. And then here's the inner. Here's the inner that's shiny. So there's a little cushion in these. Now, I will tell you, you don't want to be going out walking on these on sharp gravel. Not that it will cut through the moccasin, but it's not necessarily comfortable on my little feet. And so I am going to, you'll be seeing me, I'll be wearing these a lot this winter. Always do. Always do. Buffalo skin's the best, y'all. I don't disagree with that. Anybody that knows about it, buffalo skin's the bomb. My shawl's right here. It's just too hot. I'm hot flashing. Hello, everybody. Hello, mods. Hello, Nala. Oh, my God. Speaking of Nala, the monkey. Yes, I have a capuchin monkey. And last night, Matthew let her out of the cage. Usually she runs all over him. Last night, she ran straight into my bedroom and straight right there to my neck. We played for hours. June, I tried to get your attention on Discord so you could see instead of bunny hops, it's called monkey hops. She was hopping and playing, and she likes to bite, like, but she doesn't hurt you. And oh my God, it was full on monkey upload. Oh my God, monkey up mode for hours last night. It was amazing. It was amazing. I enjoy it greatly when my monkey ups like that. Okay, here's an order representing Norfolk Commonwealth in the Karen Reed order. How many pages is this? 1. We have an order. Thank you, June. Oh, Adobe, shut up. My monkey's wanting attention. Hold on. So here we are. The Commonwealth of Virginia, Karen Reed, in response to the Commonwealth motion seeking clarification regarding sidebar transcript impoundment. The court issues the following order. Judge Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Superior Court. It is hereby ordered that all sidebar conferences prior to both trials and occurring during the trial, other than those discussed jurors or jurors' issues, shall be transcribed and made available. The court finds that good cause exists to extend the impoundment order for all sidebar conferences that discuss jurors or juror issues. So, all sidebars, with the exception of those discussing the jurors themselves or the jury issues, will be impounded. Other than that, they are to be made publicly available. Woohoo! They are releasing them so as to far as the ones that don't deal with jury or juror issues. Oh my gosh, these are so warm and cozy, but not hot. My feet are happy. My feet are real happy right now. Yeah, I'm sure you had some beautiful pictures. I would love to go hot tent camping in fluffy snow once. I may love it. I don't know. Oh, I know. What I want to know is who is going to be the first courtroom content creator to pop out the thousands of dollars it's going to take to get a copy. Sidebar. Yeah, I know, right, Angela? I want to know who's paying the $10,000 or whatever it's going to cost about that much for the sidebars for both trials or more. I mean, transcripts are outrageously expensive. So who's going to get it? Is it going to be Karen Reed and her attorneys, and then they're just going to make it, public? Here we go. I doubt it, but you never know. You never know. So we'll see who is going to be the first to pop. Yeah. All right, we had a poll up here. Let me see. I haven't even looked at the poll. Did you like the button? Doing it now, 35%. Yep. The moment I joined and is 59 and oops, I forgot a 6. Really? Free. It's free, y'all. Oh, by the way, if you've not watched it, go to my YouTube channel. Go to shorts and look at the short that I posted yesterday. It's gotten 2,000 views or close to it. 2,000 or close to it. So I'm keeping an eye out on emails. I'm got anticipation of an email. So I'm kind of keeping an eye out on emails today, although I doubt it's going to happen. Okay, so here's the thing I didn't read to you that I wanted to read to you earlier. Yes, on that, June. I just read your comment. The singer D4VD, I guess D4VD, is now considered a suspect in the death and the investigation of a teenage girl who was found decomposing in the frump of his, I call it a frump, it's the front trunk, of his Tesla registered to the singer. Sources confirmed no arrests have been made, but the investigation is strengthening and ongoing. The Los Angeles County Medical Examiner has still not determined the cause and the manner of death of the teen, identified as 15-year-old Celeste River Hernandez, teen from Lake Eleanor, the city in the Riverside County. She was reported missing last year. Investigators confirmed again. According to the sources, the girl's body was dismembered and in the process of dismembering and disposing of her body is believed to likely involve more than one person. Investigators have been in contact with multiple people they believe were involved in the case in some way or another. They're gonna find you. They're gonna get you one way. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Investigators say they believe that the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner will determine the cause of death soon, which will be critical in making the arrest and determining the charges. The teen may have been dead for several weeks before the body was discovered, police said. Officers responded to an impound lot in Hollywood on September 8th for a foul odor coming from a vehicle. Authorities located the body in the front trunk of the Tesla that was in a state of decomposition. Why am I getting all these YouTube notifications? Okay, I'll read that in a minute. The towed vehicle is registered to 20-year-old David Anthony Burke, known as professionally as D4VD. DeFord? I don't know. According to the senior LAPD source, he allegedly is not cooperating with the investigation. So that's where we are on that information. Storm Dancer 25 says, Diana's father, the family was from Iran. Okay, so Walshe's, are y'all ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. Walsh's mother's family is from Iran. And thank you so much, Storm Dancer 25, for the information. If you go back and watch my last my YouTube short, you'll see what I'm talking about. She graduated high school in the U.S. Her brother was involved in some financial scandal decades ago. Her family is shady. Brian's dad gave her apartment money after the divorce, but he disinherited Brian, who stole his belongings when he was ill. Brian's dad even filed a complaint against him. Wow. So we got a shady lady. The 4 is an A. David? Okay, thank you very much, honey. I just hate all that crap. I just spell it right. Dyslexia does not bode well with that. Let me send her alone. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for this information. Hopefully we'll see you in chat on my channel soon. We are getting a bunch of warnings. We should and may have potential bad weather. Well, the bad weather is getting ready to start here. And being that I'm a storm chaser, first responder, and everything else, I am getting a lot of alerts. So let me get my weather stuff up and kind of get a look and see what's happening. Nothing yet. We are in the clear in Texas. This is the weather right now, but it is coming in. There's that. So we were supposed to get a bunch of rain. Oh, there it comes in San Angelo area. I'm going to pause this. You guys can see San Angelo in the very bottom. Well, I guess not in the bottom. Bottom part of the storm, southwest part of the storm where it's popping up is San Angelo. That is where my daughter goes to college and lives. That is where I go to college. But that is where the storms pop, and that's starting at about 5 p.m. Oh, really? That doesn't bode well for us. Okay, so we can't get any further than that. We do have people that are viewing this who are in that area. So y'all please be safe. We do have potential hail and tornadoes that may pop from this. Very slight risk, but there is a risk. So we will be monitoring the weather. Okay, so I need to monitor something else and get us something to watch. Court will be back at 12 o'clock our time, 1 o'clock East Coast, 11 o'clock, no, 10 o'clock West Coast. I feel for you, June. I really do on the time zone thing. I really do feel for you, boo. And again, right now, we do not have... I got to get the screens back up. We are back in the camera mode here, so they are doing the jury pool right now. We are on the lunch break right now for the Georgia versus Matthew Lands, who is charged with redroming his neighbors and leaving the 2-year-old child alive. Thank you, dude, for not killing that baby. Bad enough you killed everybody else, but the baby, ugh. And unfortunately, that baby did have a little bit of I don't want to say snuggle time with their deceased parents, but he was covered in blood. He was left about 12 hours with them, unattended. So anyway, Miss June has been so great. All of you on the West Coast for popping in at 6 in the morning, whereas I pop in at 8 my time. I'm going to borrow this feed, I do give you credit, dude, for this. We'll try and give you credit in the things. We have a barricade situation going on right now, and that is a major barricade in Strongville. SWAT helicopters, schools are closed. Boy, so we'll be keeping a little eye on that. Let me see if I can find out where this is located. See if he has it. Strongville, Ohio is dealing with a major police situation in the morning involving SWAT units, helicopters, multiple school closures. Residents near Winry, Webster, Albon, and Pine Lakes are reporting heavy police activity, road blockages, emergency alerts on their phones, while Whitney Elementary has been closed for the day and neighbors are describing a large emergency response. This follows similar incident in Broadview Heights in North Railton earlier this week. So if you live in those areas, please make sure y'all take care of yourself. I am looking for breaking news. FBI is saying right now, you want names? I'll give you names. And the FBI chief drops Epstein's. What, are you dropping the names? The names yet. I thought we get a name drop. We're going to be on that like white on rice if we're getting a name drop. I'm looking at something. Hold on. All right, let me see. Why is it that people have all this unhealthy food, which is making me so hungry? I know I did it so hungry. Yeah, I know I did that. It is making me very, very hungry, guys. I wish people would quit posting their food. It does drive me crazy. It makes me hungry. No. Oh, they're showing then and nows. Look at the, well, no, I better not. I don't want to get in trouble. How many of y'all remember Catwoman? You know she died, right? Catwoman finally passed away. She was 80, I believe. I'm looking for stuff for us to do. Anybody have it? Hey, y'all, anything good happened today? Does anybody have a praise today? Share your good news today. Nope, we can't watch that. 6 hours away. I wanted to watch it, but not going to. It's 6 hours away. It's a premiere. We got to start doing premieres, y'all. I'm going to start doing premieres for members starting in January. Corey Richards has a new court ruling, y'all. So anyway, pull up Corey Richards in a minute. We'll see if we can pull up Corey Richards and find out what's going on with her. Not really followed her a whole lot, but I know a lot of y'all have followed her. So if you guys know what's going on, hey, give a girl a shout out. Let me know. Give a girl a shout out. I want to be listening to Christmas music. I'm in the mood. In the mood. It's kind of like when you see scenes like this now on my YouTube channel, my regular YouTube. This stuff is popping up all over the place right now. About every third or fourth video is one of those. See, and it's kind of like, no, I'm ready, but I'm not ready. I'm ready, but I'm not ready. Christmas song playlist, top playlist for the Christmas year this year. There's people all over the place, and the sad thing is I can't do Christmas music because I don't know what I can play and not get smacked down. I don't care about monetizing. I just want to do Christmas music, y'all. Weather forecast in San Antonio. Let me look at that. So, Wednesday, possibility of rain later today. Possibility of thunderstorms tomorrow all day and into Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon, Sunday, Monday morning, fine. Monday afternoon and evening. The Tuesday is 70 to 50% rain. We got 80% chance of rain tomorrow. So, y'all, we will be raining all day tomorrow, supposedly. We need the rain. I've got cracks this wide and about 4 feet deep in my yard over here. I can look over there and I can see the dirt. Yeah, I got deep cracks in my yard, y'all. Deep and wide. I got some deep and wide cracks. I'm not kidding. I am not exaggerating that in the least. 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 Okay, so everybody is now on hold. We are all waiting for court to begin. What an interesting day it is. By the way, I do have a hard stop, 5:15, because I got to be somewhere by 6:30, which means I got to get dressed, get changed, do all that wonderful girly things. We are having our church's Friendsgiving dinner, and I've never been to one, in all honesty. I really have not. So I am looking forward to it. I have to figure out something to take. I got to go by the store and grab something. Oh, have anybody ever seen a parole board hearing? Oh, let's watch this, y'all. This ought to be educational. This is an educational viewing, y'all. I'm just letting you know. We're going to.
With a statement.
What is your DOC number?
530357.
Okay, and your name is Jeffrey Callahan, correct?
Jeffrey Darrell Callahan.
Okay, and you are here on a revocation. Do you have a revocation form in front of you that?
Y'all,
Do you have a form in front of you that you signed about your revocation hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, and you understood that and signed that, and all is well. You ready to proceed with this hearing?
Yes, ready to proceed.
Okay, your hearing today has been assigned to Mr. Chuck Tillis to my left, and he's going to be conducting the hearing and the questioning and all of that, and then we'll entertain some questions if we have any, then we'll make our decision. Simple as that. So, Mr. Tillis?
Good morning, Mr. Callahan. How are you?
All right, sir, for you.
Good. I'm going to read some violations you did, and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or with a statement. Rule number 2.
What that means is not guilty with a statement. That means I'm going to plead not guilty, but I'm going to explain what I did and why I did it. They do that in the prison systems. When you get in trouble with the prison, you can say not guilty, innocent. I mean, not guilty, guilty, or not guilty with a statement. Or guilty with a statement for that fact. They can do it.
That the offender failed to report monthly and whereabouts unknown from 2023 until his arrest in Wisconsin on or about 5/21/2025. How do you plead on that?
I plead guilty with a statement.
Guilty with a statement.
Okay. What's your statement?
Okay, like I've been gone since then, but I've contacted my parole officer several times about the situation that went on that led me to leaving. But like I was in sober living before I left, but I ended up trying to go home and take my daughter to the fair. So I was in sober living in Alexandria, Louisiana, and that week on weekends we can go home. So that weekend when I went home to take my daughter to the fair, it went all sideways with me and my in-laws behind me taking my daughter to the fair. Like me and my child mothers don't see eye to eye, and I should have never left and went. So like that was a bad choice for me leaving and try to take my daughter to the fair. I should have just stayed where I was and kept going forward with what I was doing. So like that was the beginning of wrong choices and led down the wrong road.
What year did you take your daughter to the fair?
That was in 23, like a few months after I got out of prison.
Okay. And so after then, since 25, you never got in touch with your parole officer?
Yes, sir, I have. I got a tablet in the front that shows messages and personal on his personal phone where I contact him and he knows where I was. Like they jumped me and split my head open with a fence pole and took my money and my phone. And on the way, like me trying to get away, her brother kind of shot at me. And like when I got to where I was going, somebody had already contacted my mom, and my mom was like, don't do nothing stupid. And she was on the phone crying, like, don't do nothing stupid. Because the last time I ended up in a situation like this, that's where I caught my last charge. And I ended up going to prison for 5 years, not being able to control my anger and not thinking. So me not having nowhere to stay at the time, from leaving sober living and having nowhere to stay, like I ended up in a situation worse than what I was doing, what I shouldn't have left. I was doing
Why
good.
didn't you return when she told you to come back?
Sir?
Why didn't you return when she told you to come back on April 15th?
Who told me to come back?
probation agent talking to you on the phone till you need to return to Louisiana?
They never told me to return. He told me after, cause one, I was in a mental health institution when I had called him then. He was like, let me know when you get out. Contact me and let me know when you get out. I contacted him several times.
Okay, rule number 3. In that the offender was not living in the listed resident in Leesville, Louisiana, and left the state without permission. How do you plead with that?
I plead guilty with a statement.
What's your statement?
Now, that residence, he know I wasn't living there for the longest because I was in the sober living program, in the sober living house in Alexandria. Me and my parole officer already know where I was. He was trying to get my parole switched from there to Alexandria because I was in sober living and I was working behind the sober living house on Maureen Street.
That's fair enough.
And that was like right after I got out of prison. I ended up having to I went to mental health behind having a backflash, flashing out and not taking my meds. I ended up going to mental health. They sent me from mental health to an IOP program, from the IOP program to a sober living. Because I didn't have nowhere to stay really, because the house that I was staying at was just somewhere for me to stay when I got out of prison. And it come to find out him and my baby mama was messing around. So like I end up leaving there. And that's how I ended up going to sober living, because the police officer caught me on the train tracks, walking on the train tracks while the train was coming, and I was just really to the point like I didn't care no more.
Okay. Rule number 9. In that the offender absconded supervision, leaving the state of Louisiana without permission, making home visits impossible. So I guess you were explaining that. Well, how do you?
I plead guilty.
Okay. Number 11, in that you failed to waiver expedition, was evident that governor's warrant being issued. How do you plead?
Now, like I told them, I didn't know anything that the lawyer was talking about in court. He was talking the whole time. So like I didn't understand what was really going on.
How often did you get in touch with your parole officer?
Like, well, I left in the end of 23 going into 24. So like the middle of the 24 and in 25 when I told him I was going to turn myself in. I'm the one called him and told him I was going to turn myself in.
Where were you at?
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Okay, I saw that.
Yeah, the police report shows I walked into the police station myself. Like I haven't been in any trouble. The police wasn't trying to apprehend me. I wasn't on doing any drugs. I wasn't getting in, and like I was doing to the point where I had got myself together. And I just wanted to get this out of the way. So I called him and notified him that, like, I would just want to come home and get this out of the way because my daughter's going to be born in January. January this year, my daughter was born. I contacted him in like March, April. So around that time, I told him I'm going to turn myself in after I spend time with my family.
Okay.
After I spend time
Anybody
with
else
my
have
daughter.
any?
Well, I just want to state that, you talked to the district manager one time, Lois LeBeau, and she told you to come back and turn yourself in. And you said, I just want to do my time. He stated he wanted to do his time, but could not come back to Louisiana. He stated he was tired and just wanted to get it done. So you refused to come back.
I was already in
See,
jail.
that's the problem. We ended up having to pay to bring you back because you wouldn't abide by your condition.
How when I turned myself in, I never talked to Miss LeBeau until I went to jail. And I never talked to her. The people in the jail talked to her. I never talked to her on my own, period. I always talked to my parole officer. I never talked to Miss LeBeau.
I don't think Miss LeBeau would put this narrative in here and lie. You'll never make me believe Ms. LeBeau lied in this report.
I told that to my own parole officer. I never talked to her. I got the messages in my tablet in the front.
I don't have no.
I think we're ready to vote, sir. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to revoke because you didn't vote for rule number 2, 3, 9, and 11. You didn't comply with what you were asked to do.
I concur.
Okay, and I concur. As of 8:51 this morning, your parole's been revoked. Good luck, sir.
Oh, snap. Okay, we're going to pause that. Court's back in session. That is so cool. We're going to watch more of those, guys. We're going to watch more. That was kind of cool. I like watching the proceedings go on. Okay, we're going to come over here for the moment. There's Mommy Dearest. Lady, la. Like, hell no.
Can I see those? Can I see that?
Can you save them?
No.
I mean, I like to pass them out.
And what, and burn them? Okay.
He acts like a prima donna in court. My gosh. You're not allowed to go over there and talk to mama, dude. You're not allowed to be talking to your mama. I thought he was going to get up to go talk to mama. I was like, whoo, but they're going to be on him like white on rice.
Make sure that I'm not gonna.
Okay, so are they going to lunch? What's the deal? Oh, he always acknowledges his mama. Oh, what a loving son we are. Yeah, see what mama does. Keep the camera on mama, boo. Put the camera back on mama. No. Booey.
Courtroom, present to the court, the clerk, the court reporter, Mr. Lyons is represented by Attorney Jenny Berry, and the state is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Green and Horowitz. Good afternoon, everyone. Is there anything that we need to know on the record, any concerns, any procedural issues? Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, state, we call your next witness.
State calls Detective Zachary Stanner.
Woo! Yeah, that's Zachary Tanner. My feet are so happy. They're so happy. Happy.
You do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the court on the issue now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, and I want to see if you please state and spell your true and correct legal name for the record.
My name is Detective Zachary Stanner. First name is Zachary. Last name Stanard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, how are you employed?
Currently employed with the Cobb County Police Department.
And what is your current role with Cobb County Police?
I need to.
Currently, I'm assigned to the Cobb County Police Homeland Security Unit, where I was then assigned as the task.
I need a sound check, June. I need to know if court volume is good and balanced, and I need to know if I'm too loud, too soft, or just right. Thank you.
Force officer to the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
How long have you been in that position with the Joint Terrorism Task Force?
I was assigned to the Homeland Security Unit about a year ago.
And you're still attached with CCPD?
That is correct.
Prior to this new assignment, how were you employed?
I was first employed as a uniform patrol officer in Precinct 3. That's where I began my career. From there, I was assigned as a detective to our criminal investigations unit at Precinct 3, which is responsible for property crime related investigations, so burglaries, stolen cars, thefts, things of that nature. From there, I transferred to the crimes against persons unit, which is essentially our robbery homicide unit. Spent about just shy of 6 years there, and then I went to the Homeland Security Unit. Actually, so I then went to the Organized Crime Investigations Unit, where I was there momentarily until I was transferred to the Homeland Security Unit.
How many years specifically were you a detective with crimes against persons?
A little over 5.5 years.
And what were your responsibilities as a detective with crimes against persons?
In Crimes Against Persons Unit, we primarily focus on armed robberies and homicide investigations. However, we also do investigate other violent crimes like aggravated assaults, aggravated batteries. We also did adult sex crimes. We would also investigate other deaths, natural deaths, suicides, or any accidental deaths that may have occurred in the county.
Very good. Are you post certified?
I am.
Okay. And then how many years total have you worked in law enforcement?
12 and a half now.
I want to direct your attention to November 18th of 2021. Were you a detective with crimes against persons at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what hours did you typically work back then?
That time I was on day shift. I believe the hours were from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Tell the court about your notification of this particular case.
So I was working my normal day shift. The call came into a supervisory detective, typically a sergeant, who will field calls from the patrol division. From there, my supervisor informed me that there was a homicide in our precinct 1 area in Ackworth. He then assigned me as the lead detective.
Was that 5059 Verbena Drive?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Is that here in Cobb County?
It is.
Did you respond to the scene?
I did.
What were your observations of the scene?
So when I first got to the scene, there was already a large amount of patrol officers there who had already responded and cleared the home. So my first thing that I did when I arrived was speak to the officers, kind of get an idea of what they saw, what they heard, what they may have encountered upon their arrival. At that time, the child, Jacob Hicks, was already reunited with some of the family members. There had already been multiple family members on scene and had stayed on scene. The first thing I did was do a perimeter walk around the house as I'm speaking with patrol officers, and they're relaying information to me. So I was initially directed to the rear of the home, where I was informed that they discovered forced entry. The first thing I saw and examined was a broken window on the first floor of the home near the back patio area.
And typically when you see signs of forced entry, where does your mind start going?
That crime has likely occurred.
Do you typically start then looking for evidence of things being rummaged through or a theft or something along those lines?
That would be one of the things we would look at. And going back to my property detective days, I did work a lot of burglaries, and that was a common theme you see in burglary investigations.
Did you see any evidence of that sort of burglary, of going through drawers, rummaging through property, taking any valuables?
No, once I entered the home, there was kind of a bit of a chaotic scene in the living room and sunroom area. However, outside the initial scene, inside the home, there were valuables, purses, computers, cell phones, weapons in the house. Nothing else really seemed disturbed or appeared to things that had been removed from the home as far as valuable items.
Did it appear that anything really at all had been touched in the upstairs area?
No, it did not look disturbed upstairs.
What were your observations of Amber and Justin Hicks?
My observations, I found Amber Hicks on the couch. If you were facing the couch, she would have been on the far left, so closest to where the window had been damaged. She was laying down on the couch with her feet propped up. She had her shoulder blades kind of resting on the back cushion of the couch, and her head slumped down. I could immediately tell just by some of the blood patterns that I noticed on her clothes that she had been likely shot multiple times. I then saw that Justin Hicks, he was on the far right side of the couch, you're facing the couch, on the floor with his back shoulders leaned up against the sofa. He appeared to have, just from examining that part of the scene, I suspected that he had stood up momentarily before being struck. As well with Justin, I saw multiple spots blood spots on his clothing that indicated to me that he was also likely shot multiple times.
Was it completely obvious where these gunshots were prior to medical examiner or investigators arriving on scene?
I could see that Justin had some blood on his shirt on one of his arms. I also saw that Amber had a shirt kind of pulling near the center of her clothing, but I couldn't tell where all the shots were on the body.
So at that time, when you first arrived on scene, could you really determine exactly how many shots there were for each Amber and Justin?
Not until the medical examiner's office arrived.
What sort of physical evidence were you all able to discover on scene?
So initially, obviously, once we determined that it was likely they were suffered from gunshot wounds, we were looking for shell casings.
Were you all able to find any?
Yes, 3 shell casings were recovered from the first floor of the home.
Okay, do you remember where those shell casings were located?
Yes, 1 shell casing was located in the kitchen area near the stove. 1 shell casing was located underneath a little kid's trampoline that was in this sunroom that had been converted into like a play area for the young child. And then 1 shell casing was, sorry, I have to think about that. The 3rd shell casing, I have to check that.
That's okay, we'll circle back to that. Typically, when a gun is fired, how are casings ejected from a gun?
To the rear and to the right.
Now, do you ever expect that wherever a shell casing first lands, it's going to stay in that exact position?
Typically not. It also depends on the scene. From my recollection at hardwood, so shell casings can roll on a hard surface if it's something like grass or has some foil to shrubbery or something that could get lands and stay right where it is. But yeah, something like a hardwood floor, things could roll or shift.
When you all are looking at location of casings, are you really just looking at that general area as opposed to precise locations?
Yes. And in terms of that house, we're looking primarily on that first floor in that area.
Of the casings that you all were able to recover, first of all, what size casings were these?
This is a 9mm.
Do you recall the head stamp on these?
SIG.
The SIG?
Correct.
Of the casings that were located there, did any of them seem in an unnatural position?
In an unnatural position, they were spread out pretty far within the residence.
With respect to your observations on scene, did you ever make a determination or have an opinion as to where the shooter was likely standing in terms of behind the couch versus in front of the couch?
Based on where the shot placements were on the body, to the right of the victims, in between the couch and the broken window.
Was there any indication based on the shots of these victims that the shooter would have been firing from behind the couch?
No.
Were there any casings located in the kitchen?
There were.
And did it seem that casing could have landed there based on where you believe the shooter was standing?
I don't believe so.
Now, with respect to the casing that was located kind of behind the dog bed, could that have been kind of where the casing originally landed?
I don't believe so. Could it maybe that they were so spread out that it didn't really make sense for a person to be standing in that position?
Because of that, what type of efforts did you all have to find the casings in this case?
So while we were doing our evaluation of the Amber and Justin Hicks, we determined that they suffered from multiple gunshot wounds, likely within 5 or 6 gunshot wounds divided between the 2 of them. We only located 3 shell casings initially. They were a bit difficult to find. So standing in the living room area of the residence, just looking around, you expect to kind of see a shell casing. They were a little difficult to find, so we had to look under things, like behind a dog bed, look all the way in the kitchen, look under the trampoline. Kind of took a minute to find these. We only recovered 3. We knew we at least had possibly at least 2 more. We removed the cushions from the couch after the medical examiner's office had removed the bodies. We took out the carpet, they had like a rug underneath the couch, we removed that. And we were looking behind picture frames, moving toys and toy chests throughout the house looking for these shell casings. We couldn't find any additional shell casings.
It sounds like y'all looked in the playroom as well, near the Christmas tree and so forth.
The whole first floor of the house, we looked behind every different cranny that we could.
What about projectiles?
Yes, we did recover projectiles on scene.
How many projectiles?
2 on scene.
Okay. Were those consistent with the 9mm?
In my opinion, yes.
Now, within the home, we've seen some of this, but were there various devices capable of recording and storing video evidence?
There were.
Okay. Did that include the front door?
Yes.
Did that include the side door?
Yes, there was a camera there.
Okay. Was there also some sort of like doggy camera?
Yes, I can't recall the actual official name of that camera system. There was some kind of camera for your pet cam you would set up when you go away so you can watch your dog. Unfortunately, that was unplugged and powered off. It was sitting on a shelf in the living room.
And what about the cameras, one at the side door and one at the front door? What about the camera at the side door and the front door? What efforts did you make to determine whether there was stored footage?
So that was both of those cameras were through the Nest camera system, which is owned by Google. So later on in the investigation, after I got back to the office, but the first thing I did was send what we call preservation requests to Google and Nest saying, hey, if there are any data, please save it and preserve it before it can be deleted. From there, I then sent a legal process to Google. Again, like I said, owns Nest. When I received a response back from Google, I discovered that the way their account was set up, they had like a free trial run. And back in 2021, if you had the free trial run, it would do motion activated images. So it would take an image if there was some motion detected. And you had the free storage at the time, it would only save for 3 hours. So any footage that happened during this time frame of this crime was deleted and rewritten and overwritten. So by the time we got down a phone call, any source that may have existed at that time, those images would be gone.
So based on the scene itself, talking only about the Hicks's residence, were you able to collect any evidence other than the 3 casings and the 2 projectiles?
We recovered some mobile devices that belonged to the victims, as well as we took their some Apple Watch devices that were charging in the upstairs master bedroom.
We're going to look at those items in just a moment. Were you able to develop any leads from your investigation of just the scene?
No, we were not.
Did you rule out the possibility of like a burglary or theft or anything along those lines?
At that particular time, we had no idea we couldn't. The scene wasn't consistent with a burglary. Like I said, there wasn't anything rummaged through or things taken, but at that point in the investigation, we really had no suspects or motive.
And obviously, when we're talking burglary, I'm talking specifically as it relates to entering for the purpose of theft.
Right.
Okay. Now, because you had no leads from the scene itself, what efforts did you make with respect to Justin and Amber's cell phones?
Well, I personally went through those cell phones manually back at the Crimes Against Persons office.
Was that prior to the full extraction?
It was.
Right. What was the purpose of going through them manually before even attempting the extraction?
So luckily, during our search of the home, there was an office area with a desk and filing cabinets. Luckily, Justin was a good note taker, and kept just about every piece of paper he ever had, I think. And he actually wrote down the passcodes to his phone and Amber's phone. So we had found that in the house, which can accelerate us getting in the phones. The mobile device is locked. It can be difficult if we don't have the passcode to get in that phone and extract that data. Because we had no leads at that time, I thought it'd be more efficient to manually go through the phone if I had the passcodes, instead of waiting for however long it may take technology-based crime unit to actually do that extraction.
Now, because you went through them manually, did you make any efforts to make sure that you didn't change any of the contents of that device?
Yeah, correct.
What efforts were this?
We would just hold up the phone, every day the detective with me, we would just scroll through the text and read them.
I guess did you put it in airplane then?
Oh yes, that's something we do as soon as we take a device. Yeah, as soon as we take a device, we put it in airplane mode so it cannot connect to like Bluetooth or anything, and there's so much to like remotely wipe it.
All right, now going through those two devices, were you able to identify any possible enemies or love triangle or conflict or beef or anything along those lines?
None whatsoever.
Did you also speak to family members to see if they could point you in any specific direction?
We did. We spoke to several family members who were already on scene by the time we got there. We could think of anybody who may want to hurt them or have any reason why someone would want to hurt them.
Now, with a case like this, when you have no leads whatsoever while on scene, how important is it to expedite things like DNA?
Very important.
Did you all take those steps?
Yes, we did. We partnered with our ATF partners to get some DNA processed.
Obviously, that takes at least some time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In the meantime, did you start looking further into both Justin and Amber and trying to develop a timeline?
Yes, another thing we do with victims, especially if we have no clear motive at this time or any clear suspects, we do essentially victimology, and we try to establish what their history looks like, what their day-to-day looks like, who they interact with on a regular basis, things like that.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 660. Do you recognize State 660?
I do.
All right, and how is it that you recognize State 660?
I took that photograph myself.
And was this taken while still on scene?
It was taken in the master bedroom.
Is this a fair and accurate photograph? Well, first of all, whose watch is depicted in State 660?
This is Justin Hicks' watch, Apple Watch.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of the notifications that were on his Apple Watch back on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 660 in evidence.
Any objection to State 660? It's admitted.
May publish.
Yes.
All right, so what was significant and what is it that you were documenting in State 660 here?
So like I said, we were still on scene at the time, and I was looking, just tapped Apple Watch and saw this notification that there had been a motion sensor activation at one of their security cameras at 10:17 p.m.
And did you find any items by that side door when you all arrived on scene on November 18th of 2021?
Yes, there was a side door if you were facing the garage, just to the right of the garage, and there was a door that led into the interior, like the like washroom and interior hallway that went into the kitchen. There was a brown package that appeared to have been delivered.
Later on during your investigation, were you able to determine that this notification was associated with that package?
Yes, once we gathered some video surveillance footage from the area, particularly a camera from across the street, I believe it's 50/50 Urbina. We watched a delivery driver deliver a package at that exact time.
And just to be clear, where it says attachment 1 image, were you able to get that image by clicking on the notification or anything like that?
No, the Apple Watch was not showing the image, and then we sent that legal process, like I said, to NEST, and that data had been overridden.
You mentioned the surveillance video that was eventually obtained. I know we went through it in detail, but I do want to just kind of talk about a couple of the time frames there. When was it that you had evidence that Amber and Justin were still alive?
For video footage, we saw them around 7 p.m.
And then do you recall when it was the first time that the back floodlights were illuminated based on the sensor?
Approximately 9:31 p.m.
And then what were the other two times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated?
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 p.m. was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 p.m. last time being that those rear lights were triggered. How many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
It was about 7 minutes. And that was also confirmed through the video camera from across the street.
And so was that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 p.m.?
Yes, the camera time when we saw the package delivery matched exactly to the notification on the Apple Watch.
So initially, kind of based on that surveillance footage, what time frame were you really looking at?
From that point, about 9:55 p.m. to about 10:10 p.m.
Now, later, did you obtain full extractions from Detective Mason?
I did.
And that's specifically for Amber and Justin's phones?
Correct.
Were you able to find additional items that helped establish that timeline?
Yes, I did.
First, going to show you state 661 here. Do you recognize state 661?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize 661?
This is a text group chat that was extracted from Amber Hicks phone. 2 other individuals in this group chat.
Is that a fair and accurate Cellbyte reader report with this text thread between Amber and her friends?
It is.
State those to tender state 661 into evidence.
Any objection? State 661 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at the top here, does it tell you who was involved in this text conversation?
It does. It will list out the everyone involved in this group chat, and it will also identify who the owner of the mobile device is. So in this case, Amber Hicks.
And as we zoom out, when we see blue text messages, is that from the owner or the other parties?
The other parties.
And then the green messages, who would that be from?
That would be from Amber.
I'm going to start on page 3 here. First, I'm gonna have you read kind of each of these line by line, but what is the nature of this conversation?
Appeared they were setting up a get together where they would go out to eat, hang out.
And does it have the timestamps associated with when these messages were sent?
It does be in the bottom right hand corner of each text message.
So on page 3 here on 11/17/21 at 6:51 p.m., what message does Amber send to her friends?
She sends, "That sounds great, actually. I love Olive Garden and have not had it in forever, although I am up for whatever."
All right, and then looking further into the conversation here, what time was it that one of her girlfriends responded?
November 17th of 2021 at 9:54 seconds p.m.
Okay, and then with respect to Amber, what does she do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 37 seconds?
She loved a text message that was sent by one of the other participants.
And then what does Amber Hicks do on November 17th of 2021 at 9:59 and 40 seconds?
She then loved another separate text message that was sent by another friend.
Now, thereafter, was there any further conversation from Amber Hicks?
No, there was no other. So just to kind of explain, when we love or like a text message, that after you put your finger on the text message, pull the text message down, the little indicator pops up and you hit the heart, so that shows proof of life. There can be other data on the phone, emails coming in, things like that may register on your phone, but it's not actual like physical action that you did on the device. So that was the last one, physical actions on the device that I could determine was made by the owner, Amber.
And so were there other messages, and calls and so forth found in Amber Hicks's phone?
Yes.
Okay, but were the messages that we saw on, or the reactions to messages that we saw on state 661, page 4, were those the last activities that Amber herself would have done on her phone?
Yes.
So what does that tell you, kind of further evidence as it relates to the timeline?
That would have been the last known moment of life that we could establish.
At 9:59 p.m., how did that align with the 9:55 to 10:10 p.m. window that you had previously established?
Shortened it for about 4 minutes or so.
Now, did you also look for similar items of evidence within Justin's phone?
Yes, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 662. Do you recognize State 662?
Yes, I did.
Right, and how is it that you recognize 662?
So this is physical activity or rate monitor sensors that were recorded from the device Justin Hicks' phone.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of one of the reader reports that was produced from Justin Hicks's phone extraction that was previously admitted in this case?
Yes.
State moves to tender State 662 into evidence.
Any objection? State 662 is admitted.
Now, if we look at kind of earlier in the day, on November 17th of 2021, was there a significant amount of activity logged on Justin's phone?
Yes, there was some.
So I'm gonna go back to page 8 of State 662. Are these some of those readings?
Yes, sir. Different categories of different readings that were recorded to the device.
Did the phone itself appear to stay active for the better part of November 17th of 2021?
Yes.
I now want to look at page 2 of State's 662 here. Did you still see activity on the device? Sorry. In the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes, up to 8:47 p.m. and 4 seconds.
And so what does that tell you, at least with regard to whether Justin's phone was moving in some capacity at 8:47 and 4 p.m.?
Yes, this would indicate that the phone was being moved.
Now, did you care so much about the accuracy of the number of steps or anything like that?
No, the distance and stuff was not as interesting to me. It was more of the establishing timeline of showing some type of life.
Now, after that 8:47 and 4 seconds, when is the next time that you saw the device itself log movement?
It would have been at 6:16 a.m. and 59 seconds.
And will you go ahead and read off the various timestamps for logged movement?
Yes, so we had the one at 6:16 a.m. 59 seconds. The next one is 6:27 a.m. 49 seconds. And the last one was 6:43 a.m. 43 seconds.
And then going up a little bit further, did you see additional movement later on?
Yes, this is at 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds, and then 8:53 a.m. and 10 seconds as well as how the distance travel.
And these 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Movements that were logged, is that November 18th of 2021?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, had police arrived on scene yet?
No, they had not.
Where was Justin Hicks's device found within the home?
Justin Hicks's device was found resting on top of a baby gate that was between the sunroom where the child's toys were, Jacob's toys were, and the living room.
Did it appear that it had been there when Justin and Amber were alive and well?
It wouldn't make much sense that it would be there.
Were there any other items around that area indicative of child play?
Yes, there was toys scattered, things removed from shelves, and kind of a scattered, chaotic scene that you see in a child's playroom.
Was there other toys actually on the gate where Justin Hicks's phone was found?
Yes.
Do you remember any of those items?
I don't just recall the specific toy that was on the gates. I do remember the phone being on the gate.
Right now, were you able to determine whether these timestamps associated with movement of the device was relatively accurate?
The movement of the device was relatively, yes.
Okay. Looking down at the bottom of page 2, were you able to see whether there was any movement at 7:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that align with the video surveillance that was recovered from 5050 Verbena at 7:07 p.m.?
The November 17th at 7:07 p.m. was consistent with the time frame that we had from video across the street of the Hicks arriving home.
So with respect to the movement that we then see on November 18th of 2021, what conclusions did you make about that morning movement?
Based on where the phone was located and the fact that Jacob was found inside the house downstairs, and it looked like it was clear that Jacob had gone downstairs to play with toys, we believe that that is the first indication of Jacob at least coming downstairs and taking his father's mobile device.
Of course, is there any way to know what time Jacob actually got downstairs for the first time?
No.
So this is simply once he decided to play with his dad's phone.
Correct.
Looking next at state 663 here, do you recognize state 663?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a text message that was sent to Amber Hicks's mobile device.
And what day was that?
That was November 18th of 2021 at 8:07 a.m.
Is that a fair and accurate screenshot of that text that came through on Amber's device on November 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Did that come directly off the phone extraction that's been previously admitted?
Yes, it was.
State moves to tender state 663 into evidence.
State 663 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. So looking at this message here, were you able to tell whether anyone read the message that came in at 8:07:34 seconds?
Yes, the status of the text message indicated unread.
And with respect to this particular message, what did that have to do with?
The box that had been delivered at 10:17 p.m. Next to their side door.
Deborah says your Carter's order.
Correct, it was a Carter's box of his child's clothing.
Next, looking at state 664 here. Do you recognize state 664?
I do.
How do you recognize state 664?
This was a photograph on Amber's iPhone of herself, her son Jacob, and her husband Justin in front of the residence at 5059 Verbena.
And is that also a fair and accurate depiction of some of the metadata found within her device?
It is.
State moves to tender states exhibit 664 into evidence.
State 664 is admitted.
May I publish? Yes. Now, has the court seen this photo itself previously?
Yes.
Okay. But what is captured here that was significant just in terms of understanding the bigger picture of the timeline here?
The home was purchased by the Hicks on August 31st of that year, 2021. This was the first picture that they had taken as a family at the house.
Okay, what was the date of that, please?
September 5th, 2021 at 5:50 p.m.
What was the first kind of major break in your investigation?
It's a notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department.
When did you receive notification from the Sandy Springs Police Department?
It's early, I think it was around, I think that time, like 9:30, 10 a.m. on the.
What day,
Oh, sorry, November 19th.
Okay, 2021.
2021.
And why is it that you were receiving notification from Sandy Springs?
So I just came back from processing the scene. We had no leads at the time. Essentially went home, took a very quick nap, went back into work. As soon as I walked into the office, I was notified by a supervisor at Sandy Springs ambulance contacted the office to let us know that they just placed an individual in custody for entering 2 homes and stabbing a police officer. The reason why we were notified is because that individual was later identified as Matthew Scott Lance, lived near the Hicks. It was actually the house right behind the Hicks. So they felt like they wanted to pass that information along to us.
At that point, had the media kind of reported on the fact that there was a murder investigation from 50/50 Verbena?
Yes, and the analyst had seen some things on the news or wanted to read that.
Now, was there any vehicles associated with Mr. Lance that allowed Sandy Springs to kind of connect the dots for you all?
Yes, it was notified that they had recovered a black 2008 Lexus GS 350, and that vehicle they determined was registered to Matthew's parents, Teresa and Scott Lance.
So what did you do upon receiving this notification?
I responded to Sandy Springs. I originally responded to the incident with the officer involved shooting occurred.
Was that on Cameron Glen?
Correct.
All right, now, the point in time that you arrived at Cameron Glen, was Matthew Lance there?
No, he was not. He had already been transported to a hospital to receive medical treatment.
Now, what about the 2008 Lexus GS 350?
I believe that was, don't recall if it was still where it was recovered or if they had already transported it, but I know it was transported to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Did you end up going to Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters?
I did after I left the scene of camera.
And while you were there, did you have the opportunity to personally observe the 2008 black Lexus GS 350?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you. What's marked as 687 through 707, if you'll flip through those. And did you have an opportunity to go through all of these items before you testify as well?
Yes, ma'am.
So do you recognize date 687 through 707?
Yes.
How is it that you recognize those images?
This is Matthew Lance's vehicle at the Sandy Springs Police Department headquarters.
Now, those fair and accurate photographs of his car at Sandy Springs during their search warrant execution.
Yes, it is.
And did you have the opportunity to personally observe while it was there and the contents of the vehicle while it was still in Sandy Springs?
Yes, it is.
Statement to tender states 687 through 707.
Say 687 through 707 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Starting with state 687 here, what are we looking at?
It's the front of the vehicle.
Or photographs taken along all sides of the vehicle as well?
Yes, it's pretty standard.
States 692 here, what do we have on state 692?
We're taking a photo to document the license plate that's affixed to the rear. This particular one was a Georgia tax CGI 9767.
And just while we're on the topic, so I don't lose my train of thought, when you have a known license number or your license plate, are you able to run that through any license plate reader systems?
Yes.
And did you do that in this particular case?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any relevant images of this license plate from, let's say, 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 until 1 a.m. on 8 p.m. on November 17th of 2021 through 1 a.m. on November 18th of 2021?
No.
State 697 here, what are we looking at?
Photograph of the driver's side of the vehicle.
State 698.
This is the back seat of the vehicle. There's a green backpack observed on the back seat.
State 699, the zoom of that same backpack.
Yeah, it's a picture of the same backpack, but from the passenger side of the vehicle.
State 700, what is it that was being depicted in state 700?
So that was a metal flashlight that we had found in the glove box.
Was this of interest to you?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
So as we were examining the flashlight, noticed the end cap, it was pointed at the end, and I found this
I'm sorry, the cap is what?
pointed at the end. There were some scrape marks on the end cap. That point was kind of consistent to items that carry back on patrol to break windows. Usually that carry a window punch or something. If there's a vehicle accident and someone's trapped, we have a pointed end on it so you could break a window. So when I saw that, I thought that was interesting since we had a broken window in our street.
Is that what we're looking at in state 702?
Yes.
State 703, is that the same flashlight?
Yes, and in this picture you can kind of see towards the end cap how it protrudes out to a point. There was some scuff marks around the edges.
And state 704.
I was documenting the other end of the flashlight.
What was being documented in state 705 here?
This would be the center console where we located an Apple level device.
State 706, was that device then removed from the center console for better documentation?
It was.
Is that what we see in state 706?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what are we looking at in state 707?
Depicting the backside of the phone.
Ultimately, was the search warrant obtained to retrieve that phone and bring it to Covenant?
Yes, it was first seized by the Sandy Springs Police Department, and then later they got a separate search warrant to take it from their property and take it back to Cobb County.
And did you collect that item of evidence?
I did, yes.
Is that in looking at state 665, which was already admitted? Is state 665 the cell phone that was found in Matthew Lanz's center console that we just looked at in photographs 705 through 707?
Yes, it is the Middle West.
Now, while did Mr. Land get transported to Sandy Springs headquarters while you were still there?
Yes, it was.
Did you have an opportunity to interview?
I did.
So was this still on November 19th of 2021?
It was, yes.
Do you recall what time it was when you conducted your interview?
Approximately 7:15 p.m.
At that point,
I'm sorry, are you admitting 665?
it has already been admitted, so I was just circling back.
To there.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. You said 7:15 p.m.?
Yes.
At that point in time, had the Sandy Springs detectives, Detective Needham and Detective Johnson, had they already interviewed Mr. Lance?
Yes.
Is that the footage that we watched earlier today?
Yes, it is.
When you conducted your portion of the interview, do you recall how much time had passed between when Detective Needham and Detective Johnson ended their interview to when you and Detective Jackson began y'all's interview?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Was it in the same room that was seen in the previous footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a video and audio recorded room?
It was.
And who was there other than yourself?
Detective Ben Jackson. Ben Jackson.
At the point in time that you all arrived, had Mr. Lambs already been read his Miranda warnings?
Yes.
And had he agreed to speak to Sandy Springs officers without counsel?
Yes.
Had they started initiating any conversation with him regarding your investigation of Amber and Justin's murders?
No.
Did they talk to him at all about that?
About the car incident?
Yes.
Yes.
And was there indication before you even walked in the room as to whether Mr. Lance was willing to speak to you all?
Yes.
Once you all got in the room, did you re-Mirandize him?
We did not read Miranda in that.
Did you talk to him at all about his rights or ask him about whether he was read his rights?
Yes, Detective Jackson confirmed with Matthew that he had been read his rights, and he replied yes. Then he asked him, "Did you understand that?"
And was based on his response to, "Did you understand your rights?" Was he asked whether he was willing to speak to you all?
Yes, he made a comment about how he was planning on speaking with his attorney to reach out to us to set up a witness interview.
So did he phrase it as though he was a possible witness to y'all's homicide investigation?
Correct.
Did he proceed to then have conversation with you all?
Yes.
Right. Did he at all appear to be under the influence, meaning drunk or high or slurred speech or anything along those lines?
No.
Did he have difficulty staying awake?
No.
Did he have difficulty making and maintaining eye contact?
No.
Was there any indication that you observed that made you feel that he had too many drugs in his system from his gunshot wounds to know what was going on or what the nature of y'all's conversation was?
No, he was speaking clearly to us. We could understand what he was saying, and he seemed to be aware of where he was and why he was there.
Was there any hope of benefit offered throughout you all's conversation?
No.
Was there any fear of injury?
No.
Did you all threaten him in any manner?
No.
Did you use any weapons to obtain a statement from him?
No.
Did you use any coercive police tactics at all?
No, ma'am.
What was the tone of y'all's interview with him?
Conversational. Towards the end, I got a little more accusatory towards him, but yeah, 99% was conversational.
Prior to taking the stand, did you have the opportunity to review your portion of the defendant's interview?
Yes.
Is that what's contained in State's Exhibit 474?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, similar to the Sandy Springs investigation, is their recording system kind of broken down into chunks?
Yes, it was.
And is that just how you get a copy of it?
Yeah, that's how their system works, I guess.
Despite being broken up into segments, is that the entirety of y'all's conversation and interview with Mr. Lance?
Yes, even though there were chunks of clips, it was like 15 minutes, so there was no portions missing throughout the interview.
This time, State Business Center State's Exhibit 474 in evidence.
Judge, a little bit after that, went through the same grounds that we checked prior. It was 45 minutes from the time that they stopped the second part of that interview. The officers were there for a different purpose than what was associated with the first group of officers, which was a home invasion there in Sandy Springs. So this was totally different. They came to talk with him about another crime that happened in Scott County. So consequently, Judge, the fact that they did not read him Miranda, they did not have him sign a Miranda waiver, and the fact that he made a comment about going to get with his lawyer about setting up something to talk to him about. For all those reasons, Judge, we would object to this interview going back.
State your response.
Your Honor, you heard the first portion of this interview that was conducted by Sandy Springs officers, and in that conversation, or in that beginning portion of the interview, he specifically asked if he would be willing to talk to Cobb County officers, in which he indicates that he would. They had already kind of begun the conversation and actually started to interview him on this topic, so Mr. Lance knew very well exactly what Cobb County officers were there to do in terms of the interview. At the start of that interview, as indicated by Detective Stannard, they did ask him whether he had been read his Miranda rights by Sandy Springs officers. He indicated he had. They then asked whether he understood his rights and would be willing to speak to them. And he replied that he was actually going to reach out to his attorney to be able to set up a meeting with Cobb County officers in order to discuss his witness testimony, essentially making it sound as though he was a witness or potential witness to this homicide investigation. Thereafter, as indicated by the detective, they began their conversation. So at no point in time did he invoke his rights, and clearly he understood the nature of that conversation. Additionally, I would point around to Quintana versus the state, which is 322 Georgia 61. That's from June 24th of 2025. And in that case, Your Honor, the Supreme Court of Georgia held that coercive police tactics are a necessity in order to find that a interview was not voluntarily given. In this case, I don't think there's any way to make that sort of finding. You've seen the beginning portion of this interview, which continues on in that very nature, so I don't think that's an issue at all. 45 minutes isn't long enough to make this unduly lengthy of an interrogation. That's very normal to take breaks during interrogations. You've heard testimony that he was lucid, that he was willing to speak to officers, that you saw previously his relaxed body language and so forth. And so I don't think there are any grounds to find that this is an involuntary statement that shouldn't be admitted.
You all approach one more.
Okay, guys, I don't know why it dropped. It just dropped. My sound is dropped. Why is everything dropping? Give me a second. It dropped. I don't have sound. Do you have sound, June?
Times that the back floodlight sensors were illuminated.
Activated again at 9:55 p.m. and then again at approximately 10:10 p.m.
And that 10:10 p.m. was that the last time those lights were triggered?
It was.
So 10:10 p.m. last time being that those rear lights were triggered. How many minutes after that did Justin get the notification about the package delivery?
It was about 7 minutes. That was also confirmed through.
June, can you hear me? I need a head shake. Okay, because I can't hear anything.
The video camera across the street.
And so that also the timestamp of the camera from across the street of 10:17 p.m.
Yes, the camera time.
Yes, water, anything else you use, crackers? Dehydrated today? Sorry, you need anything else that you still have to drink? I'm Ted Jackson, Texas Air, and I really appreciate talking to this. I mean, you might see something here in the house last night. We're working on it, you heard about it. Working on a murder that happened in Akron. I think you were there last time, you might see something. Man, to be honest with you, this enhanced burns. We've been trying to rack our brains, trying to figure out what happened. before I left this one, 6-year-old, ready to be like, oh, yeah, we can solve this case. Yeah, me too. And like I said, I think we have some information out.
Right, and that's the end of that portion of disc 2, video 2. So it will now resume with disc 2, video 3.
With some business guard here, beginning of some, the same strings guys, just want to direct you.
Yes,
You understand all that?
I was quite frankly, I was intending to be able to leave soon and they'll call my lawyer and talk to me about like setting up with a testimony or whatever.
Okay, well, that's good.
Yeah, I was just saying, I gave my side of the stories of,
Okay. Like I said, we're here to talk about having actors. You want to talk to us about that now?
I'll just say, I mean, all I saw was their lights on, and those were the lights that were always on. I think my brother was being harassed by the neighbors. Yeah, it's just not something I really want to go into because it causes a lot of issues.
Okay, well, we don't have to talk about what's going on, brother, not something like that. Part of what we're trying to figure out is narrowing down the time frame. Like, we know it happened sometime between, the night before and that morning when they were found, we got this really huge window. So, do you remember about what time you saw the lights on?
It would have been, so I left Athens at around
9 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got home probably at 10:30-ish. And then sat in the car about 15 minutes. And I went back for some cigarette. That's all I went on.
Okay.
Trying to go back to work with home because we got to sleep at home. And it was locked somewhere in front. I just didn't go. And then I just left because I was starting to get really tired.
Okay. So you think that's
So
10,
9 to about 11:30 when I got back to
Okay, so what do you think was
maybe
9 to 12 is your trip from Athens to home?
my trip from Athens back.
Okay. So you saw the light on, you said hour and a half, so 10:45-ish?
Right.
Okay. Did you see any kind of movement in the house? Or hear anything?
I mean, I would say maybe the lights moved and it freaked me out kind of bad.
Okay. What do you mean, like, you saw somebody walk by the light, or like?
I mean, maybe just flicker a little bit and I just said out of the corner of my eye, because I don't think it's really somewhere else, family reasons.
For family reasons?
Yeah, they cause a lot of issues with my brother. And it's just not something I have to involve.
I'm sorry, hearing it. Did you hear anything while you were out there?
No, that's the weirdest part. I was talking to my mom, she said she heard it. I didn't hear anything while I was there either, so I just don't know what to think.
What's your mom's name?
Distracted.
Yeah, that's
Well, that's my
Okay, I see it muted. There's something glitching going on. He looks so pretentious. He looks so. I just. It's almost like he's like enjoying the parading in and out and the attention. It's almost like he's. Oh my God, narcissistic or what? When he walks in, he looks like a pompous heirs. I don't understand it. I want to make sure I have the right button. He looks like a pompous. He looks like he is a billionaire under trial. Like his crap don't stink. Hell, he don't crap. I don't know. I just don't like the way he looks. I don't like the way he's carrying himself. He's acting like he is the star of a show. Kinda is. But damn. A woman is missing dead. Don't get me started. Just don't. Just no. We'll go back over here. I could tolerate.
Yeah, I mean, for us, this is not, most of the cases we work, it's a drug deal on bad or some kind of DD or something like that. And this, I mean, it's just a young couple. I mean, they got baptized recently. They found out recently she's pregnant. They hadn't even told her family that they're expecting. They were planning a reveal party in a couple weeks. They just took all pictures and sent another information and said that she's pregnant. The 2-year-old son was found in his dad's lap covered in blood, like he had put toys on his parents.
Oh, the son then?
You know, the son woke up, came downstairs, and was laying in his dad's lap covered in his dad's blood, and put toys.
That's shocking.
It's a pretty messed up situation.
That's horrible. Like I said, besides like the lighting, flickering, and like maybe then in between the slats of the windows, it just so nice to go. That's really all that I saw.
You think that was about 10:45? What time did you leave to go back to Athens?
It would have been probably 11:15.
Okay. Did you leave? Did you see suspicious cars? You had a neighbor that didn't go home?
No. It was pretty bad. By the time I left, I hadn't heard anything behind me and everything else driving away.
Is that neighborhood pretty? That seems, we don't live there, it seems like a really quiet neighborhood.
Yeah, it's probably the last place I ever. Historically, there's been like car runnings and stuff, but like not even anything that would sort of happen like that, you know.
Just like how you were into night.
Yeah, it's like nighttime stuff. I mean, there's been casing of houses in the neighborhood before, but.
Or anything kind of violent, or just like.
No, I would say violent. I would just say, you know, historically there's been soliciting or you know, regular mischief type stealing or
I mean, so for us, like I said, we're just trying to figure out his dad's actually a pastor. And I was in ministry before, she was in his job too. And a lot of times, like, things you don't think that would matter, like small details that you don't think matter, and you can make a big deal of us. But no, but let's just say there's anything you can think of, even if you think, like, hey, this is figure it out, big deal. It might be a big deal to us. Sometimes you might say a little something that matters to us, and somebody else says something else, and you put that together. So if there's anything you can remember, even if you think it's insignificant, it would be helpful.
I suppose the energy just not felt off and just made me want to go home. I don't know, it's so weird. It's like a weird coincidence.
Everything energy is off.
That was the point. I was getting tired for no reason other than I just drive back out. That's a long drive. I know, but I did it anyway. It's I was just gonna say the weekend later.
What makes you decide to go home?
I just wanted to go show with them.
Did you time?
I called it that, I was on it, but I should have.
Your dad really, he said you tried the door, it was locked.
Yeah.
He leave the door open for you, or he?
No, the door, I had a key, but I just didn't use it on the front door. But that's literally all that I can cope with. That's kind of like, just how that went.
You said, can you use the back door?
I tried to unlock the back door, but I don't have the key to this.
Did you do anything else out in the back door before you went into the house?
No, I just wanted to see where that was, kind of getting around and saw that last time.
Did you smoke that cigarette like as soon as you got back to the house?
No, I was like, I was in my heart, I did for a little bit.
How long do you think you're out back or something cigarette?
I don't know, it should have been 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
5 minutes is long.
You ever go inside your house? You never went inside the house? You have any further conversation with your mom or your dad?
Yeah, we talked, and I didn't know that, and didn't work anybody.
I don't know if you got to the house, you let them know I am at the house.
No, not with this lady, she's probably better for that.
So you show up, sit in the car for like 15 minutes, go to the back, smoke a cigarette, and then drive over to that. Why did your mom ask you that? What happened at the house?
I don't know, she kind of just showed up like that over at my apartment, and I was like, why is somebody like trying to meet with her? So, like,
She like freaked out about guns or something?
they're not the biggest gun fans. Like, I enjoy the responsibility part of it.
Yes.
You know, she can respect that, you know, they keep them safe, et cetera, so it's, you know.
Did you have a gun with you in Athens or something?
No, I didn't take a gun with me. It remained in my room in my apartment.
In your apartment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's, I know you pulled out your gun with your mom back and so I didn't get a gun with you in Athens or you're talking about something.
Yeah, no, it was just
Oh, okay. Is it in Athens now or?
no, it's with my parents actually.
Oh, so you had to bring it back?
No, they just took it. And then
Your mom took it?
Yeah.
From the Athens?
Did you take your gun? No, okay, so the magazines are in my drawer and she has the gun.
Did she take it from you in Athens?
It was actually my dad suggested he keep it.
Did it was your dad with your mom?
Yeah, I forgot.
So they both showed up?
Yeah, this, they showed up with it.
And then they snatched your gun up?
Yes, but they said they would get it back very soon.
Why they snatched your gun? There's something to get like your guns or?
Yeah, something like that, especially since I just turned 21. Yeah, that's 12. So I just, what do you do responsibility?
That is so good.
It's a weird thing for them, like culturally, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know, they have a historic gun fans.
No,
But, I mean, my brother and my children are just,
okay. And we're all pro second on here, we like
exactly. I say it's Georgia.
Yeah. You ever go like, do you like go hunting or target shooting?
Yeah, I've done ski shooting a few times, target shooting.
Yeah.
So all these are just like traditional, like over under and semi, ski shooting, what is it where it goes out to track shooting? Yeah, track shooting, to the dance. Good, enjoying training with myself and schools.
And of course, you know, when we look at victims of this kind of thing, just try to kind of dig into their life and figure out as much as we can.
I mean, my mom was saying their relationship was allegedly kind of cryptic, but I don't know. I just don't want to presume on anything. I don't know.
Say cryptic, you know.
Cryptic as in like they were very nearly related or very nearly together or something. I'm not sure.
Now, I know you said that that house might be that lit. You know, you don't want to get into it, you brought it and that, okay. But do you think the people that live there before something could happen to somebody else outside your brother, like they might harass someone else other than your brother? Or had issues with someone else?
The new people?
No, the old people.
Oh, the old people? I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe. I have seen the people that lived there before being a little suspect with the lights for no reason and stuff.
Have you suspected with the light?
Yeah. I don't know. They're just like flipping on and like shine lighters in the window and shit. It's so weird.
So the people who live there before
kind of so
you know, some shady stuff?
It must have been, I don't know, so like off looking.
You think they did like criminal stuff too?
I don't know. That's funny.
I know that stuff was with your brother. We don't have to talk about it, but I'm just trying to get an idea of those people that used to live there. Like what kind of, because who knows, maybe somebody went to that house and they still live there. Maybe they made someone else.
Yeah, I don't know. The people must have moved in pretty fast.
You know, the old people moved out? Yeah.
It was a couple months ago.
We were pretty early then.
And I just tried not to think about it because it was so weird.
Do you think that, you know, if they would have done all this mean stuff to your brother, you think they would have done it to like anybody else in the neighborhood or somebody?
No, I don't think it was like that. I think there's some weird obsession with it.
Obsession with your brother? Yeah. So you think they would have any other
reason?
Yeah.
We never really talked to them. They were kind of quiet.
Talk about you said it like flicker lights and stuff in the house, but what's that? What was that all about?
I don't know, like if we were in the backyard like at night, just sitting there, they were consciously like consider trying to get in our attention in some way, but like, or they would just turn on for no reason, leave the room, leave the light on, go for whatever.
Would that light just shine into your house?
No, but it's just like you can see it from the backyard.
Yeah. Can you see it when you're inside your house or something?
Yeah, you can see it from the living room.
Did the new people do that house stuff too?
No, I haven't seen anything like that until in Athens in school.
I just recall you saying something that you caught something out of the corner of your eye when you got there smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, it might have just flickered, like, moving my periphery or.
And you don't think they were trying to like mess the show here?
Even if they were also possible, that's not anyway, but that caused issues.
Your mom ever had any issues with them flickering the lights? Just
No, she didn't seem to believe it, but.
Didn't seem to believe what? About lights?
No, interesting. She was just like, I don't believe it.
Wow. Can I believe you about stuff like that?
Well, I told her that he was probably right about the harassing because I had seen it in past intentions that he's trying.
I mean, obviously, you believe it. You believe they were harassing them, right?
Yeah, because he told me that. He was like, you know, they're so weird.
Wow, you know that. So your mom didn't do it. And but these people weren't harassing you, they were harassing your mom.
No, I don't believe so. They seem to have been very moving and quiet.
So it's all that, the whole that there. You know what happened to them? Where they went?
They must have just moved somewhere else.
You don't know where, or anything about that? Okay. Were they into like?
My goodness.
Yeah, I don't know, like some old stuff. Were they into like satanic, like?
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to assume, 'cause I don't know.
I know that you had like a suspicion or something like that.
I just, you know, we just do all of that.
I know what you're talking about. Okay, yeah, but it's man. Do they have like all people that are craft and stuff?
I don't know.
Pretty good. Yeah, there's mad world. So you don't think anybody like
George like considered pretty safe too, but
do you think that those old residents could have harassed somebody to the point where someone would come over there and kill those people thinking that they got the wrong, didn't know they moved out?
I don't know. I mean, I don't want to assume like that because I never saw them like trying to harass people.
Well, the thing is, you know, you grow up in that neighborhood.
Yeah, my whole life.
Yes, you know a lot of that neighborhood. You know,
Exactly.
You know,
it's not fun. I know it's off. You know,
yeah, you know something's not right.
But I don't claim it's a sixth sense type thing. Because that's a little out there, anyway.
So, knowing the neighborhood and the kind of people who live in and around that neighborhood, what do you think happened? What do you think happened to that?
I told the other officer, I was like, it probably just got attempted rob, I don't know. And then maybe they got scared going in, like, and seeing the people, I don't know. And then they just,
Do these people have like fancy stuff you think like?
I don't know. I've never really seen an interior.
They have like
Well, besides, I don't really go there much more.
I mean, you hear like there's like fancy stuff at their house, like fancy cars or something that somebody might go and that's a good place to rob. You know, it's like why that house? You know, like why that house and all that.
I don't know. Our house is on the corner, so it's kind of like not like able to be robbed easily, I suppose. And that's just like behind ours, so it's more hidden.
So we're trying to figure it out because we couldn't really see anything like this in the house, so it's like a weird thing. Didn't trip us up.
So I guess I'm not sure.
It's like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's, I mean, usually they come for a reason or stuff, right? I don't know. Unless it's just an irrational person.
an irrational word, what would be like
I don't even know, just like someone like.
Yeah, what even is it?
Some black guy shit wanting to break into somebody's house. I mean, I've seen solicitors, I don't know about Boston solicitors with powers or whatever, that's possible.
Yeah, solicitor over there, bro.
I mean, not in a bad way, but, we don't have this soliciting sign, so it usually works.
Think somebody's soliciting in the middle of the night.
That's I don't know, probably not.
You ever had solicitors over your house?
I think the judge has this.
No, dude.
Where'd you park it? You over there?
So I'm not sure.
In the driveway? Did you see cars parked on the street or anything?
I don't know, I think the neighbors were across the road, the neighbor across the road were probably parked in their driveway.
When you're smoking cigarettes, where were you at when you're smoking cigarettes?
Just my backyard, like near my, like that's our house. And the fence to the other house is your house, over here, looking at the house.
You see into their house from that vantage point?
You can't really see the house, you just see the windows lit up.
Do you know which window that is? Do you have to describe it?
Yeah, it's just above it, a little bit more house.
Is it like really high up?
It's just a side story, but
So you can't see like, where the first floor or anything like that.
I mean, you might go see some like shadows of light through the cracks and this.
Did you hear about it before your mom came to your place?
No, that's the thing, she completely surprised you with it, obviously.
What have you heard since then?
Nothing really. No.
I mean, have you seen anything? Did you word of mouth or?
Something to shot at and that worked on. You know, it's close, it's literally on the edge.
Yeah. So, you just happened to drive by that night, and there was no, like, was it moving out or something that said, like, hey, go that night, or?
Well, no, I was going home to see my family because I hadn't felt like I had any connection with them. So I was gonna stay, but I wouldn't take Thursday, Friday. And then I got there. Went to the background, put the bottom, that's not what I had.
It's just crazy. I mean, it seems like when I got home, I at least let my family know I'm there.
I was telling my mom, I let that know one day, like, I should walk you to.
Did you text him, call him?
Yeah, I called him.
Did you ever, you're just want to say, did you ever go into the neighbor's yard at all?
No, it's like a big fence, you gotta jump over. You want to cross.
Walking across it out on the street or sidewalk or cul-de-sacs, anything,
I mean, like sometimes I walk or I know I said I just like walk or the night where it's.
You are on that night.
No, it's just like.
You didn't see anybody else out there that time?
No, it's very quiet. That's the weirdest part. Very quiet.
Did your house have any cameras that comes out?
No.
Any images of cameras that you think comes out or footage or anything? Video, I'm gonna have scatter across the whole damn neighborhood, on every ring doorbell camera, and this thing. We're gonna have hours and hours of footage to watch, so I'm just wondering if you know, like, and then you should really check out this camera, this probably help you see everything.
I don't know. There's like a few, I think, but not too many.
I mean, you can get more, right,
It's
you know, like, to the house and stuff, right?
Like when I drive home, I can't drive out past more than 5 or 6 rings, I think. Something like that.
Any, like, in particular, you know, like your house or like, where this happened at, for you? I don't think so. Did you call when you got home or anything? Good. Your parents, when you got home, did you call and say, hey, I'm here?
No, like I said, I should call them or that.
They got that right?
Yeah, they do.
They do. They're working on the car.
My mom's the same. My dad works for construction.
Does he travel? Is it usually just you and mom over there?
I mean, he comes on like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Do you go?
The end of disc 2
home a lot from Athens, or how often you come back? I try to go home more often these days. Yeah. Usually, I'll go home for Thanksgiving. I'll probably do that. It should be fun. Like how often do you think you go? Do you go to your parents' house once a month, every week? Sometimes, like 2 or 3 times. 2 or 3 times, like a month, or like, I'm definitely not real consecutively. Yeah, but really, that happens, or no? You work? Yeah, I do summer construction with that. I graduated. So you make a bunch of money over the summer? Yeah, hard. Yeah, so you have to stay over the summer. Does your mom have you get some? Yeah, it's like a couple thousand for working. Yeah. So all you can help with. Well, before we leave, we trust we won't take up too much more of your time. We just need to check our case files, make sure we're not forgetting anything that to ask you, that can help us at least this thing here.
It's not just like a little tiny detail.
Yeah, and these things, they're so, they can be so complex, you just want to make sure you go through this, dang it, we forgot to ask Matt this one question, I guess, about, I mean, I just, with all these things. And be able to possibly, call or be able to maybe work in social evidence that can help.
Well, that, there's the same strings, you got your own thing going on there, okay. I don't know what all age they charge you, but I don't know off the top of my head, but,
I believe they could, explain away with this stream.
yeah, I'll ask them, right?
I don't know, listen, I just really like to go see my family after.
You mentioned an attorney, I guess we may have further questions, is it okay if we look at our notes and come back and keep talking?
Yeah.
We'll try to be quick. Okay. Need more water?
For the record, that's being stopped at 19:47:31 seconds, and will resume at 19:51 and 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, you can do that, just talk. All right, look, you gotta understand where we're sitting. You got this cup that lives behind your house, or on the road to their house. And today, not only that, the people who used to live in the house, used to talk with your brother, and you, something associated, which I believe. Now today, just a few days later, Sandy Springs finds you, and other people's homes. And then on top of that, you stab one of the guys. And you stab them up really, really, really good. I mean, bad. You carve them up. Okay? In our business, we don't call that shit a coincidence. Okay? The thing is, when I ask you about the cameras, we already have cameras for cameras. Okay? There's a damn camera right across the street from where these people go. Okay? Okay, what do you think about it? And I had guys back in the office, scouring for hours and hours and hours, just sitting there literally watching camera footage. Okay. This, I just went into my backyard to smoke a cigarette aspect, I'm not really buying it. Now, I'm not saying you're some cold-hearted person, but from where I'm sitting, you were in that house. Wednesday night, when you drove back from that house. Maybe you had a reason. Maybe someone told you to do it. Maybe God told you to do it. I don't know. But here's where the rubber meets the road. It's time for you to cleanse your soul and tell us what happened so we can tell that family and that 2-year-old when he grows up one day why he doesn't have any parents. You're picking up on what down to you.
Or that we're probably demonic in nature.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. It's the way that it seemed.
They could very well be.
I don't want to think of that. I was talking to home too.
Is that why it's over there?
Where?
To their house?
I didn't go over there.
There's a camera right there across the street. So, what's it?
There's
There's a
Where
camera.
did it come from?
There's a camera across the
How
street.
did you know? How do you know it was me?
Because you stabbed a cop today after breaking into someone's house and you live right behind where these people were murdered. I mean, 5-year-old could figure that out.
I don't know what to say other than I'm innocent. And I mean it. Well,
Let me ask you this. What's the ninth commandment?
the what?
The ninth commandment. You know the Lord, right? What's the ninth commandment?
I'm not sure.
Don't lie. That's the ninth commandment, okay? So I can say to you right now, from the camera footage, you did walk from your house into their yard and you set off the motion light. You remember that?
Not quite.
Not quite? What do you mean not quite?
Are you saying that I'm gonna be arrested under some circumstances? I'm just wondering.
I'm saying that camera shows you walking into their backyard, setting off the motion light, walking back to your house.
This was me.
It's the same gray hoodie you were wearing today. It's at the hospital in the clothing bag. It's the same hoodie that's in the
It's a
video.
different one.
It's a different one? What hoodie was it the other night?
It was the North Face.
The North Face, the gray North Face hoodie.
The one that was in the hospital.
Zip up?
No. I have one that's lighter than the whole size. And that's the one that was in the hospital.
So that's the one you were wearing.
Yes, that's right.
So how'd you get in your house?
I didn't murder them.
Maybe you didn't mean to murder them. See, if you didn't mean to murder them, I could believe that. But this, I didn't do shit but smoke a cigarette and drive back to Athens thing. Dude, come on, man. Wait.
Where do you want
You're
this
going
to go with me?
The truth, all these people ended up dead.
Someone murdered them.
You murdered them.
What do you want me to say? I haven't even been gifted a lawyer, and they were trying to curse on me on the fireplace. Like, it's admissible.
You tried to curb someone?
Yes, they were battering me after I got shot. They were still trying to batter me.
Maybe you should stab police officers.
That's correct, sir. You're correct about that.
I don't think that's that, man. We're from Cobb County. I don't know anything about what happened in Union City Springs. All I know is you're in someone else's home today. And that's why the police had to come out there. And that's how this all transpired.
Exactly.
So you go in someone's house today, but no, man, and I sat in a car, yeah, I was in someone's house that wasn't. But this whole going to my neighbor's house and killing people, I didn't do that. Of course, that wouldn't be me. Come on, man.
What? Why would I kill my neighbors?
Why would you go into someone's house and stab a contact?
Because I didn't intend to do that. With all due respect.
Maybe you didn't intend to murder them, but you did. So how did we get from I got there to them being dead?
Maybe I induced blackout while I was sleeping. I don't know.
Have you ever had one of those?
A blackout?
Yes. Okay. What happens during these blackouts? Because I've never had a blackout.
I don't know. I was just like, you do like random stuff and then you wake up.
Okay. Did you have a blackout then?
I don't know. I slept in the car and woke up in the car and I went to go smoke a cigarette and left.
Okay. So
that's the truth.
You don't know if you had a blackout? Is it possible you had a blackout?
I don't want to think I had a blackout because that would probably
I know you don't want to think about it. I'm saying it's impossible you have a blackout.
I don't know. I was sleeping for like 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
Have you ever had a blackout and been accused of doing something you didn't?
My last case was induced marijuana, panic attack, probably psychosis, but like that was pretty much settled. And like, it's just crazy.
Did you have your gun with you that day?
No, it was in Athens.
It was in Athens. So when I find your gun and I match them up to the showcases in the house, are they gonna match?
I don't know.
Probably not. If it was my gun and you asked me, hey, is your gun gonna match any murder scenes? I'm gonna be like, nope. I'm not gonna say probably not. Because guess what? I'm gonna get your gun. I'm gonna get all your guns. I'm gonna get any guns you ever touched.
Okay. Alright. You don't have to threaten me, please, officer.
I'm not threatening you. I'm not threatening you. Because you're lying to me, man. You're lying.
Sir, with all due respect, you don't want to believe me that it was.
So here's the thing. I think there's a logical explanation. You're just not telling me.
For the record, that stopped at 20 minutes and 5 seconds.
Detective Standard, ultimately, did this defendant confess to these killings?
No, he did not.
Where did he put himself on the evening of November 17th of 2021?
In the backyard of his home at 600 Delphinium Boulevard.
Which is how close to 50-50 Verbena Drive?
They back up to each other.
Now, with respect to the timeline he provided, how did the arrival that he said was at 10:30 p.m. align to the video surveillance evidence?
About 19 minutes difference from when we observed his Lexus leaving the area.
Well, in terms of arrival, how did his stated time of arrival of 10:30 p.m. compared to the arrival as shown on surveillance video?
That would have been close to an hour. I think it would have been about a 50-minute difference.
And then how did his departure time that he says was 11:15 p.m. compare to the departure time as seen on the surveillance video?
It would have been about an hour and 4 minutes difference.
Now, what did you make of the statement that he was really tired, so he drove back to Athens?
Didn't make much sense to me.
Did you at some point go to Athens?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 821 here. Do you recognize State's 821?
Yes, this is a Google map showing a route from 600 Delphinium Boulevard, which is his family residence here in Cobb County, to Athens, Georgia, at his apartment.
And is that a fair and accurate map showing the different roadways and such between those two addresses?
Correct.
And in that particular exhibit states 891, does that show two possible routes to get from point A to point B?
Yes, it does.
This time state moves to tender states 821 into evidence.
States 821 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking at states 821 here. And I'm going to zoom in, but roughly, and obviously it varies on the route taken, but roughly how far is it from 600 Delphinium to 435 North Church Street in Athens?
Just shy of about 86 miles.
Did it make sense to you that if someone was super tired, they would drive almost 2 hours?
No, and he was at his parents' house where he could have slept there, so I don't know why he drive all the way back.
Now, kind of towards the beginning of that interview, there was a statement about believing Amber to be pregnant. Was that the case at that point in time in y'all's investigation?
Correct. There's some speculations going around at the time. We had also found some photographs of the family, the Hicks family. It was like some fall family photographs, and Amber was holding a very small pumpkin near her stomach. So we thought that may have been possible.
And so that at the time that you made that statement to Mr. Lance, a true statement?
Yes, that was our belief at the time.
Was it later determined that she was not pregnant at the time?
That's correct.
Now, what else kind of stood out to you or caught your attention about this interview?
Well, first he put himself in the area, not just in the area, but in his backyard where that backed up to the lands or to the Hicks property. The statement itself was hard to follow. He claimed he drove all the way from Athens to come visit his parents, smoked a cigarette in the backyard, and then took a nap in his car for 10 to 15 minutes, got a bad feeling, and then drove all the way home. I just thought that was an unusual thing to do, and as far as that statement goes. So yeah, I didn't quite believe that to be genuine.
What about the statements regarding a North Face jacket?
So at the time, we had reviewed a lot of video surveillance. Granted, the surveillance was difficult to see. When I reviewed it on my computer, kind of frame by frame, a particular moment when we see an individual walking from the backyard area of the Hicks's residence up the street towards Delphinium Boulevard. It was my opinion that the subject seen in that video, their top clothing was a lighter color than their bottom clothing. And I just, at that time, suspected it may have been a lighter color or gray. So that was when we confronted him about a gray hoodie, because during the Sandy Springs incident, when he was shot, the paramedics or responding officers had actually cut off a gray jacket, zip-up jacket off this person.
But what was it, I guess, about his response that was noteworthy to you?
So when we confronted him with that belief that, hey, you were wearing a gray hoodie today, and we believe you were wearing a gray hoodie on that video camera, he made a response and said, no, that was my North Face hoodie.
What about the number of times that lights were mentioned?
The number of times?
And I'm not asking you to testify to how many times, but what about the volume of times?
He mentioned seeing a flickering light while he was in the backyard smoking a cigarette several times. I believe at one time described him as possibly demonic. I think maybe the 40s.
I'm sorry.
I think he described him as demonic at one point.
Was it clear based on the interview whether these demonic lights is what led him to have this bad feeling and drive almost 2 hours back to Athens?
Specifically lights, I just recall him saying he had a bad eerie feeling, took him out and then drove home.
I'm going to show you it's been marked to 666 here. Do you, recognize that exhibit?
Yes, it is.
All right, and how is it that you recognize that exhibit?
This is a booking photo of Matthew Lance taken at the Cobb County Adult Detention Center.
Is that a fair and accurate photograph of how he looked back in 2021?
It is.
State News Tender states 666 in evidence.
Any objection? No objection. State 666 is in it.
Now, in terms of the clothing that you've referenced as having seen on the Sandy Springs body camera footage, were you able to recover that clothing?
Yes, it was.
And where did you go to recover this clothing?
I went to the GBI headquarters to retrieve that.
After retrieving the clothing, what was done with it?
That was photographed and processed by our crime scene technicians.
And before photographing it, did it remain in the packaging from Fulton County?
Yes, it was in its original packaging that the crime scene original person who collected the items had sealed it in a bag.
I'm going to show you states 708 through 766. If you'll take a moment to flip through those.
Sorry, there's just a lot of them. Yes, I recognize these.
And are those fair and accurate photographs taken in Cobb County of the clothing you retrieved from GBI from Sandy Springs?
That's correct.
State News to Tender states exhibit 708 through 766.
Any objection? State 708 to 766 are admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
Looking at state 710, just by way of example, were the items you received in bags?
Yes, they were.
And were they sealed?
Yes, sealed and signed.
Looking at state 711 here, what are we looking at?
It's a pair of pants.
And now, what was the state of a lot of these clothing items based on the Sandy Springs case?
They were cut off of them, so they're pretty torn up.
State 713.
Yeah, that's also a pair of like sweatpants.
And I don't mean an exact number, but how many like articles of clothing were there?
Several tops and bottoms.
State 716 here.
A pair of black gloves.
State 721.
It's a gray North Face fitted jacket.
And once again, looking at 723 by way of example, did this jacket also have to be cut off of him?
That's correct.
State 728.
Some camouflage pants.
State 733.
The, another glove to the other right hand.
What's state 737?
It's like a camo veil, or some people like a ghillie. It's just like a net that you would put over you like a poncho, but it's camouflage.
State 743.
It's a camouflage mask.
State 748.
It's a green, it's called like a boonie hat. Boonie hat.
State 755.
Pair of sneakers.
How were the sneakers wrapped?
You're in a brown sealed bag.
Was there anything of evidentiary value found near the sneakers in the brown evidence bag?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a small piece of glass.
Looking at states 556 here, do you begin to see that small shard of glass?
Yes.
State 757, a little bit better image of that shard of glass.
Yes.
And then state 758, can it be seen here as well?
Yes, this is.
Was that shard of glass collected?
It was.
I'm going to show you states 767 here. Do you recognize 767?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 767?
It is the small piece of glass that is in that photo.
State Lieutenant Tender states 767 into evidence.
Any objection? State 767 is admitted.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you review footage from Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
To your knowledge, was there any broken glass involved in that case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then looking at state 759 here, is there any additional kind of small piece of glass in this area?
Correct. It was just to document the sole of the shoe and show where the glass is.
State 761, is that a close up there?
Yes.
State 764, what are we looking at?
The same shoes, just from a different angle.
No, there are a few more angles to show all the different sides.
That's correct.
It's a good time for us to take a break. We'll talk about 2 hours, give everybody a stretch, get some water and use, get a comfort break at this time. So I'm going to come back at about 3:10.
Right. It'll be a very short break, so that's good. So we're running live. We do not have anything as far as the Walsh. We're still there for Walsh. So we're waiting for that. Yes, wonder where those shoes, wonder why you got glass in your shoes, my dude. Oh, well, wonder where those came from. Exactly. All right, we need something lighthearted. Let's go for it. Pray there's no music.
Mr. Boyer, says here in your complaint that Miss Lord is your neighbor
I live across the street from her, Your Honor.
across the street, and that you've called everyone from the mayor to the police to the city council on Miss Lord because all night long she blasts her radio.
That's correct. And what sounds like a car alarm, not just a radio.
And you've asked her to stop, but she refuses to stop.
That is correct.
Now, Miss Lord.
Yes.
I've read your answer.
Yes.
You don't deny that you play this noise.
I do not.
But you say you're playing this noise. Well, Mr. Boyer, says here in your complaint that Miss Lord is your neighbor.
I live across the street from her, Your Honor.
Across the street. And that you've called everyone from the mayor to the police to the city council on Miss Lord because all night long she blasts her radio.
That's correct. And what sounds like a car alarm, not just a radio.
And you've asked her to stop, but she refuses to stop.
That is correct.
Now, Miss Lord.
Yes.
I've read your answer.
Yes.
You don't deny that you play this noise.
I do not.
But you say you're playing this noise. Well, Mr. Boyer, says here in your complaint that Miss Lord is your neighbor.
I live across the street from her, Your Honor.
And so you don't know.
Yeah, that just got me copyrighted. Well, demonetized maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It may have been fair use. We'll see. The music is what gets me. What you can use on Instagram and Twitter and Twitch and all that that's considered copyright usability, you can't use it on YouTube. It's blocked. Go figure. Oh, June, yeah, you reposted it. Yeah, it's there. We're good. Okay, guys, what are y'all thinking so far? Guilty or not guilty? We need to change the... I need to change the poll. June, do you have an idea for a poll, my love? Clicked away! It's okay. Oh my gosh, y'all. We need to stand up and stretch. Stand up and stretch and get your groove on. Back into court we go. Oh no, don't. No. We don't need
All
this.
parties are present.
Oh, okay. I thought we had the spinning wheel to death. I was like, no. Boy, I got the color dead on for his scrubs.
We are back on the record for State of Georgia versus Matthew Scott, lands 22900922. Lands 22900922. All parties are present. Just want to make a quick announcement again to everyone that is on Zoom. Zoom is a courtesy, and all devices must be muted. We've had a couple of instances where we've had feeds or conversations that are coming into the courtroom. If the courtroom continues to be interrupted, then we will have to make a decision on whether or not we will continue with Zoom or remove those who continue to violate the court's orders. It is if you are still in court, court rules still apply. So again, do ask that everybody give the consideration to everybody that is in court so that we can be heard without any interruptions. Again, if there are interruptions, we'll have to make a decision on whether or not the court will allow the courtesy of the Zoom. You may proceed, Lady Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, circling back for just 1 minute here, looking at states 759. When you responded to 50/50 Verbena, what type of shoes were you wearing?
Wearing cowboy boots.
All right. Did you end up with any glass in your shoes?
Yes, I had some Tyvek, little booty covers that we wear for crime scenes at the time. And when I was walking around the crime scene after I was finished with the crime scene, I noticed that I had lots of tiny shards of glass embedded in my boot that I actually had to kind of scrape away and remove. So when these items were collected, I requested that they be processed, and I asked if there had been any noticeable glass in the packages.
And is that how you came to find and collect the small shard of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I want to move on now. I believe earlier this week there was some mention of GSR or gunshot residue. What is that?
So gunshot residue, it's caused from a weapon being fired. So the powder in a cartridge from the firing pin hits the cartridge, and the powder inside ignites. It causes a miniature explosion, which then causes the bullet to go down the barrel.
Okay, I have to say something. I gotta say it as a photographer. Yo, that lighting is freaking impeccable. Oh, it's a little hot in the back, but that's good contrast.
Of the pistol or rifle, and then that gas and
Can't you get your sound as good as your video?
powder is ejected also out the barrel and the ejection port of the weapon. So when a gun is fired, that gun residue powder that is ejected from the firearm is not necessarily concentrated. It actually comes out in a plume in the air.
And is that tiny particles that can't necessarily be seen?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there such thing as a GSR or gunshot residue test?
There are.
What is the purpose of a GSR test?
You do a GSR test to see if there's any gunshot residue on someone's person or clothing.
Is it used super frequently, at least in Cobb County?
Not in Cobb, no.
And why not?
So there's a couple of things in dealing with GSR testing as well, specifically to this case.
So I just want to talk about regular GSR testing first.
Well, GSR, as I kind of described, it can be emitted into the air after a gun is fired, and it is not an absolute, it's an investigative lead, the testing that I mean. So what we have to look at if we do a GSR test is how that gunshot residue may have gotten on that person. There's many ways that can happen.
Well, before we get there, let me ask you this. If someone has gunshot residue on their person, does that mean that they held and they fired a weapon?
Not necessarily, no.
Additionally, now could it indicate that they were in the presence of a gun being fired?
Absolutely, especially if it was in an enclosed space.
Either that or somebody who has fired a gun has hugged or touched them, and the gunshot residue has transferred from the actual shooter to the person they hugged. One thing we have learned about gunshot residue is it is not very sticky. It easily sloughs off. It will stick, but it is very easily transferable. So if I went to the gun range and I let off a few rounds and then I go and home and hug my son and he goes to work and he touches somebody, it can transfer very easily from one person to the next. Just saying. So just because there's gunshot residue on a person does not necessarily mean they did it. I could shake the hands. I sit there and I let off a bunch of rounds and then I get my car. Well, it's now on my steering wheel. And then say I go to the bank and I shake hands with my teller. That teller is now going to have it on their hands. It is very easily transferable.
Now, in terms of how long it stays on clothing or body parts, can that vary?
Yeah.
And can that make it difficult to conduct delayed GSR testing?
Yes, there's many factors that can go to that.
What are some ways that GSR, if it were present on someone's hands or body, some ways that you may not detect it?
Simply washing your clothes, washing your hands, taking a shower can remove GSR from your person.
Given some of these limitations, did you swab Lanz's hands for GSR during his interview?
No.
Did you swab any of his clothing?
No.
And why is it that you are not swab, but rather did you have his clothing tested for GSR?
So kind of as I said, GSR testing is an investigative lead, is not an absolute, okay? GSR testing does not indicate a timestamp, meaning it doesn't tell you when that GSR was on a person or on a piece of clothing, and it doesn't tell you how.
So if I was to go lead shooting and I have it all over my shirt and say I don't wash it, say, you know, some people rewear their clothes if they don't perspire. So I didn't perspire. So I go and throw that shirt back on a hanger or hang it back up to be worn another day or later that day. Just say I change and then I'm going to change back. Whatever touches that shirt in the closet now has GSR, has gunshot residue on it, which now means that I can then go later and take that shirt out and wear it, then wash it. The shirts that are hanging up in the closet will have GSR on it. And then I get the clean shirt and put it up there, and whatever clean hits it, you get the point.
Had a GSR test been done and resulted in a positive result. Well, by the time I came in contact with the defendant, he was just shot not once, but twice in an enclosed space. So that powder, that GSR, would have been emitted in the air inside a room. So there is a very strong likelihood that GSR would have been present on his person. Also, the officers who fired their weapons then got into a physical altercation with the defendant, had to drag him out of the house, and then assisted in handcuffing him. So they're touching his wrists and hands during that time. Now, on the other side of that, if the test had become negative or had a negative result, by the time I was face to face with the defendant, we were just shy of 48 hours. I think we're around 40 hours since the crime occurred. Well, there's plenty of time in 40 hours to take a shower and wash your hands. So if there had been a negative result, I can't conclude that he didn't fire a weapon because there had been enough time to get rid of that GSR. So either way, if it was positive or negative, I would not be able to conclude if that GSR came from the homicide itself, and I can't conclude if it was negative that he didn't fire a weapon.
Effectively, it would have gotten you nowhere.
Exactly.
I'm going to show you states 768 through 820. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
How is it that you recognize 768 to 820?
These are crime scene photos that we're taking at our crime scene vehicle processing shed at the time. These photos are of the 2008 Lexus belonging to Mr. Lance.
It is the same Lexus 2008 GS 350 that we saw from Sandy Springs.
That's correct.
All right, did you all conduct your own search of this vehicle once in Cobb County?
Yes, I obtained a Cobb County search warrant for that vehicle.
And are all of these photos fair and accurate photos of that search warrant execution here in Cobb County?
Yes.
State goes to tender states 768 through 820.
Okay.
State 768 through 820 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
We'll just go through a few of these, but 768, what's being documented here?
The vehicle tag.
The exterior of this vehicle appear to be in the exact same condition as when you saw it in Sandy Springs.
Yes.
State 783 here was the green backpack that we observed from the Sandy Springs photos still transported with this vehicle when it was brought to Cobb.
Yes, it was.
Was it moved slightly from within the vehicle?
Yes, the bag was searched under a Sandy Springs search warrant and then ultimately left in the car.
And in these photos, do y'all unpack that bag and go through the back?
Yes, we did.
States 801, what's being documented here?
That is the insurance card for that vehicle.
Does it have the name and address listed on there?
Yes, it does. Scott and Teresa Lands, the address of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. That has the year 2008 Lexus GS 350. And it also has the vehicle ID number.
Now, for purposes of this search warrant, did y'all also turn the car on?
Yes,
Is that what we see in state take 12?
that is correct.
What is being documented in states 814?
Showing that the vehicle was very, very low on gas.
Now, do you,
Very low on gas.
now was it able to be completely turned on, or is this just turning on the electricity? Do you recall?
I think this would have been just turning over the car to show the lights of just the electricity.
So do you know whether this car was capable of being turned on given the lack of gas in the tank?
I don't recall if we were able to fully get it on or not.
I want to go back to State's Exhibit 821, which was tendered before the break. Zoom in here. Can you see the new north side exit off of 285 on here?
I can.
If someone were driving from Athens to the Ackworth area, specifically 600 Delphinium, would you more than likely use 285 to get on to 75?
Typically, you would, yes, that'd be the more direct route.
Can you, of course, go 85 all the way until the switch and then take 75 and go that way as well?
Yes.
Okay. With this particular route, would you have passed the exit upon which this vehicle was located by Sandy Springs?
You would have, yes.
Is there any way for us to know whether that vehicle had run out of gas or
I know it was abandoned, and we found that the gas light was on, and I know we had trouble trying to crank it.
All right, looking at states 815 here, what is being documented in states 815?
These were items found throughout that green tactical backpack.
And what are some of those items?
So I got a med kit. I found, there's that med kit and a smaller first aid kit. We had some leather gloves, some earplugs, you see some spare underwear and socks, and then at the top, rain poncho. That's the bottom half of the poncho. You'll see some binoculars here.
Let me show you states 816. Is that a continuation?
Correct. You'll see a handheld kind of radio, and it was in like a camo bag. There were some snacks, food, some drinks that we found, and then those 2 orange containers at the top are half-pound containers of tannerite. So that was a pound of tannerite total.
Were all those items contained in states 820 here?
That's correct.
Now, after doing the search warrant of this vehicle and meeting with the defendant in this case, did you go to his Athens apartment?
Yes, we did. That was on the 19th.
If you recall, we previously saw the interview with Scott and Teresa Lands. Do you recall whether the interview with the parents was before or after the Athens search warrant?
The interview with the parents was before the Athens search warrant.
And I think obviously the court saw that previously, so were you in there with Mr. and Mrs. Lands?
Yes, I was.
Was there anything that particularly stuck out to you during that interview?
Yeah, so one of the first things that stuck out to me is that after finding out that there had been a murder, Teresa felt it necessary to go to Athens and locate her son. And then upon arriving to the apartment in Athens, finding him asleep in the middle of the day, when Sheila supposedly was supposed to be in class, finding a weapon in his possession, not wanting to relinquish that weapon, and then point blank asking him if he had anything to do with the murders, which I just thought was a very strange chain of events afterwards.
Do you recall what time it was when Mrs. Lands arrived in Athens?
I believe around between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon.
And do you recall what time it was roughly when officers first arrived on scene?
That would have been
After discovering the murder, sorry.
around 9:45 in the morning, somewhere in there.
Right, so thereafter, did you go to Athens?
Yes, after that interview.
I'm going to show you states 822 through 902.
Yes, I recognize these.
And how is it that you recognize states 822 through 902?
These are photos conducted during the search warrant at Matthew Lance's Athens apartment.
Are those fair and accurate photographs taken during the search warrant execution?
They are.
And do you remember the address in Athens?
435 North Church Street. That's apartment 4, and I was in Athens, Georgia.
This time statement is tender states 822 to 902 in evidence.
An objection?
Objection.
States 822 to 902 is admitted.
May I publish some of these?
Yes.
State 822 here, what are we documenting?
This is the exterior of the apartment building.
And what's the name of that building?
Hillsborough Apartments.
States 823.
Documenting just the front and where the defendant's apartment was.
States 826.
The front door of the apartment, documenting the number of picks to the door.
How would you describe this apartment looking at states 827?
Incredibly neat and clean.
What area of the home is this?
Be the living room area.
States 828.
Another angle from the living room area, looking back into a office and his bedroom.
States 829.
The kitchen.
States 830.
More of the kitchen.
Now, did you find any documentation from his residence with his name on it?
Yes, there's multiple different things that had his name on it.
By way of example, looking at states 851, what are we looking at here?
University of Georgia student ID of some type.
States 860 here. Where are we now within the apartment?
That'd be in his bedroom.
States 866.
That's the bedroom closet.
States 867.
And there's another angle in the same position. The bedroom closet and bed.
Was his bed made?
Not at that time. It was a little disheveled.
What about the sheets?
They were kind of balled up a little bit, but I mean the sheets were pulled out. But it's kind of in between. It looked like somebody just slept in it not long ago.
States 872.
It's a driver's license.
Sorry, trying to keep these in order. What is it that you found in states 873?
So that was actually found in a washing machine. That was a North Face zip-up jacket.
States 875, what is being documented there?
Zooming in on the label.
States 877.
It was another bedroom that had been converted into like a computer room.
And were there any items of interest within this room?
Yes, we found 2 pistol magazines in that desk drawer.
So we will skip ahead for just a moment. Hang on. States 895. Is that the desk drawer you just referenced?
That is correct, yes.
States 890. Seven. Are those the magazines you referenced?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 673 here. Do you recognize State 673?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State 673?
These are the 2 pistol mags, as well as the ammunition contained within the pistol mags that we found in the desk drawer.
And the photograph we were just looking at?
That is correct.
State moves to tender State 673 into evidence.
State 673 is admitted.
Now, were the head stamps of the ammunition found within these magazines documented?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of head stamps did all 29 bullets contain?
Sig Luger 9mm.
Now, did you all, without opening these in their, well, let me do this. Let me go ahead and show you States 903 through 913. Do you recognize States 903 through 913?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 903 to 913?
These are photographs taken at our headquarters in our crime scene processing lab of the ammunition once they were removed from the magazines. So we get an accurate count, show the head stamp as well as the type of projectile it is. This also contains photographs of the gun box and a box of ammunition as well.
Was all of that found in the defendant's residence at 435 North Church Street in Athens?
It was.
State moves to tender States 903 through 913 into evidence.
Any objection? States 903 to 913 are admitted.
Okay, so we'll circle back to that in a moment, but looking at States 882 here, did you all go into this black box?
Yes.
States 884, what type of item was inside this storage bin?
We found like one of those drawstring bags.
States 885, did you all take that out of the storage bin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, States 886, what are the items that we see next to the drawstring bag?
So we found like a little tackle box type container, as well as a gun box belonging to a ZTech OZ9.
Looking at States 887 here, is that zoomed in on the ZTech box?
Yes.
All right, States 888, what have you now done with the ZTech box?
So here we open up the box, and inside we saw a box of SIG hollow point ammunition.
States 889, is that what's being documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
States 890.
It's a closer view, yes.
And did you find any other
Magazines or ammunition, looking at states, 900.
So that was the magazines when we were counting the ammunition in the, we put them in the cups so we wouldn't lose any.
Is that documented in the photos that follow, such as 901 and 902?
Yes.
Now moving on to states 903. Is that one of the magazines recovered from the drawer?
Yes, it is.
And what type of magazine is that?
The magazine for Glock style pistols and 9mm magazine.
How many rounds does this sort of magazine hold?
This one held 17 rounds.
And looking at well, let me ask you this. All the bullets that are next to this magazine in states 903, where did those come from?
Came from that magazine.
In states 904, is this just another angle of the same?
Yeah, it's showing different angles of the projectiles.
And does it also document, maybe not perfectly, but that
Yeah, it's blurry in there, but they were 9mm.
So how many projectiles or bullets were there in the first magazine there?
It was 17, so it was at full capacity.
Now, this type of magazine, you said it was a Glock magazine that held 17 bullets, which was full with SIG 9mm ammunition. Could this magazine fit into the ZevTech OZ9?
Yes, I think that particular magazine is ZevTech's magazine, but ZevTech is based off of Glock pistols, so their size and shape are interchangeable, I'm saying.
States 905 and states 906. Which magazine is this?
I've been the second magazine that we found in the location.
And so for states 905 and 906, is that just a different angle but the same magazine as well as bullets?
Correct, it's showing different angles of the ammunition.
And how many bullets were located in this magazine?
12.
Is this the same exact magazine as we saw from the first one?
It's the same type of magazine, yes.
In other words, does it hold the same number of rounds?
Correct, yes. That one also holds 17 9mm rounds. We found only 12 in that particular magazine.
So how many more rounds for this one to be at max capacity?
So it was missing 5 rounds from being at max capacity, which was consistent with the number of projectiles we had recovered in this case.
And just for a reminder, how many projectiles were recovered on scene?
2 on scene.
And how many projectiles were recovered from the medical examiner's office?
3, there's 2 from Justin Hicks, 1 from Amber Hicks.
And after you all worked to kind of make sense of the scene and determine potentially how many gunshot wounds total were suffered, what conclusion did you all reach?
Minimum of 5 shots.
Looking now at 907 here, what are we looking at in 907?
That's documenting the ZevTech pistol box.
In states 908, is this the same box?
It is. This is documenting the make and model of the firearm, the brand, as well as the serial number.
Now, at this point in time, when you all took this ZevTech box from Athens, had you all already gone to the Lanzas residence at 600 Delphinium?
Yes, that ZevTech that was located at 600 Delphinium had already been recovered by this time.
So was this box consistent with the make and model of the firearm you had recovered from the defendant's parents?
Yes, as well as the serial number.
States 909, is that the same box of ammunition we previously looked at?
Correct.
States 911 here, was this box of ammunition full?
This box was, yes.
And was this the same type of ammunition that was in the 2 separate magazines?
Yes.
Now, from here, did you obtain purchase records of the ZevTech OZ9 that was recovered from the defendant's parents' house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you get those documents from?
The Athens Gun Club, I believe it was the name. Athens Gun Club, I believe it was.
At this time, state moves to tender state 667 into evidence, which is the business record certificate from the Athens Gun Club, along with state 668, which is the 4473 firearm transaction record, as well as states 669, which is the invoice from the purchase of the ZevTech OZ9, serial number ZA04909, all of which is covered by the business record certification.
States exhibit 667, 668, and 669 are all admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Looking first here at state 668, the 4473, what type of information is included on a 4473?
Will be the purchaser's information, the date of the purchase, as well as the weapon that is being purchased.
And here specifically, what type of weapon was being purchased?
It says Zev OZ9, and then it has a serial number, which is ZA04909. And then it documents that it is a pistol and it is a 9mm.
And who is listed as the purchaser of this weapon?
Matthew Scotland.
What is the address that was listed?
Used 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth, Georgia, which was his parents' home and home he grew up in.
What is the date of this purchase?
So it was actually purchased on the October 13th. The paperwork was filled out, I believe, during October 6th, but according to the purchase receipts and the actual transfer date, it was 10/13 of 2021.
Was there a signature produced on the 4473 on October 13th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
And whose signature, what name appears there?
That's consistent with Matthew Land's.
Whose driver's license was copied during the purchase of this OZ9?
Georgia driver's license belonging to Matthew Scott Land's.
And then looking at state 669 here, what are we looking at?
So this is their actual purchase receipt or their invoice from this purchase. It says it was completed on October 13th of 2021 at 10:32 a.m. And these items were sold to Matthew Scott Lance of 600 Delphinium Boulevard in Ackworth. And the purchase items were one Zev OZ 9mm, that would be the pistol. Then there was actually 3 boxes of SIG 147 grain 9mm hollow points. And then there was 1 box of Stand 1 Armory 9mm. Not sure if that was a hollow point or not though. And that the payment was made in cash.
And that was on the same date as the 4473?
The 4473, according to the dates, appeared that it was filled out on October 6th, but the weapon was actually transferred and in his possession on October 13th.
And is this firearm that we've just reviewed in 667, 668, and 669 the same firearm that was sent to the ATF forensic lab for testing?
Yes, it was.
All right, now moving on to gonna show you what's been marked as states 914 and 915. Did you go through the phone extraction of the defendant's device as performed by Sergeant Harder?
Yes, I did.
And did you pull some items of interest off of that device?
I did.
Looking at states 914 and 915, do you recognize those two documents?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are extraction reports from Celebrite from the defendant's phone, one being a list of device events from the phone, and one being call logs from the phone.
And are both of those true and accurate reports coming off of Celebrite, reflecting the exact data that's contained within the defendant's device at the time that it was collected on November 19th of 2021?
Yes.
Statements to tender states 914 and 915 into evidence.
Any objection? States 914 and 915 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
With respect to here we go. Looking at page 6 of states 914 here, and I want to focus on device event 48. Do you see that device event?
I do.
Okay. What is it that took place on the defendant's device on November 17th, 2021 at 10:16 p.m.?
The device was placed in airplane mode.
And moving down to item 52 or line item 52, what happened to the defendant's device on November 18th of 2021 at 12:43 a.m.?
The phone is taken out of airplane mode.
How, first of all, going back to 10:16 here at the top, how many minutes after seeing the defendant's vehicle on the surveillance video was the phone placed in airplane mode?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how long did it remain in airplane mode?
2 hours. More than 2 hours.
And approximately how long does it take to drive from the Atlanta area to Athens?
Approximately, I'd say on average about an hour 45.
Now, while we're on the topic of device events, do device events allow you to see when a phone is like unlocked or locked?
Depends on a lot, but some devices do, yes.
Sure. Well, looking at this exhibit, for example, for Matthew Lanz's device, were you able to see when it was unlocked or locked?
Yes.
Were you able to see when the display lighting came on or off?
Yes, there were records of that.
Okay. Were you able to see airplane mode and so forth?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Did you look for this sort of information in Justin or Amber's phone to see if that would help with any form of timeline?
It did, but there were no device events in their phone that was extracted.
And is that just some of the discrepancies sometimes you see among phones?
Yeah, it can depend on a certain model of phone or what operating system has been currently downloaded on the phone and how that interacts with Celebrite.
Now I want to look at States Exhibit 915 here. What do we see on States Exhibit 915? What type of report is this?
These are call logs, so calls incoming and outgoing from the device.
Now, how many total, looking at States 915, how many total call logs were included on this report?
27.
Now, did you see any, let's see this, let me go first to looking at line items, let's
13 and 14, do you see those two? Oops.
I do.
So on November 17th of 2021, do we see any contact between the defendant and his father or dad?
Yes, we do.
How many calls are there that we're looking at?
There are 2 calls.
Were any of them connected?
Yes, one was.
And what time was that call?
That was on 11/17/2021 at 7:57 p.m. and 32 seconds.
And how long was that call connected?
A minute 58 seconds.
Now, during the interview that you had with Mr. Lance, did he ever reference having a phone call with his father?
Did he reference talking to his father about coming home to the house at some point? I don't specifically recall.
Now thereafter, what was the date of the next, any sort of phone incoming or outgoing call?
It would have been on, well, the next call that came to his phone was not answered, however, that was on November 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. and 2 seconds.
And so at this point in time, when his dad called him, as you already mentioned, was it answered?
It was not.
Okay, and at 11:24 and 2 seconds, had even an hour and a half or 2 hours passed since the murders were discovered?
I'm sorry, say that again.
How long had passed since the murders were discovered by law enforcement?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours or so.
Thereafter, do you see another phone call?
Yes,
Okay, incoming or outgoing?
that was incoming
From who?
from his mother.
Was it connected?
It was a missed call.
The next call?
That is incoming from his father at 11:47 a.m. and 43 seconds. That was also a missed call.
Down at the bottom here.
It's a call from Alex Lands, I believe that's his sister, and that is a missed call. That was November 18th of 2021 at 11:51:31.
Next one.
And another call from Alex Lands, same date. That was 11:52 a.m. and 6 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Additional call from Alex Lands on November 18th, 2021. It was at 11:54 a.m. and 16 seconds, also a missed call.
Next.
Incoming call from mom, November 18th, 2021. It's 11:58 a.m. and 15 seconds, and that was a missed call.
Next one.
This is another missed call at November 18th, 2021 at 12:05 p.m. and 47 seconds. That was an incoming call from his mother.
Missed.
Yes, that was missed.
The next call.
This is another missed call on November 18th, 2021 at 12:23 p.m. and 35 seconds. And that was an incoming call from his mom.
Missed.
Yes, missed.
Next.
Incoming call from his dad at November 18th, 2021 at 1:38 p.m. and 41 seconds. And that was also a missed call.
Right, and then finally.
And then there's an incoming call from his mother at November 18th, 2021 at 2:14 p.m. and 42 seconds. That's also a missed call.
Do you recall during Scott and Teresa Lands' interviews whether Teresa Lands said that she attempted to call her son once she arrived in Athens?
Yes, she did.
And is this timestamp consistent with the general time frame she gave you as to when she arrived in Athens?
Close to it, maybe about 15 minutes or so.
Now this last call that we have here, is that any form of family member?
No, it was not.
Is that someone you actually spoke to?
Yes, I believe he's a classmate that attended UGA. I just don't recall which class it was from.
So looking from line item 2 through line item 12, how many phone calls were made from Lands' family members to him on November 18th of 2021?
It was 10. 10 or 11. 11, I believe.
Now, did you look in Lance's device to see if he had any sort of GPS or location data that was logged?
I did.
And were you able to find any relevant location data between 7:07 PM, when we know that the Hicks were alive, through 9:45 AM on November 18th of 2021, when law enforcement was responding to the homicides?
This mobile device does not record any location data after 11:17, a little bit after noon, from my recollection.
On what day?
November 17th, 2021.
Nothing after November 17th, 2021?
Around, I think it was, I don't recall, but it was in the 12 o'clock hour. After that point, there was no location data ever recorded on the device.
Now, did you also obtain his AT&T records?
I did.
Right, and what was the primary purpose at that point in time in obtaining AT&T records?
Tower location data.
Were you able to determine whether there was any cell tower data originating from phone calls during the relevant time period?
Had no incoming or outgoing phone calls or text messages that recorded tower locations during that time.
And so because there's a lack of phone calls, did that result in a lack of towers generated from phone calls?
Correct. You would need to either receive an incoming call or place an outgoing call. Same thing with text messages in order to record a tower location record. And in this case, there were none during that time.
Next, Your Honor, the state moves to tender State's Exhibit 916 into evidence, which is a business record certificate from Google for the Google records concerning MatthewLance13@gmail.com, as well as State's 917, which is an activity search history report contained and covered by the Google business record certificate.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we've talked about that particular exhibit. I think the state has picked out maybe 8 or 9 of those will be in the court. The remainder of those can be put into the record, but not filled in.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so states 916 and 917 are admitted with the limited limitations on the emails that will be presented to the court.
Search. But yes, searches.
Searches, sorry.
That's okay. All right, so may I publish the
Yes.
ones we've discussed? Okay, very good. State's Exhibit 917 here. Let's see, what sort of Google search did you see on November 16th of 2021?
Searching facts about blood. It was a Johns Hopkins website.
And what other search was looked at on November 16th of 2021?
Catholicism and the 10 Commandments for Dummies.
Was there a reference to the 10 Commandments during your interview with Mr. Lance?
Yes, that was a reference made by Detective Jackson during the interview.
Looking at October 9th here, what sort of searches were seen on October 9th?
That's 29th, I think, really.
I'm sorry, 29th.
Ballistic calculators for long-range shooting.
Looking next at, or I guess earlier in the day or evening or early morning hours of October 29th of 2021, what other search do you see?
What would getting shot by 308 be like?
And
Do heads really explode as portrayed in Pulp Fiction?
looking looking at October 20th of 2021, what sort of Google search do you see?
OZ9 combat pistol, black slide and barrel with Trijicon RN06 optic.
And how long after the purchase of his ZevTech 09 OZ9 was this search made?
Not even 2 weeks.
And what else do you see on, well, October 17th of 2021?
That says 22 mag velocity. And then it continues on. There's another search for Zev OZ9 pistol.
Then also on October 15th of 2021, what do we see here?
Another search for Zev OZ9. This is for reference of barrel length in inches.
And below that?
Just for Glock 19 barrel length inches.
And then on October 15th?
Zev pistols, a couple of different models there. I think that's like the main
And then
website.
do you see another search for Zev 09?
Yes.
Or OZ9?
Yes, actually, visited the website.
And this was how many days after the official purchase where he then possessed the Zev OZ9?
2 days.
Then looking at October 12th of 2021, what sort of searches were done on October 12th of 2021?
Total number of fatalities in the United States 2018.
And also?
Mortality in the United States 2019.
And?
CDC. This is a visited website, Fast Stats, deaths and mortality.
And when was this in relation to the purchase of the Zev OZ9?
The day before.
Very briefly, did you obtain other records through the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Does that include things like Instagram records?
Yes, it did.
UGA records?
Yes, student records.
Did you speak to some classmates?
Yes.
Did you obtain some flock images as we've discussed previously?
Yes, it did.
Did you also extract some computer or hardware devices from the defendant?
I did.
Did you speak to neighbors in the surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
With regard to any of that material, were you able to glean at anything that was relevant to this double homicide?
No.
Did you ever find a link between Amber and or Justin Hicks and the defendant Matthew Lands?
Not personally, only to the residents.
And when you say the link to the residence, was that really with Matthew Lands or his brother?
His brother.
And I know we've talked a lot about Matthew Lands. Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court?
This is the gentleman sitting at the defense table wearing a green jumpsuit.
Let the record reflect that he has identified the defendant in this case. Nonetheless,
Just the record will reflect.
thank you. Despite not having a specific connection between this defendant and Amber and or Justin Hicks, what evidence linked Matthew Lands to these homicides?
Well, we know from video evidence and his own statements that he was in the area during the time frame these crimes occurred. Not just in the area, but within a very, very, very close proximity by his own admission. We also know that his vehicle had left the neighborhood approximately 1 minute after the last known rear porch light had gone off, and we see movement running from the backyard. So the car was seen leaving within the right time frame of when we have identified that the crime occurred. The defendant then puts his phone in airplane mode and goes back to Athens, at which point his parents recover a pistol from his person the next day, less than 24 hours after the crime occurred. Because
it's the judicial business meeting, I don't expect that there's going to be anybody else. I know there's nobody else that's impaneling, so we'll have that entire pool. And we'll persist until we get to 16 at least. I want the parties to give some thought to whether or not we want to panel more than 16. And just give me your thoughts about that in the morning. Anything that the parties need to raise with the court? You all look a little.
Where are we? So where are we at? What are the numbers? Give us numbers, people.
We're going to have two groups that are going to be merged. That is the group that came today for jury service, who we did not get to see. Judge Doolin went over in the middle of the day to tell them that they would be coming, they were being remanded to tomorrow. And then we'll have the jurors. It's this much smaller pool. It's on my desk. I have a memory of it being like 69 jurors that were supposed to be coming in tomorrow. That's the call number. That doesn't mean that's the return number. But we'll have those two groups together. And because it's the judicial business meeting, I don't expect that there's going to be anybody else. I know there's nobody else that's impaneling. So we'll have that entire pool. And we'll persist until we get to 16 at least. I want the parties to give some thought to whether or not we want to panel more than 16. And just give me your thoughts about that in the morning. Anything that the parties need to raise with the court? You all look a little, you look like I feel.
I think we just have to talk to each other about some different evidentiary issues before we bring it to the court. You had given us kind of a punch list after the motions eliminated.
I did. And I think most of the punch lists, I don't think I gave you a deadline of anything before Friday. And that's because I wanted to think about whatever we had residual over the weekend so that I can get you some sort of answer, imperfect as it might be, before the Thanksgiving break. And I am focused, as you I'm sure are as well, on the transcripts and where we stand with those, and particularly sensitive to the fact that the Commonwealth said that's coming early on the case. So I am looking forward to reading the defense brief. I will tell you that in response to the Commonwealth's brief that cites to Babbitt, I believe, and also to cases that I wasn't all that focused on with regard to sort of the entirety of the totality of understanding the transcript when stuff is out. I still go back to what I said earlier, which is that much of what Attorney Minor says is separately stated by the defendant. And so I want the jury to be able to follow the recording, but I'm not sure, and maybe this is what you're talking about, when the Commonwealth really assesses what it is that Attorney Minor offers. And I am sensitive to, and I want to see more what the defense says with regard to the issue of prejudice. It seems to me that if she repeats some of the things that the Commonwealth alleges are false statements, that the Commonwealth already has what the false statement is through the defendants. I'm not sure what the value added of it is. And I am concerned about what Attorney Tipton said with regard to prejudice that attaches by virtue of well, he much more eloquently made the argument than I'm going to make at 3:55. So it's in my mind. All right.
Yes, Ron.
So I'll look forward to the briefing, and anything that you can do to narrow that down and make my job easier, I certainly appreciate it. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ron.
Let's recess.
Shackle time, shackle time, shackle time. Shackle time, shackle time, shackle time, shackle time, shackle time. Shackle in the morning, shackle in the evening, shackle at supper time. Supper time. Oh, I want to fix that. Oh. I got to slow that down. Walking and talking is difficult.
Okay.
Be okay. I'm going to be okay. That's Aww.
Weapon was in his possession. He was reluctant on giving the weapon to his mother and subsequently gave it to his father, at which point it was collected, brought back to his parents' house. That weapon and ultimately ballistically matched shell casings that we had recovered from the crime scene. That ammunition contained from that pistol, as far as the pistol magazines belonging to that gun, did match the same type of ammunition that was recovered from the crime scene. Not only was the weapon ballistically matched to the shell casings, but the defendant's DNA was recovered from the pistol grip of that weapon, which he then actually purchased in Athens a little over a month before this murder happened.
Given the very narrow time frame you were able to establish as to when these murders occurred, what was that small window again?
It was 9:59 p.m. and 40 seconds to approximately 10:10 p.m.
And when was it that Jacob Hicks actually left that home? Or was taken out of the home?
Around 9:45, 9:50. I don't recall the exact time he exited the house.
Which is roughly how long the 2-year-old Jacob was inside the home with his dead parents?
Just shy of 12 hours.
Did you lay eyes on Jacob that day?
I did see him when I first arrived.
What did his TJs look like?
They were covered in blood.
Attorney Barry, we'll proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ted.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let's talk a little bit about the residents when you first arrived. You basically went around the scene and looked at what you thought may have happened. You saw glass that was broken to the interior of the home, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Like somebody knocked the glass out from outside in.
correct.
But there was glass on the exterior of the home as well.
There was.
Okay. And when you came in, there was a white gate that had been pushed forward rather than backward. Pushed away from the living room instead of pushed
Correct.
into the living room.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you found out that there was a dog that was barking a lot when the officers first arrived. Did you have an occasion to see that dog?
They corralled the dog. I think it might have been in a car by the time I arrived, but I have seen that dog on the body cam.
Now, after observing these things, did you want to find out what lights may have been on the interior of the home or the exterior of the home around 10 o'clock?
From the interior of the home, I know what light was on or off when we arrived to the home.
Right, that's what I.
Yeah.
Was the light on in the playroom where the Christmas tree was?
When we arrived, I don't recall that being on. I know the living room light was off at the time.
Christmas tree lights were lit.
Correct. They were.
Were there any lights on in the living room area other than TV?
Not when I arrived there, no.
Do you know whether anyone had turned any of the lights on or off before you got there?
No, I did not. Well, I watched the body cam of the first responding officer, and they were still off. From my recollection, when I was there, they were still off.
And you observed that there were a number of motion sensor lights that were placed around the home.
On the exterior, yes,
On
sir.
the exterior of the home.
Yes, sir.
Were there motion sensor lights close to where the delivery box was found on the side of the home?
Just off the corner, so you'd actually have to kind of round and go past that front door, and then there was one right on that edge of the home on the corner.
And was there a group of sensor lights past that, close to where the window had been broken in?
Yes, there was an additional set closer to the window near that patio area.
Okay. Would the sensor lights close to the delivery box, would they come on at the same time that the other set of lights close to the little patio where the broken glass were, or would they be independent?
I do not know that question. I'm not sure if they're independent or if they would trigger on in unison.
Okay. When these lights would be triggered on, do you know what length of time they would stay on before they went off?
Don't recall the length of time.
Okay. And if you, say for instance, if someone came up on the porch and the lights came on, and they're motion sensor lights, right?
Are you talking about the front porch now?
On the back porch there where the glass was broken.
Yes.
Okay. If you entered that area, they're motion sensor lights, so they would naturally come on. Right?
If you were captured by the motion sensor, yes. I would assume that the lights would come on.
Okay. And you saw those?
I did see them.
Okay. And they are motion sensor lights?
Yes.
And that's what y'all looked at with Detective Smith. He showed you where the motion sensor lights had come on in the back during certain time periods, which you testified to a few minutes ago at 9:31, 9:55, and 10:05.
Yes, I watched that video.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So the motion sensor lights, then, if you came within the range, they're going to come on.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what range that would be? 10 feet, 12 feet?
I do not know. I did not test them when I was there on the initial scene.
Okay, so nobody tested those to find out?
No, not any information was really back to me if there was. So I don't even know.
So if I'm on that patio and I break that window out, that motion sensor light would come on because I'm having activity on that porch.
Either that or from when you approach the patio.
Okay. So once you approach the patio, if I then break the window and go inside and they go off, they would have to come back on when I exited through that window, right?
Yes.
Okay. Or I'd have to exit some other place.
Yes, or you have to exit some other.
Okay. So the motion sensor lights did not come on again after 10:10:08, correct?
That's correct.
And the motion sensor lights came on at 9:55, correct? According to your testimony.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so they're on, but the time that they're on, Ms. Hicks is on, apparently on her telephone with a group text, and text at 9:59. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The sensor lights did not come on between 9:59 and 10:10, right?
I don't recall any other lights being activated in the rear at that point.
We're talking about searching the vehicle. You went to Sandy Springs to look at the vehicle. Did you ultimately bring it back to Cobb?
So once Sandy Springs was finished with their search warrant, it went to ATO Towing, which is, I guess, the company they contract with. I then got a search warrant, retrieved it from ATO Towing, and then it was transported back down.
Now, in the vehicle, did you actually search it yourself or someone else?
I was there.
Okay. Did you find any glass shards in the floorboard of that vehicle?
I did not.
Were there any clothing items other than the backpack in the car?
Clothing items other than the backpack. There was some underwear and socks. And if you consider a poncho maybe a clothing item, but I remember, I think there's some shoes in the trunk. Golf shoes.
And I think you indicated that there was a flashlight in the glove box.
Correct, that was located during the Sandy Springs search.
Okay. Do you know how old that flashlight was?
I do not know how old that flashlight is.
Don't know how many times the flashlight had been used or for what purpose?
No, sir.
And you have a speculation, but you don't know for sure that the flashlight was ever used to knock any windows out.
No, I cannot confirm if it was used to knock any windows out. I just saw that it had the ability to.
Does that scratches?
On that end cap that I described, that was pointed, yes, sir.
Did you find in the car Mr. Lamb's wallet?
No, we found. Don't recall if we found his wallet in there.
Okay. Do you know whether he had a wallet at the time he was arrested?
If there was, it was not given to me at any point that I recall.
So you don't know what may have happened to his wallet?
I don't recall what happened to his wallet.
Was there a wallet found in Athens when you did the search there?
We found his driver's license in Athens. I just don't recall a wallet.
So were there a number of service stations between Athens and where the car was ultimately found?
Yeah, I would imagine so, yes, sir.
Okay. But you don't know whether he had a wallet with him or any money because none was ever given to you?
I don't recall any wallet. I definitely don't recall any currency. If Sandy Springs or the GBI collected a wallet with currency, it was never provided to me.
You told us that on the video interview that you took with him, you mentioned a number of times seeing lights, demonic lights, at that home. Did you ask him whether it could have been Christmas tree lights?
So there were kind of several conversations about lights and who it was pertaining to and how they were described. So if there's a specific moment that might be easier for me to answer that for you, because lights were mentioned in several different conversations about different people.
You knew, I assume that you knew that his brother had been killed in Washington by an agent?
I did, my man, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ask him any questions about that?
He was a little sensitive about talking about that particular. We did talk some about his brother, but not so much about how he passed.
Okay. Talking about the clothing that you received from Sandy Springs, you mentioned the North Face, the gray North Face. I think you see that in one of the photographs. Did you ask him if that was the one that he was wearing the night before?
So when I asked him in the interview, I made a statement that you were wearing the same hoodie as you're wearing today as you wore during the time frame of the murder. His response was, no, that's my North Face one. So when we recovered the North Face one later on in his apartment, we took photos of both of them. From the one collected from the Sandy Springs incident and the one found in his apartment.
The one in Sandy Springs, the gray hoodie, is it a North Face?
Yes, it was.
Okay. The one you found in Athens was not a hoodie.
It's a zip-up jacket.
Zip-up jacket, but not a hoodie, right? And when he entered the home there in Sandy Springs, he had on another piece of clothing over that hoodie.
He did some kind of camouflage jacket sometime.
Okay. So the gray hoodie would have been under another piece of clothing.
It was. I didn't know about the gray hoodie being worn at that time until they cut it off of him and told me that they recovered it.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the doing the GSR test, sometimes you don't do it on clothing because it gets washed or it can be rubbed off. And in this particular situation, one of the officers came in contact with him, but that was a secondary piece of clothing, not the outer piece of clothing, correct?
And which, I mean, they cut a lot of clothes off and handcuffed him. I mean, it would be transference easily all over his body.
Okay, but not if he had a shirt over that North Face. If they were touching him all over, they would have been touching the outer clothing, not the inner clothing.
Well, the covering was like a mesh camouflage poncho looking thing that he was wearing. I don't think that would completely block any GSR from getting anywhere else on this clothing.
Okay. Now, you told us you don't use the GSR that much, but it's a tool that police officers use. A tool just like DNA or any other tool that you use in investigation, correct?
It can provide investigative leads, sir.
Sure. It's kind of like playing the lottery. If you don't do it, you're not going to get a result, right?
Well, in this case, I wouldn't have been able to tell you if the GSR recovered from his incident at Sandy Springs came from Sandy Springs or it came from this homicide. No, I would not be able to tell you one way or another.
But if you did it, and you got a positive result, that would just be another piece of evidence that you might use.
At that point, I couldn't validate that piece of evidence because it tainted because he had shot twice.
Bottom line is, you didn't do it.
No, we did not do that.
You didn't find any spent cartridges in Athens, did you?
No, sir.
Talk about the shoes that you collected. Did you collect any shoes from Athens?
We didn't collect any. Looked at them, but ended up collecting any.
Did you ask him if these tennis shoes, we saw pictures of that with sharp glass on them, did you ask him if those were the shoes that he wore the night before?
I did not see those shoes until after I interviewed him, so no, I did not mention it in my interview with him.
You don't know whether those are the shoes that he was wearing.
I cannot confirm that, no.
Now, where he left the vehicle was a good, what, 1.5 or 2 miles to where he was ultimately arrested.
And approximate depending on the route you would take to get to that area.
And you know whether he walked up the road or walked through the woods or how he was able to get to from his car to the residence that he ultimately went into.
To my understanding, I was not the investigator on that particular case. My understanding, he cut through some woods at some point to get to the neighborhood. The exact route, I couldn't tell you. I was not the lead investigator.
No. Around streets and sometimes in the woods, you find people that have broken glass and thrown glass out in those areas. That'd be fair to say.
It's a pretty nice area over there, but it's possible.
Okay. The SIG 9mm ammunition, is that pretty common ammunition used in 9mm?
Yes, sir.
Were you there when the gun was collected from Mr. Went's home?
No, I was not. I was in Sandy Springs with him in his vehicle.
All right. Do you know whether the officers found a clip there at the home?
Yes, there was that. You talking about with the weapon or just in general?
Either with the weapon in the same coat. You know if there was one found and what it was found?
Yes, there was a .40 caliber magazine in the same coat pocket that the weapon was located. And then they also looked into a safe that was in the residence that contained firearms and other magazines.
How many bullets were in the magazine that was found in the same coat pocket as the gun?
So the weapon was empty at that point. The magazine that was recovered with it was, I don't believe that had any ammunition, and it was for a .40 caliber pistol.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 442. 442, 445. Right. Worked just fine for the state. I don't know why I'm not working.
He agreed with us.
Oh, that's helpful.
Almost like you're
I appreciate it. Let me show you what's been identified as State's Exhibit 445. Do you know where that particular projectile came from?
So that projectile, the way the picture's taken is they locked the slots from that firearm to the rear and have taken that projectile out of the chamber.
Okay, so it would have been taken out of the chamber of the weapon.
A weapon found at the house, not the one we recovered in the jacket pocket.
Okay.
Different one.
Is this not the same weapon that you recovered?
I can't tell from that what picture it's kind of zoomed in. There was lots of firearms taken from it.
Two firearms that were just alike, correct?
This picture is of a standard Glock with a laser. I see the Glock emblem on it. It is not a ZevTech Technologies pistol. So this, I believe, is a different pistol taken from the safe.
Did you talk to any of the officers about when you were getting the information, what gun that was?
I know they
Whether that
collected.
bullet came out of that gun.
Well, that firearm was not of interest to me. It was in a locked safe belonging to his parents. We were particularly looking for that ZevTech.
You indicated to us that Mr. Land's phone went on airplane mode about 10:15.
It was 10:16, yes.
And what would be the purpose of putting a phone on airplane mode?
One typically in criminal cases that I do is when people do it to avoid any recording any locations from their device.
Well, if you had something in mind, would you put it on airplane mode on the way there rather than on the way back?
Could, yeah.
We just covered three things. You don't have any information that Mr. Lance had ever met the Hicks, do you?
No, I have. I don't think there was any witness statements or evidence in phones or anything indicating they never met in person or spoke to each other.
You don't have any information about anything that was taken from the residence.
Which residence?
The Hicks residence.
Do I have information about what was taken from it?
You don't have any information of anything that was taken from the Hicks residence.
You mean as like an theft?
Yes.
No, I can say the crime scene was not consistent with the theft, but I did not itemize every object in their house.
Okay. But there did not appear, nobody said, oh, this gun was missing or this watch was missing or anything like that.
No, sir, there's never been a report of a missing item that I'm aware of.
And you have not been able to determine any motive for this shooting.
The only connection I have is from the house and the defendant's brother.
So the motive that you think is because of Mr. Land's brother.
I didn't say that. I just said that was the only connection to the Hicks was that house and land.
All right, thank you. That's all we got.
Great, thank you, Attorney Berry. 88 Green, are there any additional questions or redirect for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection from the defense? Just excusing the witness. Okay, executive session. Thank you. Can I approach?
They were supposed to rest today, so let's see if they rest. Let's see if they rest. Sidebar. Oh, I'm so happy, Angela. Not for the pain, but for the reduction in size. Matt, you leaving? My son's got to go to work. I'm putting my notes together, y'all, so we can do the recap. I keep notes in Microsoft Word and then I transpose them into my StreamYard. But when I do that, they tend to kind of get sentences run together. Why am I off camera? That ain't good. I hope y'all heard what I said. I'm lining up my notes for our summary. I do take notes throughout the thing, and then when I'm done, I transport them over into StreamYard. But when I do that, the sentences sometimes just run together. Gosh, I am ready for a nap. Ready for a nap, ready for a nap, ready for a nap. How are y'all doing? Wake up, everybody. I know how to get y'all awake. Work with me. Wake up, everybody. Here in Kerrville, Texas. So it's either 2:45 on the East Coast, 12:45 on the West Coast, whatever time it is for y'all. Wake up. Wake up. Oh. Whew. Excuse me. Yawny. Yeah, I'm tired today. I'm tired. And I got to leave here and be in Bernie at 6:30 it starts. Oh, yeah, they're
Rest, do we need to circle back on the?
On the record first. State, do you want to, this tomorrow or today, as far as your case is concerned?
We can complete it today, Your Honor, before we rest. Do we need to circle back on the Jackson Dental matter for the interview?
Yes, and based on, let me go back to, that was exhibit number 474, based on what the court viewed in the interview, particularly as it relates to Cobb County Police detectives interviewing Mr. Lands. I think it also was like a 45-minute break. It was a continuation. I find that was a continuation. There was not a significant lapse of time, and also it was a initiation of the discussion that Mr. Lands gave. So I'm going to admit, not it was admitted over objection, but take that into consideration as evidence that the court will consider in its deliberations.
Very good. So with that, Your Honor, we will rest.
Okay. And so Attorney Barry, you will follow procedures tomorrow, and if there, for what case, if you so choose to present any evidence to the court, we can discuss that in the morning. What your decision will be. Yes, what your decision will be in moving forward. All right, so we'll stand to recess. We'll get started tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. All right, everyone be safe. We'll see you all tomorrow at 9:30. We'll open the courtroom at about 9. We'll open the courtroom for around 9. All right, everyone have a great evening. Stay safe.
That means we won't start until 8:30, which means 30 minutes of more sleep. No. I think my body clock is switching because now I get up whether I want to. As awake whether I wants to be or not. How far do I gotta go? It's a 45-minute drive. Everything's 30, 45-minute drive. I put my music on. I feel it. I don't hear it. But I mean, I blast it in the car so I can feel the beat, and I'm driving. I want courts. We need more West Coast stuff because that crap starts like at noon, 11. But it goes until 7 at night too, though, because 5 o'clock there is 7 p.m. here. So in the world of scheme of things, at least we get done earlier, I guess. All right, let's do a quick day 3 recap of Georgia versus Matthew Land's trial. It's centered on Matthew Land's own police statements and testimony of his parents revealed the disturbing details about the mindset and the aftermath of the killings of Justin and Amber Hicks. The key developments in court police statements reviewed that the courts examined the video footage of Lands in Sandy Springs police cruiser recorded 2 days after the Hickses' murder. Lands had been arrested in Sandy Springs for a separate incident where he allegedly broke into the home and stabbed a responding officer. He was then shot. In the cruiser, Lands spoke to rambling terms about the Hicks killing, asking officers whether Amber was pregnant and expressed pain for knowing that there was a child or whatever in the lady. The parents' testimony, prosecutors played the police interviews with Land's parents, Teresa and Scott, who described their shock when officers told their son was suspected of red-rooming the neighbors. Teresa Lands broke down in tears while Scott Lands recalled being stunned. Well, she also threw up. That their college-age son was accused of such violence. Their testimony highlighted the family's disbelief and emotional turmoil upon learning of these charges. The bench trial context of Lands was waived as his rights to a jury, meaning the case being heard directly by the judge in Cobb County. Prosecution emphasizes that Lands fixated on Hicks' home and his erratic behavior followed the red rooms. Themes emerging from day 3. Land's own words revealed awareness of the child left behind, understanding the cruelty to children charged. His parents' testimony added a human dimension, showing the right effect of crime in both victims' family and the accused family. The prosecution continued to build a narrative of Land's unstable behavior and violence tendencies, linking Hicks' red room to his later attack in Sandy Springs. In summary, today's testimony focused on Land's incriminating police statements and his parents' emotional account, painting a picture of troubled young man whose actions devastated multiple families. The judge is now weighs these statements alongside forensic and witness evidence as the trial progresses. Y'all, I don't think I recall any time ever having a bench trial. I think this is my first bench trial for a case like this. Oh, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I'll be feeling that. Mm-hmm. And my car has a sensational sound system in it. Just bass lines, it's sensational. So I'll be able to get in there and enjoy myself a little bit. Just a wee bit. Just a wee bit. Oh, my knuckles are so stiff. RA, go away. We don't want you another day. So you guys will be back here at 8:30 in the morning. Y'all have a fabulous evening. We are almost done with this week. We made it past hump day. So now we have 2 more days until this week is over and we get the weekend. I have a powwow on Saturday. I was going to go. I was going to dance, but my knees are giving me so much trouble I may not. We'll see what this weekend holds. But if it's bad weather, I ain't going. Y'all have a good night. See you in the morning. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.